misogynistic, like, oh, she bowls like...
Yeah, good kind of commentary school.
Like, that's just...
Yeah, there's one girl, he wanted to nickname her the fridge.
What?
Should have been, he's just stirring the early morning pot. He's literally got a pot, and he's just over the cauldron just stirring right now. Alright, I'll speak to you later. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Love ya. Bye. Bye. There's one girl. There's one girl. Here comes the flying fridge. I don't know if she can do it.
She loves to put cold things inside.
Oh.
She loves to put vegetables inside. Thank you.
You can talk to Elvira.
Yeah.
Do the same.
Cool.
But yeah, you won't hear from
At the moment.
Yeah.
At least for now.
Hopefully.
Just keep my hopes up, it'll be fixed at some point.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Okay, now I have to work. The biggest thing I have to work out is how to get the teams up on this. Which I think I'm gonna go.
Yeah, Jeff McGuire's story last night. What the fuck is this coming up to? Look at him.
This, and I reckon we'll go ECT1. So that should.
Just messaged me saying you on air.
Is that?
Yeah, we're sending a photo to Paul. Acts real tired.
Is that Paulo?
He's just. Oh, you know. I was speaking to Mum. Like, go listen back. Listen back. Go listen back. You listen. What were we saying? Flying bugs. PT. No. sent him the photo of us, and he's like, no, you're on air right now. If the worst is Corey wants to nickname someone the Flying Fridge, that's a great result. That's like the biggest win. Oi, you, what do you think you did when you left here? When you left that and that on? Yeah, no, we went live. You didn't tell us we were live, and we were talking some bad things. Seriously, someone messaged and said we can hear you two speaking. You have to tell us. Shit.
It's alright, it's just the end of our careers. That's all.
Yeah, it's been nice knowing you. Good luck. Seriously, we got 2 messages. We were talking about women. It's a hot mic.
Fucking Donald Trump.
He Donald Trumped us. Actually, to be fair, you got away. It could have been horrific. What's the worst thing? Oh.
Hallo, hallo Vincent.
You motherfucker.
Hallo, hallo, hallo. Vincent. Vince. Hallo. Vince.
Yeah, but we didn't know, so then you walked out and they were both like there. We were just talking. We were so lucky because we talked a lot of shit. Like usually it's Phil. The worst that happened, like we just listened on air. The worst we said, he nicknamed the girl the Flying Fridge.
Hallo? Ja.
You owe me a beer.
Okay.
All good, brother.
If that's the deal, I'll take the deal. That's it. That could have been bad.
Yeah, he's testing. He's testing something. Huh?
Yeah, that's what he just said. That's exactly what I just said.
Yeah, he just said he don't because he came in. He's testing the mic. Well, you Donald Trumped us. You're trying to record us. That could have been bad because me and Vinny talked some ill. Thank you so much. I didn't understand. Well, I didn't know someone saying can you. I'm getting messages now saying they can hear us. They can't. Can you go inside and check the TV and see if you can hear us now? Can you hear us? La 798. Okay, that's better. Show us the deck outside. Oh, mate, this looks good, eh? Listen, mate, I'm not going to show you. Portugal looks good. That's a good.
Stops on ECN. After that thrilling ECL final last night, Dreux were crowned champions. But we're back at the Cartama Oval with some women's T10 action. So I can't wait to see 3 international sides going head-to-head. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECIW Spain, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sport.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. I'm Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu for ECN. Buenos dias and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Beautiful sunny day here. It is the weekend. We're not going to stop just yet because after the excitement, 109 matches in the European Cricket League 2023, we have 9 more T10 starting with 5 today. So we have a tri-series here in the European Cricket International Women's event, Spain. So Spain, the host, of course, joined by Malta and Austria. It's going to be Spain versus Malta first up in match 1. I'm sure that both these teams would love to get off to a good start. Let's go over to the pitch where Stefan Gooch has the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Malta the call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It is tails.
Nice, we're going to bowl.
Okay.
Please?
Good luck.
Thank
All
you
the
very
very
much.
best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
So it is the Maltese skipper, Jess Reimer, who's won the toss, and she's elected to bowl first. So we'll get to see Spain with the bat first up. And look, you know, Malta, I think that this will be a great learning curve for them as well, for their group to get together. At this stage of the season, we know that in Malta, the facilities are pretty good, so they can play all around the year. But they've got some experienced coaching staff. I saw Varun Prasad and the tank, Darsha Patanka, who are kind of marshalling their troops. And what a great opportunity for them to show what they can do in front of the world. For Spain, though, watch out for their skipper, Elspeth Fowler. I think she's a very experienced player, and I think she'll really enjoy the format. And one thing I love about this kind of version of the game, the T10 version, is all action all the time. So I think that the players will have to make a lot of decisions very quickly. They'll probably have to pick it up on the fly because I just don't think they would have played this kind of cricket before. Conditions today at the Cartama Oval, well, a lot of sunshine, and that's the way we like it. That's why it's called the Costa del Sol. Currently, it's about 19 degrees. We're starting a little bit earlier than we did during the ECL, and we're expecting a maximum temperature of about 25. So it'll be a great day of cricket. Well, Corey Ruckers, he's out of the VIP area. He's in the commentary box. I've locked the door, so you better still be there. And, well, I know we had a big night last night. We've got a big weekend ahead, Corey. Spain versus Malta in the first match. Malta, they've won the toss. They're going to field. So we'll see Spain, Team España, with the bat first up. Over to you. Let's get ready for a great day of T10 action.
Hello and good morning. Let me just turn that down quickly. Hello and good morning. Welcome back to Cartama Oval as we welcome you to the sunshine of beautiful Andalusia, Spain. We'll quickly adjust our little knobs here on this little device so that we can speak clearly. Almost blew my eardrums off there. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're doing well and looking forward to today. We're back at Cartama Oval after the excitement of ECL 3. Can't believe it's already over. We're here for the Women's International Tri-Series T10 action all weekend. Let's have a quick look at these lineups. Spain versus Malta, the Spanish women versus the Maltese women. I'm just doing a little bit of research. I believe this might be the first time the Maltese women have played international cricket, so big good luck to them. For Spain, they played a few series last year. They're ranked 35th in the world. They're doing some really good things. Look out for a few names there. Amy Brown Carrera, heard she's a very good player. Elspeth Fowler as well. And but I'll get my words out as soon as I can. And on the other side of the tail, Stella Marie Aruja, as I'm going to welcome back nice and early because I'm going to need some assistance in this early game. Welcome back, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, it's nice to be up the stairs. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the behind the scenes this morning as well.
It's all happening this morning.
Isn't it great to have more action right here at the Cartama Oval? It's the bit of the morning after the night before, but yeah, certainly excited to see some more European cricketers. It's been a big 24 hours for European cricket, Corey.
Yeah, it's been massive. I mean, we've completed the 3rd edition of the ECL, which is a massive achievement, and well done to everyone on the crew and to all the players and spectators that came out, made it such an amazing experience. And what a great way to finish off our time in Cartama with some women's internationals. I know you were involved in the first one, Vinny, and it went really successful.
Such a success. You know, I was really, really happy to see so many more players get the opportunity to experience this format and what it involves. I mean, obviously we had the ECL as well with a fair few countries like England, for example, that have played a lot of cricket but haven't played this format. Anyway, almost ready to go. So Malta winning the toss, selecting to bowl. It's going to be Shamla Cholaseri to get us going. And Charles Croucher out there with Asad Ali. Big well done to all the crew as well. Obviously, the night game finishing pretty late. And a bit of an early start. Starting 2 hours earlier than we have been, typically, because we won't go into the night game on these weekend matches. Yeah, so we're almost ready to go.
Does that mean we're not using the lights tonight?
We won't have the lights. Shouldn't be required. Anyway, right now, we've got Payal Chilangia, who is going to be facing up the first ball for these two countries in ECIW cricket. And she's out there with someone that you mentioned you're watching out for, Naomi Hillman-Bermejo.
Yeah, so made a lot of runs last year and a good player. So looking forward to seeing the Spanish ladies for the first time live. I've watched them online before. But here we go. First ball of these women's ECIs.
Pretty well located ball too, wasn't it? And, well, slight
Oh.
misfield. And that's going to go all the way to the boundary.
Shot.
That's a really good looking shot, wasn't it? To be honest, the batting and the bowling was there. Unfortunately, it was Mandava just couldn't get down to her right. And, well, the first ball, the first runs.
Yeah, well, you offer any bit of width at this level, you're going to get put away, and that's a great shot. And yeah, I'm sorry, the women, Malta women's have played a few games. That last year they played the Romanian women's, but this will be their first taste of T10 cricket together.
As it will for actually all three teams in this series. Oh, well bowled. That's very well bowled. A little bit of in movement to left-hander as well. Like the way the players throwing the ball around. A lot of enthusiasm about that. That means we now have seen 7 international, or after today, we'll have seen 7 international women's teams playing in international T10 cricket.
Yeah, grow the game, Vinny.
It's 3 in a row, been spot on. This time, once again, beats the field. And, well, it's been a bit harsh on the bowlers so far. I think she's bowled pretty well, Cholaseri, but you've got to hand it to Chilangia, who picks the gap, picks it pretty well.
Well, at this level of cricket, Vinny, if you offer width, even as Carrick, you're going to put it away. And those are 2 glorious cut shots to start our weekend.
We've seen some big hitting here at the Cardamar Oval over the past 4 weeks.
I mean, if you're in the Cardamar area, we've still got cricket going on here. Come out and watch this deep cover in place, deep square leg in place. I might want to put that deep cover to the backward point, maybe.
Outside the off stump, the old hit and run.
What do I know? There's deep cover.
So,
one thing I love about the women's I've seen so far is speaking to a few of them this morning. They are so pumped up. They are so excited to play on the network, and good luck to all of them. What a big occasion, and it's so nice to see the advertisement of women's cricket growing and growing day by day.
Big focus on women's cricket, juniors cricket, of course.
Well, I think women's cricket is the fastest growing sport in the world at the moment. Last few years, it's just ballooned. I mean, we just had the women's IPL.
Yeah, of course. I think the finals are this weekend. But Cholaseri going to have to make the adjustment now to the right-hander. And a pretty good adjustment, well taken behind the stumps. It's Jess Reimer, the captain, who's got the gloves for Malta.
Yeah, just beats her outside off stump. Bit of a nervous start there.
Yeah, it's really like the length that Cholaseri's bowled this over. Goes round the corner. This could be another boundary. Well, it's a very productive first over for Spain. And that's just the difficulty of going right-hander to left-hander to right-hander. And you can see that was very, very well put away by Naomi Hillman-Bermejo.
I don't know if the men are watching from the ECL, but this is how you do it. You keep it on the carpet, and you just hit boundaries. Beautiful batting. I think the past score at the ECL was around 120. These girls are ticking along. I've got that as 3 fours and a single in the over, 13 off it.
Yeah, pretty decent start. Talking about past scores here, I was thinking around about 100. That's kind of where we saw it end up in the ECIW. And we played previously down at Europa Point. There were some very exciting games in that one, including one memorable one when we had Amelia Bartram of Italy hit the last ball for 6. As Italy upset the Netherlands. It was the Netherlands' only loss. They won that 4-way series, I should say. That was just before the start of the ECL. Second over begins. It's going to be half a chance, but it's not gathered. There he does the fielding. You can see pretty good looking action, I think, for an off spinner.
Yeah, so Naomi Hillman back on strike now, and yeah, she loves that little flick around the corner. She's going to get 4 more. And well, Vinny, this girl really has stood out for Spain. She actually is living in the UK. She's about to be selected for the Hampshire under-17 side. So huge potential, and yeah, she's dominated the T20 event recently, and you can see why.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard area to protect, that top right of screen, because you can only have 2 fielders in that quarter anyway. And so I think the first thing, the responsibility is on the bowler to not get it out behind the pads. It's a better line. Yeah, forces an offside shot. Hit and run, they get a single.
Yeah, so she's only 16 years old, 199 days. Guess what her average is in T20I cricket?
Ooh, well, I'm guessing it's good. I'm going to say 35.
152.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Not bad numbers. It's a big fully, and it's crunched. Oh boy, that's crunched, and it blows through the hands. And well, the Spanish women have come out firing.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when you win the toss and you put the opportunity to bat, you need to bring your A game. And I think we've already seen a couple of balls not handled in the field. I think can't really blame the bowlers completely. Maybe that's a slight Tortuga. Not the best bounce for the fielder on the boundary. Another boundary to the Spanish team.
Yeah, the lefty-righty partnership just working a treat at the moment.
This one ties her up a little bit. Went round the corner. This will be a leg bye.
Yeah, and you know how good the Italian women were. Just a little bit more about Naomi and her series. She made 41 not out versus Isle of Man women, 43 versus Norway women, 47 not out versus the Swedish women, and then 21 not out versus the Italian women.
That's a pretty good run. This is hit. And again, I like the way they go with the hit. There's no real hesitation there at all.
Definitely is, because I saw a little bit about the Italian women, Vinny, and they were exceptional bowlers, and I mean, they upset the Dutch, so really impressive. That does take us to the end of the second. Sorry for a few, looks like a couple of technical things with the scorecard, but we'll get you the score as soon as we find out.
Yeah, well, I think I've got that as 25 without loss after 2. Confirmation pending. Hey, let's talk a little bit about last night, and if you are in our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network, we'd love to hear from you. What you thought about last night, maybe what you think about the women's series this weekend.
Well, it was full on last night, wasn't it? It was like it's an emotional up, and it's a emotional day for everyone involved to watch the French plucking through it 3 times. They'd come back and they've actually won it. This new bowler comes in. Oh yeah.
Yeah, needs to be knocked down. It is. That's a good bit of fielding from Stella Mary Aruja. And Aruja just had to skirt around that one and did so pretty well. I think this left-hand, right-hand combination working a treat for Spain first up. Bowled. Ah, it's a good bit of fielding. Knocks it down. Don't see too many twos on a field like this. There's some hesitation, but they'll get away with that. It's very good running as well.
What I'm really impressed from young Shamla here, who's the left-handed batsman on your screen. She likes playing it on the offside, and it's good to see that. She's played some really nice cut shots to start her day. And this is a good start from the Spanish women.
Yeah, well bowled. I think most of the bowling, it's been in good areas so far. I mean, it's just like all the cricket we see on EC. And if you bowl Gundy balls, if they're short, if they're outside the legs, they're easy putaways. But a lot of the bowling has been outside the off stump. Like that. That's exactly where you want to be. Get the left-hander reaching. Toki with the ball. Oh, half a chance. It was a difficult one. It's going to run all the way for 4 in the end. And yeah, you can see this is a full toss. Gets it straight enough, just straight enough to beat the fielder. Cuatro carreras más.
Yeah, brilliant start this. They're hitting boundaries all around the ground, which makes it difficult for the Maltese women to set a field. And a good partnership brewing here, and they'll be very positive indeed.
So, you see the score growing, almost up to date now. This one will be a wide, I think. Just pulls the bat a little bit wide of the crease, and we just saw Stella Aruja earlier in the over. She is the wife of Samuel Stanislaus, of course, that we know from the ECS in Malta, and of course, Maltese national team player in the Maltese men's side. Yeah, this one is going to be called wide. Just, I don't mind if you're missing on the offside. I mean, it's a good spot to miss. I think that if you miss on the leg side, it can cost you boundaries. These cost you 1. You do have to re-bowl it. Well, in the air, but not going too far. Won't leave the pitch area.
Yeah, just crammed her for room a little bit, looking to pull that one on the leg side instead of bringing out her favoured cut shot. But overall, it's a good partnership brewing here. What do you got for the score there, Vinny?
I'll get back to you on that. But in power play is going to be, I'm going to say, probably 29.
I think you're going to have to go back to the old pen and paper days.
Yeah, well, I had to do that during the week, didn't I? Desperate times call for desperate measures. But anyway, I think it's a pretty good start for Payne. In fact, for Spain, I've got 32 without loss after 3.
Good start for Payne, is it?
Good start for Payne. Well, you know, a little bit, 1 or 2 things about that. Although we were pretty sensible last night. I think we didn't really have that much time to get up to no good, did we, last night?
No, it was
at the end of the ECL final.
It was back, it was dinner, it was bed. A little bit late, but we were there. Back to the action, though. It's a nice looking back foot punch straight to mid-off. It's a tight one. If that hits, that could be gone. Ooh, marginal. It's a bit of a hidden run. Would have been tight.
It would have been. We'll see a fair few run-out chances just because of the tactics that are used in this game. Hello to Terry as well as Kai. And Corey Rucker's in the chat. Hello, Corey.
Yeah, thanks, Terry, for the early morning warning.
Yeah. When they're famous, they let you do it. Here's Santosh.
Oh, well bowled.
Yeah, it's a good appeal, but I think that movement, just taking it down the leg side.
Oh, I think the Maltese women have applied themselves well here. They haven't picked up a wicket, but they're putting it in the right areas. Not many wides. The stump to stump. That's all you can ask.
And so, just to give you a bit of an idea about this Malta side, I mean, they've only played 3 competitive games that were against Romania.
Yep.
There's no women's league at the moment in Malta, so they just train. So this is their 4th ever competitive match.
And for me, they're bowling it in the right areas. Really impressive. We're not seeing really loose balls. I mean, there was some nice cut shots early and some nice pulls, but nothing that was a short bowling that would be easily hit away. They're making the Spanish women at least work for their runs, which is good to see.
Big thank you to Lee Tuck as well. Thanks for all your information that you've been providing. Cricket in Malta. Oh, well bowled. Pushed it right back, and Geelong is forced to just knock this one out.
Yeah, very good bowling indeed. This is Santosh. Just putting it right in the right area at the moment. Asking the right questions in these women ECIs here. Plenty of games coming over the next day or 2. Oh, I think that's out.
Leg. It's gone.
Wow.
So it's going to be the first wicket. And it's well deserved, isn't it? As Santosh comes on in the 4th. Gets a little edge from Chilonga. And round the wicket. Again, this is your office. You can see the deflection there. Very well taken behind the stumps by Jess Reimer. So Malta have their first wicket in ECIW cricket. What a great moment for that side.
Nice catch by Jessica Reimer behind the stumps. There was a big deflection on that, and she holds on to it. So a wicket goes, and well done to the young Maltese team because they've been holding their own here. And they're up against a good Spanish side, and it's a good little contest to start our Saturday mornings.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Good warm round of applause as well. I think that was a nice little innings from Cholasari.
So, right-hander comes in. Played away. As we get to the end of another over.
So good start to this one. Once again, apologies about a small technical delay with the scorecards. We'll sort that out shortly as Sanjana looks like she's going to come into the attack. And well, she's going to have some work cut out for her because the Spanish women looking to score big here. Oh, shorter ball, crunched, and oh, it's only a skerrick away from being the first Maximo of this women's ECI. What a shot that was. It was short, and she made a good room with her feet and crunched it. It's almost 6 runs. What a great shot, but she'll take the 4. And for the Spanish women, they'll be very happy with this start at the moment. Hillman Bermejo is looking the goods. She's been joined by Amy Brown Carrera, who is also out there at the non-strikers end. So these two looking to build a nice little partnership. As you can see, the score's almost getting there. But I've got it at 39 for 1 off 4.1. As it looks like there might be a small technical delay. And we'll just sort that out. Obviously, a lot's been going on. Trying to bring you so many live games can have these minor little hiccups. Oh, that's well bowled. Good comeback. Gets above the keeper. This could race away. It's a quick outfield out here in Cardamar. Just get there for 1. I think that's going to be signalled byes, and yeah, it is byes just sneaking through. So that's got me at 40 for 1. This brings Amy Brown Carrera on strike, and she's a good player, Vinny, and she'll be looking to have a good innings here.
You certainly will. It's a great opportunity when you get a spot in the top order. Toki. Again, I've been really impressed with the line that Malta have been bowling here for the most part. And after a start where, okay, leaked a couple of boundaries in the first over, couldn't quite make a couple of stops, but you know, I think for the most part, it's been one side of the wicket.
Yeah, the standard's been very good indeed. Oh, hit away. That's a glorious shot, and oh, it gets past the fielder out there. And well, this young lady really is turning heads. Naomi Hillman Bermojo, she is smoking them.
Yeah, shot.
You can see why she averages 156 in T20 internationals. She just loves batting.
That's
pretty good.
Pretty good numbers. Anytime you got the 3 digits, you're averaging, unless you're a bowler, you're enjoying it. Anyway, comeback ball for the bowler. That's a pretty good one as well. I like that shot selection as well. You know, you can afford to take a dot. You can afford to be a little bit selective.
Well, this is an experienced pair at the crease. Amy Brown Carrera, Vinny, is living in Yorkshire as well, and is involved in the junior setup there, and plays hockey and netball. 16 years old as well. So you've got two 16-year-old batsmen at the crease. What
a great opportunity. Down leg side. It will be called wide. Still have that rule in place when he misses the leg stump. Will be called a wide. So yeah, see that you know, speaking of the Malta teams, a lot of the players here only
get up.
Wait,
get up.
What? Almost needed to kind of bat it back, but it will be 4 runs. So yeah, it's another good shot. Again, it was beautifully played over the leg side, and will take us to the end of 5 overs. We want to take this opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box. We're in the Dream Box. And maybe some of our new viewers, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and not Rick Edful.
Get my blazer on. I wasn't ready for a morning.
Corey Ruck is here as well.
Cam.
I know we've had some issues. Look, this is always going to happen. Morning after night before. I've got the paper. That's why I went missing. I've got the paper. So I'm going to keep you up to date with the score. But first, I need to know what the score is. And I think it is 49 for 1 after 5. So don't worry, I'm on it. I really feel like doing some homework. Anyway, welcome to the broadcast. So excited to bring you more women's cricket over the weekend. 2 days here in Cartama Oval to round out our Spanish adventure. Then we'll head to Portugal for the ECS starting on Monday.
Yeah, we will. And looking forward to a little bit of a break as well for myself. You and Rico will take us through to Portugal as new bowler comes in. And well, what a nice start that is. This is really good bowling. They're just doing enough here, the Maltese women. I mean, they're putting it in good areas. They're asking the right questions, but they're being answered by the Spanish ladies. It's good to see.
It sure is.
Next time, warn me when we're doing a commentary camp, Vinny, on a Saturday morning.
I gave you at least 2 seconds warning. Anyway. Little outswing up, first up from Santosh. And throw comes in. It's going to be a dot. Yeah, it's maybe you can do 109 matches at one venue and then have a new series and really have nothing working. I don't really know how that's possible, but anyway. I'm trying to get those graphics up as soon as possible. This one off the edge of the pitch, so this is going to be called a no ball. Means the next ball is going to be a free hit.
Yeah, it will be a free hit for the batsman here, young Amy Brown-Carrera, just looking to start her innings and get going.
So, free hit. Strap yourselves in and swing away here. Will be a wide. So there's probably another free hit coming up.
What was, I know you were up in Gibraltar for the other women's event. What was around the average pass score?
It's a good question. I can tell you exactly, actually, rather than guessing. But yeah, it was a very, very fun series.
So free hit again. A little inside edge and onto the pad. Unfortunately, can't be out of a free hit. So
that's right.
Dot ball though. Dot ball's good.
So the average was 8.1 runs and over. So around 81. Some teams are a lot more than that. Some teams are a lot less. If I could probably look at the team by team. The hosts, they struggled a bit with the bat. Italy were averaging 96 with the bat. Netherlands 120. Another wide. Sweden averaging 78. So yeah, more or less 80 to 90. I think the hosts skewed the figures a little bit because they were only averaging 38 with the bat. But it was a great learning experience for them, and obviously they provided us a lot of entertainment along the way. And like a lot of new teams, sometimes their bowling and fielding is a little bit ahead of, a little bit behind where they're, a little bit ahead of where their batting is, I suppose. This one is going to be knocked away into the leg side for one.
Yeah, good call by the umpire as well. That was dipping, so not a no ball, and it's good umpiring. Yeah, it's a good start to this game, actually. I'm impressed from the Maltese women. They're going up against some very talented batsmen. They've been able to keep the ball under control most of the time. This is a good test, though, because, well, Bonojo is smoking them. Oh, the reverse Malachi for 4. Well, I've seen it all. I'll tell you what, this young girl is lighting up. Check this out, Vin. Oh, give it to me again. That is fantastic batting. She doesn't overhit it. And she just times it beautifully. What a talent, what a player.
Yeah, that's brilliant. I mean, gets a good ball for it, but Stella, I mentioned she is the wife of Samuel Stanislaus. I don't remember Samuel ever playing a reverse as good as that.
Maybe she's the Don Bradman of women's cricket, averaging 156 in T20Is.
Another foolish delivery.
Yeah, it's high up on the bat. But what a shot that is. Just good cricket education. And a lot of people, when they play the reverse Malachi, always try overhit it. She just timed it.
So it does take us to the end of the 6th over.
Vinny, I can see you over there getting a little bit grumpy on your Saturday morning. Give me the score sheet, because I'll do it.
I like scoring.
No,
I just I need a starting point where I know the score.
I'm gonna say, not sure.
I'm gonna say 56.
Oh.
What do you want to go? Higher or lower?
Higher. Anyway, it looks like a new bowler coming into the attack. Shamla now. Are we going to do our team of the championship week today? Later?
Not straight away, but yeah. There we go. 1 to start the over. New bowler, Choliseri. Bowled the first over, went for 13. Bit unlucky though, I think.
Well, you can see us in the background there in the commentary cube. Hello, everybody. Beautiful day out here in Cardamar.
So it sneaks down leg side. It might just flick the pad there. You can see that little acknowledgement from Charles Croucher. That's why it wasn't called a wide.
Yeah, just touching the pad down the leg side. So she gets away with that. A couple of wickets here just to get the girls all together, keep them nice and calm. They could do a wicket here.
This one's put a little bit to the left. So that will be a wide, rebowled.
When was the last time you actually did sort of indoor cricket style of scoring?
Wednesday? No, but I quite like. I told you, I quite like. I like scoring. I found it quite soothing. It's well bowled, much better. It's a good comeback. So I think what we realised in the ECIW in the previous series is you've got to, the team that puts more balls in the right spot typically has more success. It's not that difficult to understand. That's a nicely pitched ball by Choliseri. Bowled a pretty good first over, I thought. And on the pad, it's heading down the leg side.
Yeah, Carrera just hasn't found her flow just yet. She's a good player. Just hasn't been able to get going. She plays a lot of sports. She's good at netball and hockey as well.
So, yeah, good comeback. Just a 3 off this over so far. We've got it 62 up on the board.
Shot.
Around the corner, but it's a very good stop.
No, I think it's gone away
It's a
from
partial stop. Well, that's 4.
That's going to be 4, unfortunately, yeah. It was a partial stop, and she made good ground to get it, but just at the back end, unfortunately, her foot had gone over the rope as she picked it up. So that's
a bit unlucky. She did all the hard work, got there, but then,
that there, yeah, that's unfortunate.
And there, that might just be a case of not completely realising what she had to do. So 66 for 1 after 6.5. Hit and run, go on contact, and that will take us to the end of the over. Well, I feel I'm in a better place now because I know what the score is. The score after 7 overs is 67 for 1.
Yeah, and if people don't know Mr. Maximo too well, I'll tell you on a Saturday morning, you don't want to get on his grouchy side. A little bit grouchy to overs.
For example, if you do 109 matches and you put a world-class broadcast and the next day you don't know what the score is, and let's say you'd had 2-3 hours sleep, you'd be pretty grumpy too.
How do you think, how many hours
I'm
sleep?
human.
How many hours sleep do you think the French champions got last night? They must have enjoyed
I don't think they've slept yet.
They would have had a late dinner and a lot of phone calls.
I think so.
It was great to see the camaraderie between all the teams. A lot of people were swapping shirts and jerseys, and that's what you want to see as Bandari comes into the attack.
Over number 8, start 67 the score. That's a really good start from Bandari.
Yeah, good bowling.
Anyway, do you think I can charge extra for scoring as well?
Well, if you are, let me have a few overs too.
Great start for the bowler. Oh, this one probably would have been a wide, but it's spoiled by the batter, so 2 dots. It's a really good comeback, I think.
I think it's very good. I think Carrera's just gone a little bit stuck. Needs to be able to work the singles to get Hillman back on strike. Like that. That's good batting.
Yeah.
Just make sure we get our opening batsman on strike, because young Naomi has batted beautifully and she's hit it to all parts. That little reverse Malachi was probably the highlight of the innings so far. She'll be looking to enjoy a couple of big hits right at the back end here. Like that.
It's played around the corner. Again, I like the running between the wickets so far from Spain. They've been pretty proactive about it, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They've ticked it over and they found boundaries early. So, I mean, only the 1 wicket down. And they've got a good opportunity to make a good score here.
Or chance. Dropped. It was a tough one. I mean, she found it a bit hard to get off the ground there because she's in her follow-through. That would have been an amazing catch.
It would have been a pluck that. It was a toe ender back to her, and she just stuck out the right juke and almost stuck. Good effort.
This one just pulled a little bit to the left. It's a case of sometimes I think Bandari is a little bit front on with her action, and that's why when the arm comes over, it just pulls a little bit to the left. This is a really nice shot down the ground, and the fielder's not going to get there. Cuatro carreras. Look, I love the footwork here. Don't think it's a bad ball at all, and perhaps the fielder was a little bit too far around it long on, but yeah, nice bit of striking.
Yeah, good shot, and that might get her going and make her feel a little bit more comfortable at the crease. What's the score, Vin? Yeah, give me that.
73.
Your twos, you can't do it. I'll do the score at the end of the overs.
There was 6 of that. I went dot 1, 1.4, 73 for 1. I was checking more that I had the right score at the start of the over. Anyway, right, time for over number 9. This is the only thing keeping me sane. Get your own pen and paper.
Okay, Ruja is going to come into the attack. So 12 balls remaining in this very first innings here for the Spanish ladies and the Maltese ladies, who've bowled pretty well, I think. Oh, she gets a bit of bat on that, doesn't she?
Bit of a keeper killer.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Good to see the keeper wearing a helmet as well. She took a fantastic catch. Jessica Reimer, who is both the captain and the keeper. Can't be easy to be captain and keeper, right, Vinny?
I was never a fan of it.
Must be tough.
Vice captain was great because you still would get to chip in, but you'd have none of the responsibility. But yeah, it's difficult because keeping takes your concentration. I think, honestly, I was of the opinion you couldn't really do it, but I've had my mind changed a bit. You know, Tim Payne did a pretty good job doing both. I think Donny is the obvious example of someone that did, but I actually think his keeping suffered a bit because of captaincy. He still was very, very good, but I think I saw little mental lapses from him because obviously you got lots on your mind. Well, goes up and away, Maximo. What a shot, and that was great footwork, bit of length, up and away. Naomi Hillman-Bermejo shows a little bit of power, well, more than a little bit. That's 6 runs.
They might be chanting her name like they chanted Nabi's throughout the week. What a shot that was. That went the journey, Vinny.
Up to 80 now, off 8.3.
She must be on quite a score here as well.
Something a bit short, could be 2 in a row, and that is over. The first one into the jungle. Maximo back to back, and that was Nabi-like. That is out of here.
That is gigantic. That's a tree topper. What a shot. Back-to-back sixes, and this game springs to life. Young Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. Well said, Vinny. That is outstanding batting. The lady that averages 152 in T20 Women Internationals, just showing that this 16-year-old prodigy has a long career ahead of her. What a shot. She couldn't go 3 in a row, could she?
I think she'll try it. 86 now. Footwork. Well fielded. It's good pick up and throw. Excellent piece of work by Paria.
We're going to have to move the boundaries back if the girls keep hitting them this well, Vinny.
We love Maximos.
That was it. That was
I mean, yeah, I think, you know.
That's a big hit.
Hitting it over the fence, it's like a tree topper. It's like a tree topper.
Big hit.
87 the score off 8.5. His last ball of the 9th.
Oh.
Well, Memeko almost gets a head taken off by a partner. This is excellent fielding from Bandari. She'll keep that to 1, but that over ends up going for 16, and I've got the score after 9 as 88 for 1.
Yeah, that was probably the over they needed just to put a little bit of a exclamation point on this very impressive first innings from both teams, I have to say. I've been impressed with the bowling, and the batting has stood up to the challenge. But this young prodigy, Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. How do you say that last name? How
Bermejo.
Bermejo?
Yeah. Your Spanish is
That's
worse than mine, which makes me happy. Improvisado. Anyway, it's going to be Ramesh to bowl the last over. So 10th overtime. I said about 100 maybe. Well, I think 100 is a very good score. Spain will be looking for it. They're pretty close to it after 9 overs. They're 88.
I'd love to know what Naomi's on if you can give me that as well.
Get back to you on that. Here we go. First ball. down the ground for 1. It's up to 89 with 5 balls remaining. Yeah, I don't get grumpy very often. I think now we know
very
that
positive person.
this set of the perfect storm of conditions that will make me get grumpy.
Shot.
Well, could
Oh,
have a run
no.
out here, we should, and we will. Well, bit of foot-to-hand action from Anupama Ramesh causes a run out. I know you're not a huge fan of foot fielding, but in some exceptions, I think we'll allow it. That was a nice piece of work. Quick thinking.
I always said foot fielding is good if it's off the bowler, because there's times you have to reach, you don't get as much time to react, and she does well. She traps it down, and then she runs out. Young Naomi, that's really good fielding from the bowler, and, well, a warm round of applause for that lady on your screen. What an innings, Vinny.
Yeah, very, very well played, and I think that she's got a bright future, Naomi Hillman Bermejo. Take your hat off, and she gets a very good ovation, of course, from the home supporters as she walks down the race.
Yeah, and a little supporting crew, and I think Hame and John Howden are here from Cricket Espana supporting, and all the players and staff on their feet to give her a warm round of applause. So well done, good innings, but does give somebody else an opportunity right at the back end to have a good game.
Yeah, 89 for 2 with 4 balls remaining in the innings.
Look at that Cricket Espana helmet, that's gorgeous. Look at that, Vin.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good, and this was an opportunity for a stumping.
Oh, it could be a run
Correa
out.
missed it. Now we've got an opportunity for a run out, but sneak through for a bite.
Yeah, they do get a bite. Was an opportunity for Reimer, the keeper, but just snatched at it a little bit.
So 90 for 2, 3 balls remaining.
Decent shot first ball to get off the mark.
Very nice. So up to 91. So Malta held them to double digits. So that's something. You pat her out there as Hifs a butt. Straight pull this time. We'll test the fielder. She's up to it.
Oh,
I
they
think
might
a
go-
2, but I mean, good throw. I think would have been trouble. Would have been trouble.
Good
so
call.
they just decide against it. They go for the single. 92 for 2 now with the ball remaining.
Yeah, it's a bit of yes, no, maybe. Good decision in the end to go back. So last ball, you said, Vinny?
Last ball coming up. Seatbelts on.
Yeah, nice shot last ball. They'll probably only get the 1, though, as it doesn't break the inner ring. And overall, a very impressive innings from everyone involved. I think the Malta women have bowled pretty steadily, and the Spanish women were up to the task.
Yeah, I think so. And so, well, I think that they can all be very happy. This is a reminder of what's coming up on Monday. We've got more cricket from Portugal, starting with Uresh Malo. But right now, we are in the midst of game 1 of a 9-game series here in the ECIW. And so, I think, well, Spain probably go off the happier of the 2 teams. The real test for me, I think Malta applied themselves pretty well with the ball and in the field for the most part in that 10 overs. But we'll have to see if they can stick them. And I think there's a couple of players at the top that are going to have a bit of responsibility. I think probably Jess Ryman is one of those. But I think all things considered, it'll be much better for the experience here in the first 10 overs. And look, we saw the left-hand, right-hand combination working really well, and those early boundaries just helped Spain get away in the power play.
Yeah, the power play was good and productive, as you can see. These lovely shots through the leg side, some nice cut shots early. Just helped them get away, and overall the Spanish ladies looked very, very good indeed. Some pretty tight bowling from the Maltese women, but they just couldn't get too many early breakers until this one, a little edge and a very nice
And
catch.
well held on to by Ramat behind the stumps. Yeah, it was a nice bit of bowling, wasn't it, by Santosh? But yeah, I was really impressed with Naomi Hillman Bermejo. I think that she showed a good technique, a bit of power as well. That one was forward, just the fielders stepping over the line. This is when it really took off, though, in the night, though. We say it all happens in the night. Well, the 2 Maximos came and a bit of fancy footwork from Ramesh in the last caused that run out, and able to get signals from then on in to end up at 93. So the split's 50 after 5 overs and 93 off 10. So 50 and 43. They do pick it back a bit. That's despite the fact that the 9th over went for 16, including the 2 Maximos. Yeah, but ultimately 93 for 1. Well, I believe that will be, or 93 for 2, I should say. 94 for 2. There we go. I'll tell you one off. 92 94 for 2 off 10 overs. The target will be 95 for Malta when we return. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes with the resumption of play. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Rackets. Hope you're enjoying the morning so far. We'll see you very shortly for more FanCode ECIW Spain. The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Khartoum Oval. Weekend action is here and it's the European Cricket International three-way tournament between Spain, Austria and Malta. So great to have ECIW cricket back on the network by popular demand as well after a very successful tournament up at the Rock to start the year. And right now we're halfway through match one. There'll be 9 matches over the 2 days of this tournament, 5 in today's action. And for tomorrow, Vinny Sandu with you, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. And right now, if you missed it, you're halfway through match one. Malta won the toss and they sent in Spain. Spain have put on 94 in the 10 overs. So we're getting ready for the reply. And Malta will require 95 for victory. And so it looks like it will be Amy Brown Carrera to open the bowling. And so let's get going. It's 95 for victory. And Jess Reimer, the captain, opening the batting. She's out there with Shamla Cholaseri. Amy Brown Carrera, got to say, I was impressed with her with the bat. She scored 16 not outs. Now has a job to do with the ball. Let's fire down the leg side for a wide. So 2 wides to start the innings. So again, we do apologise due to a technical issue. The scoreline is not up at the moment, so I'll try and keep you up to date. It's definitely going to keep me busy. Oh, Boulder, that's a very good piece of bowling. Well, the first 2 went on target, but the third one was, and she just blasts through the Malta skipper, Jess Reimer. Brown Carrera right on target. So 2 wides and a wicket. It's 2 for 1. And what a start that is for Spain. It was a perfect length, really, wasn't it? And Reimer was in 2 minds, kind of prodded forward, but yeah, it was a very good piece of bowling. And so Spain are away and a bit of a rough start. I mean, they would have been hoping, I think, for Reimer to get a few, the Maltese supporters. She'll be replaced out there by Sanjana Budatoki. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me now, once again, is the Spanish men's national team coach, Corey Ruckers. I tell you what, you've got to appreciate that delivery from the bowler, Amy Brown Carrera.
Yeah, she just got it right, didn't she? And Neil Brook, who's the women's coach, will be very happy indeed that she got her radar right. The first one goes, and what a great start for the Spanish ladies.
Yeah, so required rate, 9.5 and over at the beginning. So, yeah, you got to keep moving. Amy Brown Carrera, spray one left, spray one right, and then got one right on target. This one down the leg side. Now they're going to take on the run. Has a throw. This would have been gone. Wow, that's about as close as you can get.
Well, that was extremely close indeed. Straight over the stumps. Little fumble by the keeper. She makes good ground. It's actually quite an accurate throw.
It was so close. I mean, it missed by half a stump, I think.
No, I think it missed. It went over the stumps.
This one is going to sneak inside the line. I mean, I'm just supposed to keep her a long way back here, so I don't think she's there for the catch. She's there as more of a run saver, I think.
I like it. I've been talking about T10 tactics for a while. This is what I want to see.
Yeah, it's interesting where the keeper's elected to go. There's Tashbih Mirza behind the stumps. Well, she might have her work cut out for here.
Well done.
Yeah, very nice work. Good running as well by the batters to get through for an extra.
All about those 1%ers, Vin.
Yeah.
You've got to get across.
So you kind of sacrifice a caught behind, but you're probably more worried about saving runs. That's a nice bit of work.
Would you run if you miss it? Just goes to the keeper. Can you get there?
Depends how fast it was, to be honest. But her score's up to 6 now. No runs off the bat as yet. Oh, this one is the back pad.
Close. Very close. Good
Over
keeping
the top,
again,
maybe down
though.
leg side.
Well, that's all happening on this Khartoum Oval early. Oh, it flicks the top of the back pad.
There's just a bit too much doubt there, but
Good action here from Carrera.
quite whippy at the release point. Well bowled, but a good shot. I like that as well. But Toki goes with a hit. I mean, hesitation kills when you're running between the wickets, but that's the first run off the bat and her first run in ECN cricket.
Yeah, congratulations to her. It's a proud moment, I'm sure.
I say big hello to everyone that is watching, and the score is 7 for 1 currently. Keep you up to date with that score. Sorry about the lack of on-screen graphics. Oh, bowled again, right on target, and it's a very good piece of bowling once again that gets the wicket. This time it's Choliseri who's going to have to go without scoring. So she rattles the timber twice in the over. She's having a very good game, Amy Brown Carrera, and just like that, it's 7 for 2.
Yeah, good old Carrera strikes again. The radar's been a little bit everywhere this first over, but when she gets it right, she's a tricky customer with some decent pace and a good bit of swing. The second one goes down. It's going to be tough for the Maltese women here, but a long way to go.
There's a long way to go. So 7 for 2 after 5 balls. I mean, yeah, the run rate not too bad, but those 2 wickets, I feel like they're quite costly. But one door closes, another opens, and it's another opportunity for someone to move the needle. So last ball of the over. It's been a good one. Well, been a mixed bag, to be honest, but I mean, the fact she has got 2 wickets already, that takes the score up to 8. And so, last ball of the over coming up. Or not, as this one's down leg side again.
Well, a lot of people are mentioning the keeper standing quite far back, but Carrera probably hasn't got the line right that she would have liked, so maybe just giving yourself that extra bit of time. If she's a bit closer, there could easily have been a couple of 5 wides this over.
Yeah, exactly. And it might have saved 10 runs or more. So, yeah, it's defensive, but, you know, Amy Brown Carrera gets it through, and so yeah, you don't want to be costing yourself boundaries. So, I mean, I get the logic here. But now that is 10 off the first over. So, I mean, they have got what they needed run-wise off this first over now.
Yeah, very interesting. 2 dismissals and 10 runs. What an over.
This one's on target, and it's negotiated. So that will be the end of the first over. A couple of heights for Amy Brown Carrera, but also a little bit wayward at times. It's 10 for 2 after 1.
Good to see Ben Stokes in the chat, saying good to see women's cricket on here. Morning, Ben.
Yeah, hello, Ben. Hopefully you're well. And, I know Pierce Fletcher's in there. And I know that Pierce followed along that ECL adventure.
I just want to, you asked me about what I thought about the trip. I'm going to go through our trip, and this was Mr. Maximo's night, and we're going to have little snippets throughout the trip.
That is a Maximo burger.
Yeah.
Okay, you've snuck that one in, haven't you?
I've had a chat with Elvira. We're going to go through the tour and
That's
all the best
nice.
moments. And that
That's
was a good
nice.
moment, and we loved it. New bowler, a little bit of left arm tweakers.
Yeah, not a bad start either.
I like the drag down sweep as well. Is it all directed? Oh, no! She could be run out. This is going to be extremely tight. It's fantastic fielding by Uswa Saeed. Let's have a closer
This
look.
has to be out, doesn't it? I mean, I was only glancing at it because I had my eyes on that Maximo burger, but let's have a look at the whole thing. Chalongia comes in, gets hit down the ground.
Do we have the side on or not for this?
Not for this one, but I think you'll be able to tell from here.
I think she's in trouble.
On the
Ben.
treadmill a little bit here, and gone.
Oh.
Very good piece of work. Direct hit, and there's the decision. And they are wrapped about it.
Yeah, I can understand why a run out always brings the team together, and well, more disappointing innings there because she looked good. She played some nice strokes, a couple off the bat, but what's a great bit of fielding.
Yeah, Budatoki again. This is what we saw in the ECIW earlier in the year, is that, you know, a lot of the time in the infield when you're taking on those runs, because, you know, it just takes that fraction longer, I think, to get through for a single, that there is an opportunity if the fielders hit the stumps direct, and that's the way it works out. So Malta lose a third wicket at the start of the second over. Scores 10 for 3.
Yeah, 10 for 3. Couple of too many wickets at the moment for the Maltese ladies, but they're trying their best.
They still started with a pretty good ball. I mean, I think left arm is any form of the game pretty useful. This is right on target. So that's probably the only thing so far. With the first over, Amy Brown-Carrera, it was effective, but there were a lot of extras in it. That's something you have to keep an eye on, especially, you know, with the clock as well. It's well bowled again. It's a good area outside the off stump.
Yeah, left arm bowlers, Vin. They just have a recipe for success in this format. Really good start.
Like that flight, and they brought that field in quite short on the leg side to save that single. That's pretty good captaincy as well.
Lovely little action on it.
Yeah.
Chillagonga.
Yeah, quite repeatable. Again, oh, great fielding. Going round to the left. And that's Hifsa Butt. That makes it 4 dots in a row. I'm pretty sure you just pronounced it one of the country towns that I once hosted an event in Australia.
Really?
Oh, pretty close. Think about it. Not out.
Very impressive over from the left arm off spinner.
I think the impact point was pretty close, maybe going over the top. So certainly very close one. You know, that is a maiden over. It's a wicket maiden because of the run out. So what a fantastic over that is from Chilangia. And then after 2 overs, the score is 10 for 3.
Yeah, well, this was also, if people were wondering how we got through through the month of commentary, it's usually done on an array of
snacks. That was a bit of a care package, though, wasn't it?
It was the care package sent in from Jules. Thank you, Jules. And this is how we commentate so often. We eat a lot of chocolate.
I have to say that one of us was responsible for eating most of that. It wasn't me. Big thanks to Jules. That's Corey's mum, of course. Made us feel a little bit like where we grew up with some of those treats. Anyway, time for over number 3. And here's someone I was really impressed with. Naomi Hillman Bermejo scored 45 in the first innings, and it looked really good. 45 off 21 with 6 fours and 2 maximos. Now we see her with the ball. And she gets a wicket first ball. Fantastic effort. Naomi having a fantastic game so far. Perhaps the player of the match performance that we are witnessing right now. As Malta lose a 4th wicket. Over go the stumps again. It's 10 for 4.
Yeah, good bowling from young Bermergo, who has been fantastic with the bat as well, averaging 152 in women's T20 Isvedi. And she just comes in and picks up a wicket. She's just on fire. My pronunciation will improve. Give it to me.
It's pronunciation. And also, hello to everyone from Bergamo, the Italian side. Bergamo CC, Baljit Singh and everybody.
Give me some credit. It is an early Saturday morning. I'm trying my best.
I'm acutely aware of that. Anyway, it is the 4th wicket to fall. Scores 10 for 4.
Yeah, difficult for the Maltese ladies here. Up against a side that's very new, but developing quickly, you can see.
I think one thing that is without question is that every single cricket player we see this weekend will be better for this experience. So, new batter comes out there now. It's Anita Santos for Malta. I would be a bit more interactive with the chat, but I am also scoring on the pen and paper.
You're doing a good job.
Okay, and my scoring was a bit weak early. Remember how I thought I was 1 run off? I was actually right, and at the end, that's why I was 1 run off, because I corrected. I should have stuck to my guns.
You honestly are a man of mystery. And
just wish I brought more coloured pens if I knew I was going to be scoring.
Yeah, so let me find out what I had on my little stats sheet about this young lady again. Sent in from Johnny Howden.
Oh, in the air, hangs, but falls safely. But now, that is 9 balls without a run being scored. So the brake's really being put on. Oh, the swinger just misses the stumps. Wow, look at that delivery go.
What a ball. That swung a long way. Yeah.
And anyone that doesn't believe me, this is the scorecard I've got here. And no, you stay away. Let's get back to the action out there. That was a very good in-swinging delivery. Out-swinging the left-hander, I suppose. 2 paychecks, please.
Shot.
That goes leg side. They go on the hit. This will be trouble.
Oh, it could
and
be a
now
5.
we could get extras. You got to turn around here.
Oh, good fielding.
And they won't. They'll just get one in the end. So it breaks the run of dots and wickets. So look, one thing that when we were doing the series to start the year at Europa Point, a lot of education was done as far as backing up on what the non-striker should be doing, because I think it's so important you get the jump, get those extra couple of meters. That'll save you. So, I mean, that's something that I'll be keeping an eye on. I think that's something, an area of the game that can certainly improve. I like what I'm seeing there from Santosh.
A little bit of luck this time, but that's going to go for 4, and there's a big celebration in the Maltese dugout. Good on them. It goes away for 4. It was over pitch. Maybe didn't go to the area that she wanted, but a little bit of bat on it, and it runs away.
Yeah, that was very, very nicely guided away. Yeah, maybe a bit edgy, but it's good enough, isn't it? And so Mandari gets off the mark. And the score moves up to 15. 15 for 4 now.
Yeah, so young Bermejo, as I pronounce it really, Hampshire under-17 squad, playing boys under-15s level in Hampshire as well.
Yeah.
She also got man of the series in the recent ICC T20 event woman of the series, in that event last summer. And she's a very talented cricketer, doing an extremely good job. So, yeah, one to look out for the future.
So it is the end of the over. And after the power play, it is 15 for 4. Now, I think it is a bit different, the women's regulations. And we may change this, we may not, depending on the more series we play, is you're only allowed 4 outfielders in this phase of the game. So normally you're allowed 5 outfielders, you're only allowed 4. I think, I don't know, with our field dimensions, I feel that I'd like to see it brought back in line with the men in T10. But anyway, we are going to have the 4th over, and I think it's going to be Chilangia to bowl it.
Yeah, I was really impressed with her first over, so let's see how she goes. A bit of flight that time. In the air and caught. There you go. Another highlight. It's Elspeth Fowler who takes a good catch at cover, and the Spanish ladies, they're on today, Vinny.
Yeah, I've got to say, Chilangia, she deserves that wicket. I mean, she bowled a maiden in the first over. It started with a run out. And, yeah, Fowler did really well. She just kind of cut across behind the other fielder, didn't she? It was a wideish delivery. It wasn't the worst shot, but you can see wasn't able to keep it on the ground. So it's a nice moment for Elspeth as well. Plays a cricket for the La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club.
Plays with the men's as well. I've heard some really good things, and that's a brilliant catch. It's short extra cover, but I've loved the bowling of Chilagongia.
I love the fact that you'll never say her name the same way twice. But what I will say is that Santosh, she stuck around for a bit, did get a run, but that's all she'll get. She's the 5th wicket to fall. It's 15 for 5. Anyway. Nicely taken by Elspeth. As new batter out there is going to be Ashma Paria for Malta. Remember, these Maltese players, pretty much all of them, it's their 4th competitive match. So you've got to kind of bear that in mind as well. Yeah, we're all about development, and so what a great opportunity for them. She's going to have a handful, though. Paria against Chilonga, who's a very crafty left-arm spinner.
Oh, I love her little left-arm spin. She hasn't conceded a run yet, Vinny.
That's right.
What a special spell
the
this
only one that she would have conceded. It was a run-out, wasn't there? It was Saeed that hit the stumps. And, yeah, this is the thing that's difficult, is the field is quite attacking. And so you're going to have to hit it pretty hard to get it through Elspeth Fowler there, who's a pretty short cover. Very good bowling.
Vinny, we could be on for the elusive double maiden spell here.
Yeah.
It
Well, you
is
jinxed it.
If she can she can get these 3 last deliveries in a good position. Little bit of tweak. She's got a lovely action.
15 for 5. There we go. Scores back.
Oh, brilliant.
I'm going to keep scoring anyway for 2 more overs. That's the procedure. Oh, this one
bowled.
gets through as well. Very good bowling. Yeah, that's 10 dot balls essentially for Chilangia.
Yeah, well, she's on for the perfect spell. It's almost like 10-pin bowling a 300 game, surely. One ball away, Vinny. 1 ball away from an eruption. It would be the perfect spell. The 310-pin bowling game.
It is on T10 international debut as well.
Is it? Oh, yeah.
Well, all right, here we go. Is it going to be a maiden?
Oh,
it will be.
Well done.
Well bowled to Chilangia.
She's got a great action.
Oh, amazing. So no problems with extras for her. She concedes exactly 0. And 1 for 0 her figures. It's 15 for 5 after 4 overs.
On our lovely journey over the last month, you had some guest speakers, and that was the men's captain.
Christian Munoz Mills. Yeah, he's a lovely guy. National captain, Sporting Alphas captain as well. I'm sorry to see his knee injury kept him out of the action a fair bit. But yeah, it's great to have him up here. Of course, Christian always helps me with my Spanish, which is still, let's just say, not quite there yet. Well, what an effort from Chilangia. Start of a new over. And starts with another dot. This new bowler. Here's Jaspreet Kaur. So again, keeping outside the off stump, that's the key. Well, that breaks the run and dots with a wide.
It's good to see Pierce Fletcher in the chat. I know he does a lot with under-19s cricket and helped out the men's side, but also wants to help the women's more and does a lot of work with and loves watching the women's cricket. So good to see he's in the chat, tuning in. That's going to be a play and miss outside the off stump.
Yeah, so it's just it's tough to break this field. That's the thing at the moment. We're out of the power play, but I'd say just. They've got 3 outfielders employed. They could have 4 if they wanted, but at the moment they're keeping the pressure on.
In the air, a little bit of spin on it. Just a dot ball in the end.
Go score. Lands at 16.
Is that the first time in women's cricket we've had 1 for none, or no runs conceded?
I think it is the first time.
It's a perfect spell.
Yeah. 3 to come for Jaspreet. Hits the pad. Bit of a shout there. On the replay, because this one is miles away. Oh. Tell you what, that was
gets away
pretty
with
good
it.
shout.
Pretty good shout. Gets away with it, though. Bit of luck, maybe.
It's an alley. Early morning for him as well. This next one will be called a wide. Maybe it was outside the off stump. Potentially. Up to 17 for 5 now.
Yeah, doing really well. Really well. Just keeping it nice and tidy. Strangling them here.
One pulls the bat a little bit wide, but will be a wide.
Yeah, that will be a wide. Just losing her line. So impressive from the Spanish ladies. They look a well-organised, well-drilled team. Putting in a good performance here.
A better line this time. Yeah, but this is why the T10 is a little bit, can be a little bit brutal for some of the more inexperienced teams, because it's not just a matter of survival. Then that's the first thing, but then you've got to find a way to score.
So last ball of the 5th. It's going to be a play and miss outside the off stump. So a really good first 5 overs for the Spanish ladies, who are in control of this fixture. And the score after the end of 5 is 18 for 5.
Yeah, so you got to consider that 10 of those runs came off the first over.
Yeah, really good comeback.
So
No. No, Vinny, they're going to do a comcam. I'll let you do it. I'm just going to take a little. Let's show them your cheat sheet again.
yeah, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Yeah, we've got. The thing is, I'm doing kind of the indoor cricket style scoring, so I don't really have the batters' figures on there. But yeah, you know, I probably don't have to do it for too much longer because it's working. Corey's down there. Show us what you're lying on there for extra comfort.
No, just to
Show.
back to the action.
Here we are.
So I heard a lot about this young bowler. This is Usma Saeed. And do you know who young Usma is related to?
I'm going to say Hashimir Ali.
Kid Dynamite. It's the
Yeah.
sister of Kid Dynamite. Oh, nice shot. Gorgeous batting. That's going to race away on the hallowed turf of Cardamom, and they'll get a single. Good fielding in the end. Maybe an overthrow. They'll go on the overthrow.
They won't.
Or they
Make
won't
another
go.
overthrow.
Just the one in
That's
the
some
end.
proper ECN chaos. You've
That
got to
is.
love it.
Good shot, though. Nice intent. But yeah, young Hashim Mir Ali, who we've nicknamed Kid Dynamite. We have to create a name, obviously, for the sister then. If that's Kid Dynamite.
Sis Dynamite.
Sis Dynamite?
It's Sis Dynamite.
Yeah,
Has
like
to be.
it. And I've heard she's a talented leg spinner, and she's going to get herself a wicket off her second nurry. It's a great ball, and the Spanish ladies go absolutely ballistic.
Great catch as well. Hifsabat down to her right. Had a bit of ground to cover. It was popped up in the air. And it's a fantastic bit of bowling as well. Look at that. Over the wrist, just popped up. I thought this was falling safely. That Hifsabat had other ideas. So, very good bowling, very good fielding. And right now, Malta in a bit of trouble, to say the least. That's 20 for 6 now in the 6th over.
Brilliant, brilliant work from the Spanish ladies. They've held their catches. They've done very well indeed. And Uswa Saeed, I've heard good things about her leg spin and one to look out for going into her international career. And you know what's a nice story? Guess how she learnt cricket?
How?
Hashim, young Hashim, didn't have anyone to train with. So he taught her everything.
Amazing.
And now he trains with her, and she throws in balls, and he taught her how to bowl spit, everything.
That's a fantastic
That's an actually
story. I love
fantastic
that
story. I mean, he might be down at the ground soon as well. I'm sure he will be.
It's back okay. Coming third in the whole of Europe. Very good effort from them.
Oh.
It's a good ball, isn't it? I think there might be a little bit of bat in this.
Well, you look at the leg spin, they've got the left arm off spin. They've definitely got some extremely talented young ladies. And Spanish cricket played their first internationals last year, the women's.
Yeah,
and it
there's
looks
the
like
Twins.
they've already got an international ranking. They beat Sweden and some good teams.
Oh, this is almost like a wrong end that gets edged past the keeper. Gets good fielding down there. Keep it to 1.
Very good delivery. Good fielding as well. I think that's, I'm going to go again. Chittagong here out there that did the fielding.
So, I was also going to say, is that Stella, who's out there at the moment for Malta, she's the wife of Samuel Stanislaus.
Oh, yep.
We saw the ECIW, well bowled, just drifting down the leg side though, but
Well, I'm a big fan of the yellow zinc as well for Sis Dynamite. Exactly the
Dynamite.
same as Hashim Mir Ali had the yellow zinc on playing. So
I'm so excited that she gets this opportunity. It's bowled a good over. Last ball of it coming up. Hit, but straight to cover. So just 3 off that one. And Uswa Saeed comes up with the wicket. Don't forget, she was the direct hit run-out thrower as well. So she's had a very good innings. It's 21 for 6 after 6.
this is also a little bit of spring productions. And, well, they are a happy bunch. And this was them showing some love to the universe.
Beautiful, isn't it? The 7-point star formation.
Yeah, that is impressive.
Our crew, honestly, they are the reason that ECN is so magical, really, with their skills.
Quite nice to do a recap of everything, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite nice. You're being very productive, I think. Look at you, Corey.
Yeah, I'm always pretty productive, Vin.
Especially for a Saturday morning.
Yeah, feeling good, feeling great. Let's get back into the action.
Jaspreet comes back for a second over and she gets a wicket straight away. Well, she deserves that. Had a pretty good first over. And you can see how thrilled these players are for each other. They're thrilled for the bowler. They're Jaspreet, who gets it right on target. So a 7th wicket falls. It's 21 for 7.
And the wickets just keep on tumbling. All the bowlers just getting it in the right area, making it tough for the Maltese women. And well, the Spanish ladies will be cock-a-hoot with this. What a great start to their tournament.
Halfway up the off stump. Just kisses it. Beats the bat of Stella Aruja. But I mean, yeah, accuracy, accuracy, accuracy. I think that's the thing. If you're not, you're going to leak runs, and your runs can sometimes be a bit hard to come by in the ECIW cricket, based on what we've seen so far. And Malta just teetering at the brink now, 21 for 7. So it's also an awkward length. Not quite sure if you want to come, even if you come forward to it, it's hard to get the power in the shot. So is going to be Regina Thing to come out at number 9. Jaspreet's got a tail up now. Swing and a miss. And once again, well located ball by the bowler.
Yeah, very good indeed. Well bowled and getting in the right areas. And a good message in the chat from Barcelona International Cricket Club saying, yes, Uswa, I guess taking wickets for the national team is a valid excuse to skip training because she plays for them as a club.
Ah, that is pretty fair. And she's bowled really well. One side of the wicket, again, that's the key. And then you can set a field to it. You can see that Elspeth Fowler has a lot of confidence in her bowler, keeping with that, the short cover, the short mid-wicket field, which just makes it so hard for the batter to get off strike. A nice shot by Thing this time. That was right on the stump. She was able to negotiate it.
Yeah, doing okay here. Negotiating some tricky bowling. We've been really impressed with the bowling unit as a whole.
And look, Spain will take on Austria in game 2. I think it'll be a pretty good contest coming up. Again, nice bit of batting by Thing, but this is what makes it so tough. And you can play some nice shots like that, but I think especially when you come in at 9 and you have everyone around you like vultures, you're wondering where a run might come from. You've got to be able to pierce that field, or at least have the power to go over it. Doesn't quite carry back to the bowler. So we've got another maiden. That's 3 in the innings so far. And after 7 overs, it is 21 for 7. And so coming up next, we just talked about Austria versus Spain in match 2. And yeah, Austria, they won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. So once again, we'll get the chance to see some of the Spanish batters like Naomi Hillman-Barrejo, like Amy Brown-Carrera, that were very good. Fowler is another one. I wouldn't mind seeing her with the bat. Didn't have to bat in the first innings. Here, but Austria, some players to watch. I mean, Joanne Stiglitz is a key player for that team. And yeah, Austria, they're probably the most seasoned of the 3 teams here. So that is coming up, and it's starting in around about half an hour's time. They start a new over, and it's going to be Rabia Mushtaq comes in and starts with a dot.
Yeah, it starts with a good length delivery. Not easy to get that away. Yeah, it's impressive this. They haven't bowled many loose deliveries. They all offer a little bit of something, and currently they're going to win this game comfortably and get a good net run rate boost. But these girls haven't played together for quite some time, and this will make them feel a lot more comfortable. Nice looking cut shot, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, it's a frustrating thing, isn't it? Even when you get it away, you can't quite.
Great to see Keanu in the chat saying great to see women's teams given an opportunity to play, and Darren Warwick also great promoting women's cricket. Absolutely, that's what we're here for. Good to have Keanu back as well. That's tucked around the corner. Nice looking shot. Good fielding. Oh, she's a bit of a gun in the field, and that's going to be run out again. Oh well, Sis Dynamite gets her second run out of the game. She's a weapon there. That backward square leg, and that's out. Uswa Saeed. And another wicket has to go. What fielding, Vinny?
Can you believe what you're seeing? The standards have been set pretty high, and this is what I meant. Never that easy to get through for the singles.
Watch
when
this.
The ball stays in
She's
the
almost
infield.
like her brother, exactly like her brother. She's got a bullet of an arm.
Great keeping as well, got to say, by Mirza when it came back in. Took the bails, and so, yeah, 2 run-outs, a wicket. I mean, she's had a very, very good game, hasn't she, as Wasaid? And so, this will be the 8th wicket to fall. The score's 21 for 8.
Yeah, looking forward to the next one as well, the Austrian women versus the Spanish women. Austria have, ladies team have got a bit more cricket experience because they've played more games together, so they'll come in pretty confident. And the Maltese women, I'm sure they'll get better and better and better as this little weekend event continues.
New batter comes out, and he just went that Karel for Malta.
That's going to be a wide, and the keeper can't catch up this time, so great fielding again. Geez, these Spanish ladies in the field, they're saving plenty of runs.
Yeah, see, this is I suppose the downside of having the keeper a bit closer. If it is sprayed a bit wide, then it's going to be hard to cover that ground. Duck does get it through. It's a nice little cut shot. Again, finds the fielder. Yeah, this is something that we realised in the first series. I mean, it's almost like the batters need an understanding that when you're going, when you're not going.
Here's a nice moment. I think Elspeth Fowler's just coming up to help the batsman there with the pad cover. And that's the sportsmanship you want to see.
Yeah, definitely. That's the spirit of cricket. I think all the players are really loving the opportunity to be out there representing their country. I think this one's probably a bit too wide.
Well, it's just good to see everyone backing each other up. And who got the Sportsmanship Award last night?
It was none other than Spain's very own Daniel Dorcayo.
How'd he buy himself that?
For his work. Well, he can't buy much because he does a lot of work that is unpaid, including working a lot with the kids as part of the cricket school project. Couple to come here in the 8th. Pretty well bowled, pretty well negotiated as well.
Well played. Well, a little victory might be batting the 10 overs here and trying to get through this very good Spanish attack. But yeah, the women's game has just grown so much in the last 5-6 years, an extreme amount.
I just think of where it'll be 5-10 years from now.
Yeah, crazy.
I see European cricket not quite where some of the big countries are cricket-wise, but you look at the growth of women's cricket and the professionalism, the stature of it. We talk about the big 3, Australia, England and India, but even outside that, the South African women's performance in the T20 World Cup recently. Yeah, I just think things certainly tracking in the right direction. Last ball for Mushtaq here in the 8th. Inside edge there. Saves the batter, I think, as Parry survives, and we get to the end of 8 overs. The score is 25 for 8.
25 for 8 after 8. And, well, Vinny, just when I wasn't commentating, I always took my opportunities to learn a new skill.
I would not let you touch any equipment.
Arguably, they said that was the best day of camera 6 they've ever had.
Well, they said it's pretty unusual that someone turns that into a mirror. So you're just looking at yourself there.
That's too quick for me this morning.
It looks like you're looking into the mirror, the viewfinder there. Anyway, let's get ready.
What a month
over
we've
number
had,
9.
What a month we've had together.
Here's Amy Brown Carrera. Well, Amy Brown Carrera is going to have an easy nickname because she's as easy as A, B, C. Amy Brown Carrera.
Yeah, the alphabet. Do like that. Good bowler, isn't she?
And, yeah, 10 off her first over. Struggled a little bit with her control, but she did take 2 wickets. Got a bit of pace about it, Amy. Oh, this one. Very close to knocking over the stumps again.
Keanu just saying in the chat, do we think in the ECT, if France can pick more of the Drew players in the French team, would they? Well, I think if you could, you'd be mad not to.
Yeah, because we think they could be the best team in the world after seeing that performance in the ECL.
They were nighttime monsters. 4 games at night.
They were werewolves.
They were werewolves.
It was the lights came on, the sun went down.
The lights came on, they caught everything, they bowled better and they batted better. It was unbelievable. And they knocked out the Scottish and they knocked out the English, 2 very good cricket nations.
Well, Amy Brown Carrera needs to hit those 3 sticks. And she's missing by one at the
She's
moment.
got a better line compared to her first over.
Yeah,
though.
I think it's just a rhythm thing as well. I mean, one thing about T10 cricket, which is a bit challenging for bowlers, is in a longer form of the game, you can kind of work your way into it over a number of overs. Here, you've only got the 12 deliveries.
Nice message from John Gray saying, great to watch this and getting the Malta at the same stages of development as the Gibraltar women's team, but it's great for them to gain this experience. And that's exactly right.
Yeah, exactly right. And so, well, Amy Brown Carrera, I think for me, she's in the conversation for player of the match here. I do think it'll be a bit hard to displace Naomi Hillman-Bermejo for her 45 of 21 balls in the first innings. As we get to the end of the 9th over, and the score is 25 for 9. Well, guess what? That is our 4th maiden of the innings, and you know, you got to hand it to ABC there. After she had a few troubles controlling the new ball, she was spot on in the 9th.
Yeah, very good over indeed. Is that a record? 4 maidens?
I think, yeah. There was something similar back when we were there. Let's have another look at what's coming up, and you can see that Spain will be on the rack again, and they'll be batting first again. I think we'll probably see the same kind of top order, definitely same top
I
three.
remember a year and a half ago, people were telling me the women up in Spain had bent arms and couldn't bowl, and I saw some videos like, no, there's some talent here. I'm so glad they're playing on the network. These girls are extremely talented.
Speaking of talent, Amy Hillman-Bermejo, appeal, given not out.
Bermejo might be disappointed with that. Asad Ali keeping that finger in his pocket today.
I think it's
outside the
just
line.
outside the line. So if anything, it's clever batting.
What did you do last night then?
I didn't do that much. Probably not as much as I normally do on an ECL finals night. Sneaks in, another dot ball. So I just went. Have some friends that run a pub, and I just went and made a short appearance there. And then I actually spent a little bit of time with the English players. They were still around. Obviously, they were pretty.
They were very upset.
Yeah, they were down. It was pretty.
It was
late.
a somber mood for them. Yeah.
Well, they loved the experience, though. Obviously, that's a good in swinger. But
this Bermejo, she has got some serious talent. To bat the way she bats, hit 2 huge sixes.
Yeah.
And to bowl like this, what a star player.
Hello to John. Nice to see you in the chat as well. Run of dot balls at the moment. This one probably just sneaks inside, but it'll go all the way for 4 byes. Well, handy runs for the Maltese side. And Bermejo proving a bit of a handful for the keeper, not just the batters.
Yeah, this one just goes underneath, just snatches at it, unfortunately, and it goes for 4 byes, and maybe a little bit of fatigue coming in at the back end of this game.
Potentially. The score moves up to 29 with a couple remaining.
Well, at least Perea, who hasn't maybe made the most, she stayed there. 1 of 18, she stayed there. She doesn't let themselves get bowled out.
Yeah, it's not like people haven't had a chance because they have used 10 batters in this innings. So, last ball of the first game coming up, and I think it's been a pretty good effort from all concerned. Here we go. And will they go last ball? They don't, so they will stay on 29, and it's going to be Paria, who remains not out on 1, and Karel at the other end also not out. And yeah, so 29 on the board, obviously. Not enough runs to be too competitive, but I still think experience is gained there. I mean, you wonder about the Malta side, how often they've been able to play in a match situation. I think it's their 4th competitive match, but it was pretty spicy early on. And you look back, and that is a big wicket, because if the top order gets away, I think there's every chance Malta might be able to chase these down, but those early wickets were important, and it was ABC. Amy Brown Carrera doing the damage early. Then this run out, got to say, it was recited a very good 10 overs. After the video review, you can see the batter just short of her crease. But yeah, it was a bit of a star in the making here, Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, when she was on target as well. Ultimately, you could just feel Spain putting the squeeze on in the field, and that was a nice shot away. In fact, it was the only boundary off the bat in the innings of Bandari. But yeah, the catching was pretty good for the most part when there were opportunities. Fowler coming up with a catch. So a bit of chaos as well. It would be ECN cricket without a bit of chaos. I was really impressed with the bowling of Uzwa Saeed. Sis Dynamite, another off-kick Dynamite, that's near Ali, and more to come with Jaspreet hitting the target. So, yeah, I mean, a couple of the multiplayers were able to kind of stick around for a little bit of time, and this is another great bit of fielding. Look at the footwork there from Uzwa to come around to her left, fire the throw into the keeper. But again, yeah, Spain just a little bit more seasoned. I think that was pretty clear. Bonus 4 runs. That one got away from the keeper, but they couldn't quite drag themselves out of the 20s. The final score, 29. So the final score in match 1 is Spain, 94, Malta, 29. You can see the top score off the bat was 4, and that was the only boundary of the innings. And look, that is going to be the difficulty, I suppose. One thing to survive, another thing to be able to score. So 21 extras out of the 29. And so it was just a little bit behind where they needed to be. Coming up, you have match 2 and Austria taking on Spain. So keep an eye out for a few players like Joanne Stiglitz, the Austrian skipper, and obviously Elspeth Fowler. Didn't see her bat in that game. I wonder if she'll push herself up a little bit. That game is starting in 20 minutes' time right here on the European Cricket Network as we look back. And yeah, I think one thing that the Spanish side would want to work on is the amount of wides they bowled in that 10 overs with 17 wides, so roughly about 2 and over. A lot of them did come, to be fair, in the first over off Amy Brown-Carrera. They did tighten themselves up a little bit more after that. As far as the bowling went, well, not often you see the double maiden, but Chilunga with 2 overs, 1 for none. Quite an incredible performance, but all the bowlers pretty economical. Amy Brown-Carrera with 2 wickets and singles for Chilunga, as well as Naomi Hillman, Bermejo, Jaspreet, and Uzma Saeed, Sis Dynamite. Also, shout out to Mushtaq, who bowled a pretty tight over and only went for 4. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in around about 15 minutes. We'll get to have a look at the third side in this tri-series. It'll be Austria, who are on the park against the host nation. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you after the break for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode, ECIW, Spain. The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello, Oval, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and get ready for some action. It is game 2, and we get to see our third side in this tri-series. ECIW action live from Spain. Doesn't the Cardiff Oval look pretty as a picture? It is the home of European cricket, and right now it's the home of this ECIW. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And joining me once again is Corey Ruckers. And Corey will go through the teams. It is Austria versus Spain here in match 2. Austria winning the toss, electing to bowl. So Spain, they get the chance to open up again.
Yeah, let's have a look at the Austria lineup. There it goes. So, yeah, obviously some new names that we've not seen too much on the network before, but looking forward to seeing out here. And not these two teams, and we'll be looking forward to this game. Should be highly anticipated encounter between the two. Probably the favoured of this tri-series, with Malta being a little bit more inexperienced. But you never know if the Maltese women can squeeze a win later in the tournament. But for now, Austria will be looking to get their first result in a positive direction. Well, the Espana women will be looking to continue with the form they showed in the earlier match.
Yeah, for sure. And they'll really have a good sense of where they're at, I think, after this clash against the Austrians. And I know that Austria have played a lot of cricket, probably a bit more international cricket than a lot of the Spanish side have, but we already saw some threats in that first game. I think Amy Brown Carrera with the bat and the ball. Likewise, Naomi Hillman Benamejo. She was outstanding. Showed a bit of power. I just did an interview with her actually for social media, and she just said, I love hitting the ball hard and I love hitting it big. So I think if that's the way you bat, you can enjoy this form of the game. And so, almost ready to get going. It's going to be Valentina Advilaj.
Oh, well, and look who's the umpire out there. It's Meta Darb.
It is.
So it's great to see. We've got a lady umpire out there with the women's international fixture. She'll be joined by Joe. And there's Meta. She's usually one of our project managers that has worked with us for many years now. And she's also done a little bit of umpiring. She looks good. It's the woman in black.
Yeah, every time that she has had an opportunity, she has done a very, very good job. We saw her in the ECS Portugal doing a couple of games. Anyway, almost ready for action. It's Chilangia and Naomi Hillman Benamejo opening the batting for Spain. So left-hand, right-hand combination. Shake, rattle, let's roll. It's match 2 on the way. Live from the Cartama Oval. It starts with the wide. And this is always going to be an issue, isn't it? The left-hand, right-hand. And Meta, she gets that first one right.
Yeah, easy for Meta to start her little umpiring adventure over this weekend. Good luck to her. I'm sure she'll be a little bit nervous, as are some of the lady players who have just made their way onto the field. Should be a good contest, this one.
So, Chilangia had a pretty good game in game one. And he gets it right. Second time, Advilage. See that natural left to right swing that she gets. She's going to be a bit of a threat. And look, yeah, what a great thrill for Austria as well to be able to get out there. I know we have seen them on the network before. We telecast their T20 International Series against Germany probably 2.5 years ago now. Time flies pretty quickly in this game. Oh, that's an absolute seed.
Wow, what a delivery that is. Swinging across the left-handed batsman. Yeah, that's a beauty.
Yeah, and you're just happy that you don't nick that one, I think. Very good bowling.
How do you say that last name for me, Vin?
I believe it's Abdulaj.
Abdulaj. Yep.
Just loses her run this time. Yeah, but I mean, you can see why she has the new ball, Valentina, because she does get that swing, and I think the new ball helps her to get that extra curve. Oh, bowled. Can you believe it? And so there's that curve again on the ball. Adelaide didn't feel right bowling one before, but that one was spot on. Chilangia swings all the way across it. It drops on her, drops right into the stump. So an early wicket goes down, and Austria, they're all smiles. It's 1 for 1.
And here come all the hugs and the celebration. It gets dipping on her, and you can see a big wicket goes down. It's good bowling. And you have to say, very impressive indeed. First wicket for the Austrian women's team in this weekend of a tri-series of 9 matches altogether, Vinny.
Yeah, so each team will play 6 matches, so they'll play each of their opponents 3 times, both of their opponents 3 times. As new batter comes to the crease, and it's Amy Brown Carrera. So well, these two put on a fair few together in the first game. They were the 2 top scorers for Spain.
They're going to have to try and put a partnership on again in this one. Looks like deep mid on and deep mid wicket are the 2 boundary riders.
I should say 2 of the top scorers, because Shillong did contribute 20 in the first game as well. Abdulash gets one past the outside edge of ABC.
So yeah, Abdulash has got a nice action and really good areas at the moment.
Yeah, always happy to see some genuine swing bowling.
I'm glad someone in the chat has said it's pronounced Abdullah.
Okay. Adelaide, there you go. Thank you, Kushal. This one's high-ish.
Oh, it's a miss.
It's going to be 4.
It's going to go for 4. I'm not too sure if they're going to look at the height. I think it's okay.
Yeah, I think it might just be okay. We need a bit more lenient on these today, I've noticed.
Yeah, that's okay. Just.
Yeah, maybe just coming down enough. I suppose bent leg.
Is Meta our first women's umpire we've had, or only women?
We've had quite a few, actually. We've probably had 4 or 5, actually. And Monica Loveday is umpired in Germany for us. In Italy, we've had female umpires as well. Had some in Sweden as well. As we get into the first over, pretty good one from Adelaide. And the score is 5 for 1 after 1.
Does that mean we have to call them the women in black then? We've got the men, we call them the men in black, but
well, we interrupt this discussion of pronouns to bring you this. You'll look back at the ECL adventure. Talk us through this one,
was
Corey.
a little barbecue night. We had a lot of our Spanish nationals that were here over the month, so we decided to have a little barbecue one night to reward everyone after a lot of hard work recently. As we continue our little adventure on what happened in the last month.
And I heard that was a feast.
Well, here comes the new bowler, and I'll let you attempt this last name, Vin.
Oh, yeah. This is Patharana Halagi, who is going to bowl over number 2. And pretty much right on the money first up, as Naomi Hillman Bermejo just drives to off. She was so good. 45 off 21, including 2 Maximos, including a huge one in game 1.
She cleared that Sports World sign on the, it would have been a tree topper. Almost beautiful hitting. She's the key to this batting lineup, isn't she?
Just loses this one a little bit wide of the mark. And this is always going to be an issue. Just keeping those extras under control. Pretty harsh on them in this form of the game. But yeah, it's a good contest, I think, with these 2 banners against this fairly strong Austrian attack.
Yeah, this will be this game's pretty even. I think. I think these 2 teams will take it right down to the wire. And they've definitely got some depth. Shot.
Yeah, nice looking shot for
It's a
none.
gorgeous stroke. It really is.
And you can certainly see that Naomi has the power to play an elevated drive if she gets a bit of length to work with and to kind of bang it down the ground.
Great technique.
Yeah.
Strong structure. She's a talent. Oh, that's been smacked and it's been called a no ball. It's a 7-up. What a shot from Bermejo.
Yeah, well, one of these was borderline before, but remember if it's waist high or above, it's a no ball. So a good strong call from Meter at square leg. I think she gets that one right. And I tell you what, Naomi, she gets it right. Remember the slight difference if it's waist high or above in ECN cricket. And well, Maximo time and a free hit coming up. Just what Spain needed to get their innings going.
Great umpiring from Meta. That was definitely a good call, and it's gonna be a free hit. And wow, this young lady is exceptionally talented.
I mentioned Monica Loveday, and she pops up in the chat. Hello, Monica. Hope you're enjoying the action. I think probably watching from Germany. Oh, another one, and this is going to go miles as well. That's Jungle Bound Maximo. 6 more.
She's a weapon. She is a weapon.
Tell you what, I hope the baseball scouts aren't watching right now. I think she charges this time, so maybe just dipping below.
These are big. That's Nabi-esque.
Yeah. Well,
Vinny, she's 16.
yeah.
She's
a weapon.
I'm telling you, she'll be in the county system. She already is.
Well, she has played a bit of representative junior age cricket for Hampshire.
Yeah, but this power that she's demonstrating is very impressive. To hit the ball that far.
Again, it's no different with the dimensions of the ground. It encourages the batters to go for their shots. And when they get them out of the middle, they go a long way over the boundary. That did. Another full toss and another 6. Maximo. 6, 6, 6. This one's going magical and trouble in the second over for the Austrians.
She's the greatest women's player of all time. She's phenomenal. Oh, I love it. Great to see. 6, 6, 6. Bermejo is on fire. What a player. Averages 152 in women's T20Is, and you can see why. 18 off 5.
Right now she averages 63 in T10 internationals, and the one time she was out, it was run out. Patharana Halagi just needs to find her length. Another full toss. This is just helped round the corner. It's 4 more. This is a big over. It's the biggest over we've seen so far today.
This feels like we're back at the ECL, Vinny, and boundaries galore. And I hope some of the ECL men's teams come down to appreciate this today. This is fantastic. Fantastic batting.
We've got an interview with Naomi that'll go up in our social media
just got a message from Christian Munoz Mills,
Yep.
Spanish captain, and he's like, sign her up. He wants her in the men's team. She's that good. What a player.
Look at that, your checkbook. Only 16 years of age, like you said. And didn't play a lot of cricket. I mean, grew up in Spain, right? So.
Yep, grew up in Spain. Oh, and then right in behind it.
Yeah, it's good decision making to just keep that one out. That one kind of went off the rails pretty quickly for Patharana Halagi. And that over goes for 24. Magical stuff. It's 29 for 1 after 2. Oh, there's another moment.
Right, we continue our moments of the last month.
And that was when Rhino joined us for Group T. And who'd have known that he would get the first-hand look at the eventual ECL champions draw in Group T as they, I won't say stole, but in plain sight, they took the group away from Forfarshire of Scotland.
Yeah, what a good man Rhino is. It was great to have him come and join us. And yeah, fantastic to have him in the box for a few days. As it looks like they're going to go back to the opening bowler, Valentina.
Inside edge.
She
Now,
has some late swing.
Amy Brown-Carrera needs to kind of read the room here. I think with one more over left in the power play, if she can just get off strike, I know she's a very good batter in her own right, but I think you got to get Naomi there while she's hot.
These sixes from Bermejo have to be some of the biggest you've seen in the women's.
Yeah. They're certainly going at a fair distance. Oh, this one squeezed away.
Could go for 4, you know.
They might too. Liking that effort.
Great effort.
I think in the end the ball's going to win the race. Well, two fielders have a crack at that one. No shortage of effort there, but ABC squeezes out a boundary. That's almost the, I think they call it the nutmeg. I don't think that was on purpose. That's Nat Skiver kind of invented that shot. It's an old-fashioned shot in the 19th century actually, but she's brought it back. Bit unlucky for Abdoulaye. And a good delivery following up. We're seeing a lot of talent on the field in this game already. We're not even 3 overs in. Monica just talking about women's cricket in Germany, the fact that they'll have 24 teams in the league this year. So obviously, games at different stages in different countries, and that's to be expected. Pretty well bowled, and it's gone. So she gets that one to slide in, and yeah, Abdoulaye has been really good early. This will be an interesting replay, but she has been getting that movement, and that one hits in line with maybe middle and leg, and again, the decision is it going on to hit the stumps or not? And again, it's marginal one, probably an umpire's call for me, but really it was the movement that did the batter, and that will be the second wicket down for Spain. Abdoulaye with the double breakthrough, and it's 33 for 2.
Yeah, Meta down, send her on her way, and that's hitting the bit of leg stump at least. So fair enough. And the second wicket goes. This has been an impressive opening spell from Valentina, who gets it in the right area and gets a lot of swing.
Oh, nice to see everyone contributing the chat as well. Technical in the chat saying Rico, big fan.
Yeah.
Rico's having a day off today. He has earned it. He's actually put in a huge stint, Rico. He's pretty much been going all the way since the start of the season. Did take that Group D off, but he'll be having the weekend off before kicking off in Portugal. I'll join him there on Tuesday. Finally, we get to have a look at Elspeth Fowler, the captain with the bat.
Yeah,
That's the first one go.
Wouldn't mind if they just saw her off him. She's a good bowler.
I think you would,
Yep.
especially with new batter. Now just one to come. And that's exactly what Elspeth does. Elspeth's been around the traps for a while now. And like I said, plays her cricket for La Manga Torrevieja. I'm sure a lot of her teammates are tuned in. Now, that was good luck for her last time, Abdoulaye, because last time she didn't bowl. She got a wicket next ball. So last ball of the third coming up.
Sometimes you just lose your run up and you have to abort last moment.
Full toss, waits the call, is fielded. End of a pretty good spell. Abdoulaye takes 2 for 9, and at the end of the power play, it is 33 for 2.
I think points go to Spain just, mainly because of that second over, but Valentina with 2 for 9 can be very happy indeed with her efforts. And a big contest coming here, and here's a little bit more of our Spanish adventure. That's Karina, and that's camera 4 over there.
It is camera. Well, you've learnt your camera numbers. Yeah, Karina, very big part of our crew, and she's done so much cricket now, Karina.
Not surprised to see Spring Productions holding it.
Is that a sin alcohol beer, I was going to say, by the way?
You'd hope so.
Anyway, let's get back to the action. It's apple juice, according to the director of my ear, Elvira. One thing that we did have recently in ECS Malta in the men's domestic series, actually had our all-female crew from Spring for the first time,
Yes,
just
we
by
did.
coincidence, because they have a lot of representation of females and males in their crew. It's a really good start from the new bowler. Sri already comes on, and she's swinging the ball the other way, straightens us down the line, but it's well kept out again. I've really liked the decision-making of Naomi Hillman Bermejo so far. She just kind of, it's quite simple, keeping out the bad ball, so keeping out the good ball, going after the bad ball.
She's,
this one go.
she looks like she's got a bit of time, but that's a really nice start here from Reddy, who's putting it in a nice area.
Yeah, we've got a contest on our hands here. I think, yeah, the importance of removing these top order players quickly. If you're Austria, then maybe you can rock and roll through a few batters that haven't had an opportunity with the bat so far this morning. I think tries the reverse.
Huge
Trying to
fan.
go with the spin.
Well, she played one reverse Malachi in the first game this morning. She got it. That one she misses out, but good thinking. There's no third man.
The cricket IQ is there.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, it's with the angle. And once that's wide of the off stump, it's not going to come back and endanger the stump, so you're not going to be bowled or LB. I'll say quick hello to Toma. Nice to have you in the chat. And hello to everyone else, including Helix, who's lurking. Sneaks down leg side. This will be called a wide.
Yeah, tough rules, but rules are rules. You've got to follow them.
Woody is concerned about the camera wobbling. If that isn't apple juice, I believe if they say it's apple juice. Yeah, but some really nice action shots. Are these all from your personal archive? You pulled all
Just
these
me and
photos on.
Elvira just doing a little time relapse of our month
Yeah, it's
together
yeah,
as
it's
a
beautiful.
company. I haven't got any cricket photos if you could send some over.
In the air, hanging in the air, and caught. Nicely taken, and it's a big moment as this partnership is broken. It's Abdullah's been so good with the ball. Now holds on to this one. It's a little bit of an ice cream cone. I think it almost popped out, but she was able to reel it back in. So a rare mistimed stroke from Naomi, and that brings up a third wicket. And now it's 34 for 3.
Yeah, Bermejo has to go. Unfortunately, just gets a bit big on her, but it's a very nice catch in the end. And that away swing, just taking it away from her favourite pull stroke. And a good catch. She holds on to it, Valentina. And with that wicket, Austria's women's team are slightly ahead.
I think so. And yeah, the importance of those wickets, particularly that one. You know that Hilman Bermejo coming off her 45. And this time, yeah, she didn't really get in position. Again, the movement of the ball from Reddy, that's what makes it, doesn't it? A new batter out there. Here's Mirza, who's doing the keeping for Spain so far today. Yeah, pretty good ball first up. Again, about areas. If you can choke the extras and not bowl extras, but also put the ball in dangerous spots. I think even the good batters, they're having to pay some respect to these deliveries.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been an exceptional over from Reddy, just with a little bit of movement in the air, bowling a good line.
Yeah, this one sneaks past the leg stump. So, it's going to be a bit strange because we did start early. That does mean we finish earlier than normal. We've got a bit of an ECN crew dinner planned tonight. We think we'll see you at that one, Corey?
I don't think I'm going to make it, to be completely honest with you.
Okay.
I need to pack at some stage, and a little bit of time alone is good for the psyche.
Okay.
Shot.
Yeah, that's a cut shot, and it's
Good
fielded
fielding.
perhaps inadvertently, and then a keeper killer throw from Bullock. It will take us to the end of the second over. As Mirza gets off the mark, she'll retain the strike. It's 36 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, it's a good little start this for both teams, both showing a lot of positivity and enjoying this at the moment.
Having a look at the table. Well, Spain were the big winners in match 1 against Malta. And Austria, this is their first appearance. And so, right now, we're getting ready for the 5th over.
Yeah, so it looks like we might see a little bit of spin. Well, this was a fun day. James Cantor and I went to the opposite end of the world to where he lives in Auckland. So this was the exact spot on the opposite end of the world. That's how we spend our days off.
It's the antipode. That's the word.
Yeah, it was the direct spot opposite to where he lived in New Zealand.
Yeah.
It's about an hour and a half drive inland. So that first ball was well bowled for a dot.
Yeah, Katamani. Sit up there. And swing and a miss from Mirza, who has already got a run.
Oh, brave leave. Brave leave. That just came back late. That could have hit leg stump and met up with the call.
Yeah, that's brave. Gambling for a run. This ball She gets this kind of up in the air and comes down, so it's a bit awkward. You're dealing with the line.
It's only good or bad leaves. It's a good leave.
It's a good leave. Gets you a run. They all count.
I like the Spanish helmet she's got on as well. The beautiful red with the badge. That's a good helmet. Oh, yeah. Nice looking shot. Picks out deep backward square leg. Just the single. So, Fowler, can she get her innings going and find a little bit of rhythm here?
The good news is, because of the heat, we'll have a short drinks break after 5 overs.
What time's the, so we've got 5
25
live
degrees.
games today? Is it 4 today or 5 today?
5 today, yeah.
What time's the last game wrap up?
Around about 7:15.
What time's the crew dinner?
8 o'clock.
Oh yeah, well, we'll be passing on that
Don't
one.
think they necessarily
I'll
consider.
see the whole crew in October. See you then.
Okay. Elspeth just sorting a few things out. But yeah, no matter what cricket we had on this morning, it was always going to be a bit of the morning after the night before, after the one of the biggest nights of the season. Here's Katamani.
Well, that will be a no ball. It's got to be called, surely. That's extremely high.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see where she was, if she was out of her crease. Yeah, that for me, you got to call that one. But it wasn't. I feel if I'm the batter, I'm a bit annoyed because I'd like a free hit. They won't get it.
Well, as long as they're consistent.
This one's got a bit of length. They go on the hit.
Oh.
Direct hit will be gone. Can't do it. And we're going to see a lot of that, I think, hitting and running, challenging the field at Mirzat, scrambles through for a single.
Yeah, Mirza gets there in the end. If Valentina had got it close to the stumps, it might have been out. A good comeback from the Austria women's national team at the moment. 2 balls left in this 5th over.
Yeah, well bowled. Didn't really know where to come forward or back to that one.
Fowler just hasn't found some flow just yet for her day. I'm sure she will.
So, last ball the first half. Like I said, there'll be a quick drinks break after 5. About 25 degrees, probably a bit hotter out there in the middle. End of a good over from Katamani, who beats the bat, and that is the end of 5. Score is 40 for 3. Well, don't forget, there was that one magical over, wasn't it? In the second, that went for a bunch. 24 came off that over. If you take that out, it's 16 off 4. So, will be the end of the over.
Yeah, so interesting start to this one. As the women take a drink, a well-deserved drink. It is quite warm out there today, and you can understand with them playing so many matches, need to look after the health. And this was another little excursion, a little bit of lobster paella, Vinny. You got anything for me, Vin?
Just carry on, I'm busy.
Yeah, this was a fun day out, and you didn't get an invite.
Oh, it's okay. Well, I've got my favourite paella place.
And he's not offering too much on the mid-interval drinks break, which is highly worrying. Oh, well, here was a... Well, I don't want to see this one again. Oh, what a catch that was.
Okay, this I'll contribute. This is when you were outed. And that's when you finally caught one. Happy memories.
That was the worst day of my life, single-handedly.
We did see some robot yesterday. Gotta say, yeah, you kind of broke our hearts, the robot. You didn't give us as much as I think
You know
the
what?
crowd wanted.
I'm over the robot. I
Hey,
was never with
It
it.
was your idea in the first place. So Janya Jamandaya is going to bowl over number 6. And that's rock and roll. The left arm spin. This one's down the leg side. Gets away with it, but will be a wide. That's a dangerous delivery, I think, if you're bowling outside the legs. I think a lot of these batters are pretty comfortable in that area, hitting the top right of screen. This one goes up, comes down, it's off the pitch. So this will be a no ball because it bounces before the line.
Yeah, it's been signalled there. So there's the no ball call. And it will open up a chance at a free hit here.
Yes, I mean, not afraid to give it a bit of air, but this does set up a free hit. So Mirza can even charge at this if she wants. But swing and a miss. And a good comeback from the bowler.
Just struggling a little bit this in the middle overs so far, team Espana.
That's a good shot, or is it? Oh, fingertipper for the fielder. That would have been a remarkable catch. It throws air-mailed in. But I suppose it goes down as a half chance.
Yeah, it's a half chance. She got her fingertips to it and unfortunately couldn't wrestle it back down.
All about location when you're bowling this pace. Yeah, that's a good one. That's right. That's your office there.
I would not want to face that myself.
Chamandaya.
That's difficult. Dropping, spin, drift, the 3 Ds.
Guess anything can identify as a D. Anyway, this is short and it is pulled away. And it's a slight misfield. Luckily, better recover in time. It doesn't stop at 2. Don't see too many 2s out there, but there's one of them. The misfield causes it. Fowler able to get a couple away there. This one's outside the leg stump. Fielder will handle it. Just a single. Oh, Terry, I know you'd like to see a bit more robot action. You're not in an army of one there. We did have some on Championship Week Finals Day. But,
look, the robot mascot was good, but we'll see it at the ACC, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably needs a clean before then, I think.
Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, again, I don't mind trying to challenge the batter, but it's a small margin for error at this pace. So, well, Mirazak couldn't cash in the last free hit. Let's see if she can this time. Yeah, smart. That's a go. It's got to be a wide. Hits a bit of the pitch.
Yeah, the call there doesn't matter so much, does it, for Tawana, because it's a free hit anyway.
You need a call, though. Make sure you keep that free hit alive. It's a better one. Little under edge. Oh, they'll scramble through for a single.
One thing about the Spanish ladies, their running between the wicket has been fantastic.
Yeah.
They're stealing a few at the end of 6 overs. The score is 49 for 3.
Yeah, and that was good running by Fowler. Probably just a little tip here for Mirza. Instead of watching the ball, she needs to watch her partner, because Elspeth's the one that'll decide if there's a run there or not. And then
when are we going to do championship team of the ECL? Game 3 today?
Maybe game 3.
Oh, well, this is what happens behind the scenes.
People don't often see. These guys are absolute cyborgs down there, aren't they? They're doing so many things at once, even now. And especially got one hand holding a drink, they're still able to control that many screens. So big thank you to our crew at Spring Productions. Back to Katamani. He's bowled pretty well here. Gets another one outside the off stump.
Yeah, just doing enough. Really impressive.
Deep cover goes back now. So they're using all 4 outfielders. Remember, you can only have 4 outfielders in women's limited overs cricket. It's probably a bit high.
Yeah, this time it has been called, so it'll be a no ball and 1. This will give them a free hit again.
Yeah, so you see, just getting the length right. Especially, look, a lot of these players wouldn't have played a lot of cricket so far this season without coming out of the off-season. Having said that, in a place like Malta, they play all 12 months a year. Spain, they probably do as well. Free hit coming up. A chance for Fowler to extend herself. She won't go after this one. It'll be a wide. It'll be another free hit.
If Austria can just control some of these extras here, they've actually done a tidy job. It's just about keeping some control. They've got to be wary of the time here as well. The extras will make that quite close.
Yeah, 50's up as well. Now for Spain. Yeah, free hit and another miss. So just a couple of these opportunities. I think Spain would like him back because the free hit's valuable. She's not able to get a lot of bat on ball. Nice crowd building up as well. A lot of local support.
Shots.
A bit of a risky one, but she's going to get away with it. She's going to get 4. Well, I think Elspeth needed to do something sooner rather than later. And if she misses this, I think she's a dead duck. But she doesn't miss it. She gets bat on it and gets it into the gap. Cuatro carreras.
No, clever batting. She moved in the crease to create something and gets herself a boundary. That'll help her feel a little bit better. She's doing a good job. And overall, Spain, if they can get to 85-90, they'll be very happy, Vinny.
Yeah, they will.
How are you feeling over there, all right?
Yeah,
it's pretty. Is it hot today? Because I'm feeling it up here.
Yeah. So we're going to miss. Clever bowling by Katamani, but will be a call to wide. Sometimes getting a bit too much movement. Again, Mita down. Nice to have her umpiring. And she'll only get to do today, Mita, because she does have to go off to Portugal, or she'll be managing that trip for the ECN. Nice looking punch off the back foot from Fowler. Just feels getting going a bit more. She moves to 9.
Just ticking along, ticking along. They've got a good platform to make a good score here at the back end, don't they?
Hello to Helix. He had a bit of a question, which I'll do my best to answer. This is hanging up there.
Yeah, it's going to be called as well. So fair enough. Just a couple a bit too high. That wasn't going to dip enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the.
You'd have to say that's above the waist, or
Yep.
even waist is too high. Helix want to know how many domestic teams to have to pick from these countries. So I know that in Malta they don't have a women's competition as yet. Maybe you could fill me in with the situation in Spain,
There's
Corey.
a couple of teams in Barcelona, just a couple, and a couple being developed in the southern coast, but there's not a high volume, which makes it a bit tricky, as that's swept around the corner for a single. So just like every other country with the women's, it's developing. Ask me that question in 5 years' time, and I reckon I could tell you a lot more. When
I read the 5-year plan that you put together for Cricket Spain
we've got
as well.
a strategic plan and everything in place where we want to take this country because we think it's moving forward in the right direction.
Last ball, the over coming up. Well, I think this is just heading a little bit down the leg side, but it will be the end of the 7th over. Katamani, second probably wasn't quite as on the mark as her first, but still a pretty good spell from her. She goes for 16, and after 7 overs, the score is 61 for 3.
It feels like it might be a day of attrition because it's getting very hot out there as we look at tomorrow. And, well, no surprise seeing Awaris versus Marlow, Marlow versus Friendship CC. Some of those names, gamblers. It's good to be back in Portugal.
So that's not tomorrow, it's Monday morning.
My apologies.
Rico will be travelling tomorrow, and Rico will take you through the first day. I'll be there on Tuesday. Awaris Marlow, spicy contest first up. ECS Cricket will be back on Monday. And join us then for 5 matches a day. All right, so this is Malika Patirana Halagi, who did go magical in her first over.
Here's a good question, actually, from AVD.
I knew you'd spot that one.
That's a real good question. So, Vinny, is there anything in the laws of cricket stopping a player from having a beer while fielding?
Very good question. Now, I would say there's nothing prohibiting it unless they were gaining some sort of advantage. So I don't think, for example, you could not field a ball with that beer. It would be illegal fielding 5 penalty runs.
Nice looking cut shot from Fowler this time, but
I mean, I know there's a case of, Nick Maddinson, I think, in the Australian domestic limited overs competition, he went out there with a ham sandwich in his pocket and was eating it between balls. Sometimes you'll see people eating snakes or some sort of thing. So I think, as long as it doesn't break any local laws, cricket laws don't really say anything about it.
Shot. Oh, just can't break the cover point and backward point. Nice looking back.
That's the way to do it, though. You go on the hit. If you wait to see if it's fielded cleanly or not, you'll never get the run. So, a perfect bit of fielding here. You might be in trouble. Patirana Halagi. Oh, that hasn't missed by much, but it will be a wide.
Mers has perfected the leave down the leg side. That could have easily hit the stumps.
This is where you're just throwing your wicket in the lap of the gods. And it does get you a run.
Hey, there's only 2 types of leaves, a good one and a bad one.
Run's a run, like
That's
I said.
a good one. Nice wristy looking to drive, gets it on the leg side.
Nice little partnership developing here. About 83 pace at the moment, remember.
Do you think they'll feel comfortable with that?
I think they would have liked the 100 plus, but I think they'll settle for something 80 plus. They have to bowl really well, and I think they're going to have to get those early wickets if they're going to be competitive. Spain.
Shot. Lovely looking drive.
Again, good running though. They go on the
She's
hit.
got a cannon.
Yeah, they get there and. Yeah.
Have we heard from Jai yet?
About-
Jay?
Yeah.
Is he awake? Has he arisen?
Are you awake? Are you expecting to hear from Jay?
Remember he didn't wake up this morning?
Oh, Jay Wild.
No, that wasn't Jay Wild. That was Jay Sin.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
debut rookie tour, and he's slept in. Unlucky rook.
That is rookie error. Last ball of the over. Oh. That will take us to the end of 8. The score is 65 for 3.
That's 65 for 3, so 2 overs remaining in this very first innings here. I think they're going to beat the clock. There's the beautiful Cardham Oval in the background. You can see they got off to a flyer due to those big sixes early from Bermejo. And since then, maybe petered out a little bit, but it's been good bowling overall.
Here's a nice moment.
That's the cricket school kids with Alistair Priddle and Daniel Dorkea, the man of the Sportsmanship Award.
Yeah, he earned it for his work off the field as well as on the field. And I'm sure he'll cherish that trophy.
Yeah.
Okay, we say it all happens in the ninth. It's a pretty good bowler here. 3 already coming back in over 9.
Yeah, pulled away for a single. You know how you say you cherish that trophy.
Yeah.
What's the first thing you think he asked about it?
What's it made of?
How am I meant to get this on the plane with the 5 kg big box it comes on?
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty. Have you seen the
Well,
box that comes with it?
With the fair play trophy?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've only seen the box for the really big trophy.
Yeah,
For the main
let's say it's a
trophy.
miniature version of that, but it's heavy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the old double hit pull. There could be a
Yeah,
run out.
yeah, about 3 times, actually. Wrapped the bat around that. Mirza, but she comes through for a single. Yeah, so the French side, I said, well, you know, congratulations on the prize money that you win for, I'm not sure how much it is, but there is some prize money for winning the ECL for their club. And I think a lot of it will be spent on excess baggage, getting that trophy back to France.
Yep. Oh, tucked around the corner nicely. And just the single. That's a good call. It wasn't too high.
So just ticking along here. I think late in the innings, Sriya isn't getting the same kind of outswing that she was early.
Yeah.
So maybe that's an indication. Maybe you bowl her twice in the first half because she's a genuine swing bowler, I think. Mirza facing up. This one goes a little bit wrong, so it will be called a wide.
Oh, wow. I can understand why they're doing water breaks. Expected 27 today, Vinny.
Yeah, okay.
29 tomorrow. What are you going to be doing?
I'll be sunning myself here.
29, wow.
We've been so blessed with weather, though, over the past 4 weeks on the Costa del Sol. In the air. Oh,
great
really
effort.
good attempt. Really good attempt. That's Joanne Stiglitz, the captain. In the end, I think she kind of went too far, didn't she? Have a look at this. It's kind of a flat bat smack, and oh, it's a nasty one because I think it probably gets her in the forearm.
Yeah, good effort, though.
Makes the block, though, so it keeps the damage to 1.
Shot.
Good shot, picked out the fielder, though.
Yeah.
Oh, now, could have been looking for 2
Yeah,
here.
they are looking for 2. Very good, very aggressive running, and they'll
Yeah.
get there.
That's the long barrier gone wrong from Patharana Halagi because it banged off the knee.
Just the little things you want to do. Run hard, take the runs as you can, and that's what they're doing. Ready. 1 for 10. Good spell from her.
Yeah. 1 more ball to come in it. Must be called a wide.
Oh.
So this is the thing
You
as well.
don't mess with Metadab.
The
She
thing
will
is-
get you.
We know this can be a killer with the clock if you bowl a lot of extra deliveries.
Oh, we've got 2 minutes. She'll be fine.
Okay, yeah. For some reason I thought they had to bowl another over, but they'll be okay. Fowler made her way to 16.
Well bowled.
Yeah, pretty good spell. I like what she's putting down there, Sriya. As we get to the end of the 9th, and Spain are 73 for 3.
So 73 for 3 at the moment. 6 more balls remaining.
What do we got here? Oh, look, our spring production crew. A lot of these have a bit of a running
They've got
theme,
a bit
don't
of a
they?
theme there. Do we have to send the Spring Productions crew to running one of those places. Those,
An intervention,
yeah.
like what the ranch. I've got to say, we have a fantastic crew. That's in the VIP area yesterday, and they're the real VIPs. Spring Productions. Big thank you to you guys again. Anyway, time for over number 10. Here's Joanne coming back to bowl. First one sneaks outside the off stump, will be called a wide. So yeah, can they? It's this kind of 80s kind of score. It's kind of a moderate kind of score. Like I said, 81 was the average run rate. The other ECIW that we did earlier in the year. Yeah, well bowled. Good comeback.
Can we leave the barriers up and keep doing cricket here? I've just looked at the weather in Rotterdam when I get back.
Yeah, what is it?
9.
Yeah, it's bad.
What's going on? It's meant to be the start of summer.
Nice shot.
Yeah,
Picks the
nice
gap.
shot.
That'll take some stopping, you know. Well, it is stopped eventually,
good
but
running.
it's also good running because they will come through for a couple.
I think that's been the cornerstone of the Spanish innings. Their running between the wickets is just fantastic. And, well, they're doing a very good job of ticking it over and getting a score up there.
While you're there, can you look up Portugal weather for me, please? Up and in the air and caught. So Mirza contributes 12 to the cause, but has to go late in the piece. It's a nice catch taken by Zapita, who is looking to open the batting for Austria in the second innings of this match. So that'll help keep the target down. Again, I like the fact that Joanne's bowling one side of the wicket. You can set a field to that. That's a nice bit of fielding to finish it off. But having said that, Mirza, pretty handy little innings from her. She contributes 12 to the cause, and with 3 balls remaining, Spain are 76 for 4.
Yeah, 76 for really smart catch as the partnership's finally broken. Warm round of applause out there on the sidelines as she did such a good job at sticking out there and making some runs. So another wicket goes down, and I still think that the Austrian team has really applied themselves and they've done a good job.
Yeah, I think so. Especially if things were threatening to get away. They got up. They got that wicket of Hillman just when they needed to, I think. Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. But, yeah. Joanne Stiglitz. With 3 to come. New batter out there. Here's Muskan Naseeb. So we're going to miss first up.
Good bowling. Really good bowling. It's asking the right questions.
Yeah, and so Joanne's someone that I met when I was in Austria. She works very hard at her cricket. Got good facilities at the Seabarn ground. This one will be a wide. Well left. Smart batting by Naseeb. You see Fowler's trying to find a way to get down there. I think they'll go on the hit here because they want Fowler facing the last ball.
Yeah, I can understand.
So you can see the Fowler, she's kind of off with the pitch, isn't she, here? And this one will be called a wide. So edging towards that 80 at the moment. Full toss. That's the one you probably can't go. And so Fowler is going to be stranded at the non-strikers unless there's something like a wide that gets away from the keeper. I don't think we'll see her facing again in this innings. So more or less, I think it's the pass score now. They're going to go. Last ball. Do they throw? Well, she launches it, and it's going to be a 5 to finish.
No.
Wow. I mean, we've seen some power from the batters. We see. Well,
She has
I
launched
suppose
that.
you only live once,
Oh,
so
no.
she goes for glory. Joanne
Bang.
here.
She's got a cannon. Oh, the poor girls backing up didn't have a
There was
chance.
3 people backing up, and each one was more scared than the last. And, well, can you believe it? 5 runs to finish the innings. And I got to say, that's one that's got to make the socials, Joe. I've done it. I have done that in around under 11s.
You could see that coming as well. She wound up and was going to throw that as hard as she could.
To be honest, I thought she was going to hold on to it. It would have been amazing. The stumps would have gone over the boundary if she'd hit it. Speaking of stumps going down, it was Chilaguia had to go first up as the Spanish side have it all their own way. Hillman Bermejo, you know that she is always going to be a bit of a threat. This second over
Look at this, Vin.
with a magical.
This one, bang. That is huge. Look at it. That's Narby-esque.
Yeah, well, she
in
went
the shrubs.
went
Halfway-
6-6,
it's
6-4.
Vinny, it's halfway up the hill.
Yeah, it was a big hit. I'll tell you what, though, Austria, they had to fight back, but they did through the middle overs. In the end, they hold Spain to 83. And yeah, I think it's anyone's game at the halfway point.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think the Spanish ladies would be pretty happy with their effort, but Austria kept it as tight as they could. They bowled in the right areas. That was Valentina taking a nice catch. There were some little opportunities missed, but overall, a good effort. It's their first time on the ECN network in T10 format for Austria, so they applied themselves well in the field and they made something happen. That was a half chance bouncing off the forearm there of Stiglitz, and for me, I think both teams go into the dugout feeling okay about it and wanting to enjoy this back up. This was that last ball. She threw this so hard. Bang! No one's... I'm not even backing that up.
That might be the fastest throw that we'll see this weekend. It's just a shame that it was inflicted on her teammates. Anyway, 83 for 4, the final score. I have a feeling that one might find its way onto social media as well, because tag a mate that's done that to you. I know that as a keeper, I've had to deal with some pretty spicy throws before. They didn't even have the protection of the gloves. 22 for Naomi Hillman-Benamako. Once again, she is the top scorer, but I think she would have wished she'd stay down a little bit longer. Went to a nice catch taken by Valentina Advile. And apart from that, Elspeth Fowler with 16 not out, batted throughout the innings, and nice contribution as well from Mears at 12. And Naseeb, handy little 5 at the end. All came off the last ball. 2 for 9. Adelaide, she bowled well early, and apart from that, wickets for 3 already. And Joanne Stiglitz, although she concedes 10, she inflicts 5 on her own by missing the stumps on that last ball. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Take you into the second half of this one. Austria to get their first points in this ECIW 84. Until then, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Corey Rutgers. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode ECIW Spain. European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back everyone around the world. A little bit out of breath because I was running around the field just making sure I got some water. Because it is hot today. It's a steaming day out here at Cardamom Oval. Welcome back all our viewers around the world. I need to bring Vinny back. Vinny, welcome back, Vin.
I was running, but not as fast as you. But yeah, we are back on the park, and this will be really interesting because it's the first chance to have a look at the Austrian batting. This is match 2 of the FanCode ECIW Spain. First half of this match was Austria that won the toss. They sent in Spain, and Spain have made 83 for 4, so the target will be 84 for the Austrians. And they've sent their openers out there. Priya Sabu is going to face up out there with Andrea May Zapata. I think this will be a pretty interesting chase, if you like, in the Grady 80s.
Are we continuing on with the sweepstakes? Because I haven't been paid.
Oh yeah, that's true. I said that we might be going out a little bit later, but then you started talking about the fact that you might go to bed again after game 5. That'd be disappointing. Anyway, almost ready to go. This is ABC, Amy Brown Carrera, who will get us going. And Amita Daub says play. Let's rock and roll. Pretty good one first up. And one thing about Amy Brown Carrera, she certainly was threatening the stumps, but early on she had some trouble controlling the new ball back in match 1 and conceded a lot of wides. That's something you can't really afford to do with this score of 83 on the board. I mean, it's around about par based on what we've seen so far in ECIW cricket. I think the par in the previous series was 81. And this is a beautiful looking shot from Sabu through the offside. What a great start to her innings, 4 runs.
Wow, what a shot of intent. The square drive, she rockets that through the gap. 4 runs to start this run chase.
It's a great shot, isn't it?
And it's a positive start as well, Vin.
Priya just threw the hands at that. And the power play in effect, just 2 outfielders are allowed at this stage of the innings. Next one loses down leg side. We saw this tactic a little bit earlier as well with the keeper back more in a defensive position than trying to elicit a caught behind. You got the keeper there, Tashbih Mirza. We saw contribute a pretty handy 12 runs in the first innings as well for Equipo España. And well bowled, zeroing into those stumps. So rate required about 8.5 and over or so 17 per 2 overs. That's the kind of pace I'd be looking at keeping. I think the extras is going to be huge here. If you can keep the extras down, if you're Spain, you go a long way to defending this score. Dug out and not able to make the stop. They might look at 2 here. And they'll get there.
Oh,
pretty
I'll
close
tell you
though.
what, this could be close because of a collision.
The thing is, yeah, I mean, the backup fielder kind of gets in the way. This is going to be a really interesting replay.
Yeah, you never know. This could be a lot closer than you think. And there's just a bit of confusion, a little bit of in the way.
Just home.
Yeah, we'll say
Just home.
that bat's over the line, Vinny.
Yeah.
Close though.
Yeah.
One thing I've been impressed about the Spanish side is their fielding efforts and their arms.
And that's going to be huge in this chase.
Very, very good throwing so far in today's games. And they got 2 run-outs in the first game. They'll be looking for more here.
Yeah, particularly I was impressed by the fielding of Uzwa Saeed, who had a hand in 2 run-outs. She's at mid-on at the moment. Sabu gets another chance to face Amy. This one, playing a miss.
I can't tell you how amazing it is that we're having live coverage of the women's national T10s at Cardamom with all the boardings and everything around. It's fantastic,
I've got
Vinny.
a feeling, I got an early tingle, and we've never had a golden ball in an ECIW match. Of course, it's only our 2nd series. It's a great addition to the calendar on ECN. It's well bowled. One key difference is she hasn't been giving away those extras in this first over this time around, as ABC goes for 7, and the score is 7 without loss, or 20 matches since the golden ball. Can you name our last golden ball? Go.
Yeah, I won €20 because Hornchurch drew with Beverin.
Correct. What was the score?
139 to 139.
Very
10
good.
wickets went down and it got spliced to cover off the golden ball.
What's this? It's just...
Oh, whoa, how did that slip in there? A reverse Malachi for 6 by
Are
C.
you just putting up
Rutgers.
anything you want?
How did that sneak in there? What a shot.
What a shot by Scott Edwards. Anyway,
How did that get in there? What a shot that was, Vinny.
you are not allowed to go in the production van anymore.
I think that deserves another look.
All right.
Wow,
I
what
don't think-
batting
I don't
from the
think we
man in
will
the
get
box.
Another look. I saw a better reverse this morning, actually, from Naomi. As we have some spin with Chilangia.
Well, Chilangia hasn't bowled a ball that's gone for a run today.
She's on 13 dots, essentially.
That's a
right?
world record for me now.
All right.
13 dots.
Don't ruin
She's
it.
got a great action. Up and over.
Andrea Mate, Zapita.
14.
14. Yeah,
Okay,
so
she's like an old school left arm that just keeps it simple, targets the stumps, and if you're not proactive, you're going to get dotted up.
Yeah, and I like the field. Elspeth Fowler captained well, I think, in the first game.
Great field.
Trying to cut off that single. This is
Inside
shots. Yeah, a little bit of inside edge there. But that's 15 dots in a row. Chalonga hasn't gone for a run so far in ECI cricket. She's bowled 2.5 overs.
Fantastic, isn't it?
With this rate required, you can't afford to really sit in your hands against her either. Oh, now she has. And how many is it? That's the question. Well, it's just the 2. It'll be wide plus 1.
Well, she hasn't gone for a run off the bat.
True. Should be annoyed here. It's also good batting to get inside the line of it. Get a kind of double chance. If you hit it, there's runs normally. If you miss it, you got runs because it misses the leg stump. So just making sure the stumps are where they need to be. That's meter down. Nice to see her umpiring.
Yeah, she's doing a
Once again on
fantastic
ECN.
job.
Yeah, there was a question about whether she's the first ECN umpire to be female, but there's actually been quite a few.
There's the first runs off the bat, and it's a glorious cover drive. Oh, Sabu, what a shot, what a player.
Yeah, I'm loving the technique from Priya Sabu here. Maybe it's a slight half volley, you could argue that, but I mean, doesn't try to overhit this ball. You don't need to, I think, with the ground dimensions we've got.
Well, Priya Sabu's played 4 innings on the network before this and had 3 ducks. So she's having and this is her highest score, so she's coming good. She'll be feeling very nice about this.
Been from the Austria-Germany T20 International Series back in 2020.
I'm sure that they're improving year by year exponentially as well.
Yeah, well, the only way was up for her if that was her previous form, but yeah, I like the kind of relaxed but technical way she goes about it. And she's got such a good eye to throw the hands at that and get that pretty close to middle of the bat. So it's just what they needed, isn't it? So Chilonga, well, she is human after all. She goes for 7 in over number 2. Pair of 7 start the innings. It's 14 without loss. Yeah, let's have a look at the table. It's early days, of course, but Spain winning the first match against Malta by 65 runs. And a little bit, there's no final here either. It's just a straight round robin. So,
well, this is what the Spring Productions crew have in their room to help them going and tick along.
Real journey behind the scenes.
This is a real behind-the-scenes day, isn't it?
Liking it. We've had a great time here at Carter. We always do. What I was going to say, there's no final in this tournament. It's just a straight round robin.
Yep.
So each team plays 6 matches. So top of the table.
Top of the table gets the chocolates,
They're the winners
don't
of
they?
the series. Okay, big moment in the game. Naomi Hillman-Benamacho, the 16-year-old. She was player of the match in the first game this morning. And it was the top scorer in the first half of this game as
She
well.
made 22 off 11 with 3 maximos and a 4. So she made 22 runs all in boundaries.
She said, I like biffing it. That's
Yeah,
pretty much
huge
what
fan.
she said. Anyway, here we go. Over 3. This one goes wrong. It's going to be a no ball. As it does bounce before the stump. So first one just doesn't swing. She was getting a fair bit of swing into the right hander, but that one just pretty much went straight from the hand.
Yeah, so free hit signalled by our umpire Metadal, but yeah, that one just getting a little bit wrong there.
And Terry said we should call Chilangia Dotty because she's always dotting up.
That's not bad.
I like it. Free hit then. Oh, blast through Fowler.
Surely she would be the only ever bowler's first 2 overs on the network. First 2 overs
2.5.
on the network.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, yeah,
that were maidens.
Yeah.
No one else has started the network like that.
I don't think so. Pretty impressive.
Dotty, it sticks for life now.
All right. Let it be known. Anyway, see if Andrea can get off the mark here. She faced 3 balls. Another one. So strange because she was floating the ball in before. Not floating, she's actually getting a swing in quite viciously. But yeah, this is the thing. New ball, new game. It's not really reacting the same way for Naomi this time. So another free hit coming up.
Yep, just a couple of extras creeping in here, and opportunity for Cepeda to try and get this away. Quite warm today, isn't it, Vin?
Yeah, it is pretty warm. No breeze, that's why.
Oh, well, she got that one to swing a mile.
Free hit. That's what I mean. I mean, that's what the shape she was getting earlier. Some go, some don't. Yeah, Luke mentioning the 21 extras that Spain gave away in the last game. And yeah, they won't want to give those away if they're going to defend this. I think they need to get that under control. Probably, I think, at this level, 1 and over is acceptable as an average. Now the good in-swinger chopped onto the pads of Cepeda. Yeah, so I think 10 for the innings, I can take that. I think that's about par. You have to be realistic. But once we start getting kind of 20 or more, so 2 and over or more, I think it starts getting very costly. Nice looking drive, but Fowler's got good reflexes there. The captain puts herself in a key position.
I've heard she's a bit of a weapon in the field, and she's at short cover, just squeezing always. Very impressive.
This is a hard place to be. Peter's gone 0 off 7. Now, she feels like she'll run on everything she will. That's a handy bit of foot fielding there.
Good fielding.
Kicks it to her own advantage. That's Aliza Fatima Salim Ala. I've got to say, really enjoyed getting to meet Naomi before and have a bit of a chat with her. I'm sure that'll appear somewhere on our social media, and perhaps on the Cricket España website as well. There's another good in-swinger. She gets that right. And pretty good over. Now, this game is very much alive at the moment after 3 overs. And at the end of the power play, it is 18 without loss.
Yeah, Vinny, I think you're right. I reckon we've got a corker of a game on our hands at the moment. This is a little bit of the view that where we stay. This is the water view of Sunset Beach Club.
Now, that isn't the room. That isn't the room.
That's
view
my room.
From where you first stayed there last year.
That's my first year. That was 14-14.
Is that right?
What a room.
Is that right? We're 14-14.
Yeah.
Top floor, hey? Nice.
Things have gone backwards since then. Not sure why.
Good reason. Anyway, look who's coming back.
You're going to have to sell some things to Elvira. Send some things. I'm running out.
It's going to be Dottie to come back.
Oh.
Wow, this is hit back hard.
Shot.
Straight over her head. Cuatro carreras. Well, Cepeda has gone 1 off 8, but you can see why she's up the top, and that's a beautiful shot. That was past the bowler before the bowler knew too much about it.
That's a fantastic cricket stroke. And 4 runs.
Yeah, what a good shot that is. Chilangia with the comeback ball. Pretty good drive. Needs to get down, a bit of a wobble from Amy Brown Carrera, but just a single over to Sabu. So now both these players, you can see, they can play the straight bat shots well.
This is game on, Vin. Game on at Cardimer Oval. This could be a very tight affair.
That's well bowled. Just pulls the length back a little bit. Sabu has to take her medicine and block it out. I think also with the depth, sometimes in these batting lineups, you'll see some of the top order being a bit more careful than you would, for example, in a competition like the ECL, which is the Champions League. It's well bowled again.
She actually gets it to turn quite a bit as well. She's been very impressive this morning. It's a good action. She gets it up and over. It's a bit of turn.
She bowls one side of the wicket.
Yeah.
She's had 1 ball all morning.
Doesn't really drag it down. No one's been able to sit back and pull.
Yeah.
A lot to like.
This is cut, but there's protection down there. Out of the power play now. So yeah, one difference between women's and men's limited overs cricket is that women only allowed 4 outfielders. Men are allowed 5 at this stage of the game. What do you think about that?
I don't think there's no need for that.
I don't think so.
You just have the
I'd like to
normal
see
rule
it.
for that.
Yeah, I'd like to see it, just regular rules, I think, in ECN cricket. Well, goes
Oh.
up and over and out of here. Maximo! Well, she might have taken a bit of time to get going, but she's certainly made up for it now. Andrea Zapita goes large, doubles her score with one swing of the bat, and after 4 overs, Austria are 30 without loss.
What a lovely shot that is, and the Austrian women take control of this fixture. A little bit behind the scenes. Look at how Corina shoots Mr. Maximo when he does his pre-game.
Very meta when you get a picture of the camera person. But that is Corina. I often say it to the cricket school kids, she's got the most important job, the most difficult job at the Cardamom Oval, trying to make me look good. But yeah, that's a little action shot from behind the scenes.
Olda Zapeta, a high score of 35 not out versus the German women. So she's definitely a good player. And Helix asking, do we have golden balls? We do.
You betcha.
Of course, we always do.
There he comes back, gets cut away for 4. Well, that's a really good shot from Sabu. I really like her play through the offside. And this one it's swinging back, but it's kind of swinging back into where the bat is swinging from. And she watches that away and carved it for 4. Good batting.
Yeah, what a fantastic start and what a fantastic partnership this is right now for Austria, who are on their way to get these runs. No wickets down. Spanish women need a wicket desperately.
If we did the red line, they're pretty much right on it at the moment.
And with 10 wickets in hand, you've got to be fancying your chances.
Naomi, he would love to just pitch one up a bit more and castle Sabu at this stage with a big in-swinger. Big in-changer, as you'd say. Bit like that. Didn't come back enough. Squeezed away for a single. I want to say hello to Michael Daub. Hopefully you are well, of course. We've got Rita out there umpiring at the moment with Joe Foster.
Yeah, your daughter's out there doing a fantastic job.
And actually, you know, the idea for Mita to umpire, because she has been here in Kartama just before she has to travel for work tomorrow. It was actually the umpiring crew that said, hey, we'd love to get Mita out there and be part of the team. All right, in the air, chance. And I think that's going to go for 4. It's just lobbed the fielder. Probably have a look at this on the replay. Yeah, I think it's gone for 4.
Well, it might have hit the rope, you know. Might have a little bit of the
sure.
rope.
Might have a look at that again. But it was a misjudgment, wasn't it, in the first place? It was with Saeed. Yeah, certainly from our point of view, it was 4.
It's been changed to 4.
Exactly.
So good decision in the end. That's why the technology's here to make sure we get it right. And you can see just over the fielder and just for 4.
Yeah, exactly. And she's probably obscured by the fielder who had to turn around. Anyway, still
what
a
a
pretty good shot.
What a shot,
yeah,
though.
let's not take away from the shot from Zapita, who really has gotten going now. And there's another one. That's going to be 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. They just cannot give her length right now. She's up and motoring.
Well, these two are playing fantastic cricket, and it's a match-winning partnership at the moment. Fantastic hitting all over the area, and, well, 43 for none. Brilliant.
They held them back for a while, but one thing they haven't been able to do is break through so far.
Yeah, if they don't get a wicket soon, I think they get to these runs pretty comfortably.
I think so. But again, wicket can change everything. This time pulls away.
She's in. She's hitting it hard, isn't the noise off the bat?
Isn't that funny? She was 0 off 7,
well,
I think, at one
34
point.
not out against Germany. And Germany, a very good women's side. So there's good talent there.
And that was a 5-0 series. We saw Germany accounting for the Austrians, but you can see Austrians gaining valuable experience. This is help round the corner, and help yourself for 4 more. So Naomi can't quite get the length right in that over in the end, and this innings has sprung to life as we get to the end of the 5th over. The score is 48 without loss.
Yeah, boundaries are just coming and free-flowing for Austria at the moment. It looks like everyone will take a little bit of a drinks break.
We will. It probably gives us an opportunity to show you a bit of what was going on last night. Well, that's in the com box here, and I wasn't aware.
Hold on.
There you go. Well,
when did they get in there?
I don't know.
Spring Productions needed. We need to set up an individual camera on them all the time. I don't trust them anymore.
Job here. We need to be doing that. That looks like a lot of fun.
That was last night after the final, I imagine. Everyone was in good spirits.
Of course. Anyway, let's have a look And it's the 6th over coming up. And it looks to me like they might be going to a bit of spin. Was Saeed, I think. Or Sis Dynamite coming on to bowl over number 6. Extras wise, okay, for me, 1 and over is acceptable. You don't really want to be bowling more than that. They bowled 5 in the first 5. I think one of the issues is probably been a little bit too short at times. Take nothing away from the batting of the openers. It's been very good so far.
Oh, how's this snuck it?
Why do you
Well,
keep
what?
putting this?
Bang!
Scott Edwards. It was Scott Edwards on strike. So
What a shot. Where's that come from, Vin?
where?
How are they slipping
why
this?
are you
The
putting
spring
this-
productions today are fantastic. Rumour has it that ball hasn't landed.
Not quite there.
Pretty good switch hit, that.
Not quite the production value of ECN.
See that? 65 off 40 in a final. Shock.
Do whatever makes you feel good. I'm sure everyone tuning in to watch the compatriots play will be very happy to see your reverse sweep for a second time.
Hey, it's filler. It's like when in the footy show, remember they kept showing Gary Lyon's knee injury?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Anyway,
We
it's
hated
time
that.
for Sis Dynamite. No, it's not. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Just
good.
called it. So she's got 2 overs, and they really need to do something about this sooner rather than later. They don't want to let that rate get below run a ball. Pretty good shot though first up.
Well
and
fielded.
Very well fielded. Yeah, that was a bit of an awkward one. Jumped up on the fielder, Jalangia, but kept it to 1.
It's an interesting field here. They've got a 3rd man for the leg spinner and a deep wide extra cover. 6 men on the offside, so she's got to control it here.
Really well bowled. Really well bowled, but gets through the keeper as well. And this is going to hurt if it gets there. I think it has gone to the boundary. 4 byes.
Yeah, unfortunately, it goes for 4 byes if you're a Spanish supporter. Just bounces over or next to leg stump.
Doesn't miss by much, does it? And that is a big swing. That could have been a big wicket. Instead, it's going to be 4 unearned runs to the batting team.
Yeah, if they don't pick up a wicket soon, this might just be too far and away from them at the moment.
So I want to say Ramadan Mubarak to all of our viewers. Thank you to I'm Rio for wishing it to us as well. It's a significant time of the year. Almost a little bit of a wrong end or a top spinner, isn't it?
Yep.
But a loose scramble through for a single. Yes, I know that. They certainly turned it on last night, didn't they? And a team that captured the hearts, I think, of all the neutrals around the world with their way they went about their business.
They did. Little team from France have gone all the way, and Vinny, they've achieved something massive.
What do you think about 2 French teams next year? I asked them,
Yeah,
is everyone
actually, I have
is
no
this
idea.
crazy in France? Yeah.
Who's the second team that would be?
Dre A. This one's another one that kind of goes into the batter and it allows her to free her arms. It's 4 more. Speeder's been really good. I like that she hasn't seemed too flustered after eating a few dots early. I think she's batted very intelligently. And right now, Austria well in control of this chase, and they do get it down to run a ball.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's probably not the right fielding zone. The Spanish ladies might need a 45 and someone back there instead of the 3rd man. And they might make that change now. As it looks like a few people have come across. But
It's
at the
just
moment,
the line is just not quite right here.
Yeah.
She's bowling a few of these kind of back of the hand deliveries that are spinning back left to right. So you can't land them on the stumps. You have to land them a little bit to the left or a lot to the left even. Couple to come. They really need a wicket here, Spain. That's a better one, but it's still a bit too short. Swung across, and with nobody out there on the leg side, it's going to be 4 more.
yeah, what a shot. What a nice shot. It's a short ball, and she puts it away, and this is a brilliant partnership by the Austrian ladies. Fantastic indeed.
Well, Austria, they've been on the other side of the coin. I remember back in that T10 international series between Germany and Austria, there were a couple of huge first wicket partnerships, like record-setting first wicket partnerships that Austria were on the wrong end of.
Yep.
And this time, their opening partnership, very fruitful.
Just very good batting.
Yeah, good decision-making. Better ball, but
Shot.
great shot, and it blasts through the infield. What a good sweep that is. If you have to time that up just right, it's not as easy to sweep as it looks, but they're perfectly executed. And that will also take us to the end of the 6th over. 66 for no loss. And, well, in a heartbeat, this chase is almost complete. Anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. Right now, we've got the ECIW Spain, but we'll be in Portugal for 2 weeks, starting on Monday. Rico's heading across tomorrow. And then we have 2 weeks in Cyprus, 2 weeks in Milan, and plenty more locations. So stay with us for the adventure on ECN European Cricket Network, or of course on FanCode in India. And the great thing is this year, a whole bunch of international cricket mixed in as well, outside the ECC, which is the Euros of cricket. But yeah, we've got a lot of international cricket, both women's and men's, planned throughout the year. So now, pulling the emergency cord, Amy Brown Carrera is going to come back in over number 7. First one sneaks down the leg side. Now they're going to take it on. Well, this is a chance, I think, at both ends, but sneaking through for the extra run. So Peter wants the strike. She's going to get it. Stewart has made a very good observation in the chat. He's in European Cricket Network. That just tuned in, and Corey, it doesn't sound like you properly sent it last night. You were pretty sensible. Did you keep it professional?
Come a long way, Vin.
Another one down leg side. This will be called. I mean, I am proud of you, but also know that just when you want to sleep, you sleep. That's the thing. If anyone else wants to sleep, you'll have a few things to say about who's soft and whatnot. And if you want to sleep, on occasion, if you want to go out, you're not too happy if people
I don't go out anymore. When was the last time I went out?
Hate spending money, that's why. Down the leg side, that will be another wide. So yeah, this has been the issue. Just there's been a few episodes where Amy Brown Carrera has lost her line. I do think she's bowled well in patches, but with time running out, you need to get it on target sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they need to get something going. It's a little bit late, you'd feel. 14 to get with 10 wickets in hand. Austrian women should get their first win in this fixture of the weekend.
Again, just missing, but that's all it has to be. And yeah, look, probably what I would do if I was ABC here, maybe bring my run up a bit straighter, so I'm approaching with a slightly different body angle, maybe try and get a bit close to the stumps.
Yeah, it can be unforgiving with these short boundaries as well.
Yeah, of course. That's the way it is in
difficult
ECIW cricket.
format, yep.
Yep. Yeah, good adjustment. They do have an outfielder to cut this off, so just a single.
Yeah, I mean, this is this just shows us it's going to be a good competition between these two teams. There's lots of talent.
It's certainly good to see. This, which well, it was a contest, I think, for 14 or 15 overs, but I think it's just drifting away from Kipo Espana at the moment. This is a nice little shot. I've got to say, though, you've got to hand it to the batters. I mean, they didn't have an easy start out there. I mean, they were 18 off the power play and just a couple of fours in there, but they were struggling a little bit. But since they've become a bit more comfortable at the crease, maybe a bit more relaxed, they've played some really nice strokes and made some good decisions. That's a better ball.
It's good batting, though. It's
Yeah.
just, it's calm. It's just hitting it to the right zones. Direct hit, but she's well in.
Good bit of fielding.
They're going to have a quick check just in case, but 99% sure I think she was slid the bat and she should be in the crease.
And nearly knocked Amy into the next life here. Just in by 2 or 3 steps.
Yeah, could have been ABC Doctor.
Yeah,
That
could
had
have
got
been.
her. Thankfully it didn't.
Yeah, but a much better delivery. But yeah, you're right. I mean, mid-on right back on the circle. Confident early call and run.
Well, the thing is, if you get your eye in on those short boundaries as well, you can really do some damage, and
Yeah.
these two have good strike rates.
This one, swing and a miss. So yeah, Amy getting the radar right now. And just, yeah, it seems to be, she's bowled wides in patches in this morning session.
I think that she's got talent. She sometimes aims at the stumps a little bit too much, so
Yeah.
it just goes in because she naturally falls away. So if she can aim on 4th or 5th stump, like that, well bowled.
That's her office. You know, anything between the off stump and that blue tram line, anything in there is going to be fine if she can get the length right, because she does get that natural kind of in swing.
Yeah, she's very talented. There's a lot of good talent. And it's good to see the women's game growing. And at the moment, well done to Austria, because it's a very impressive partnership.
It's in line, but maybe just going down leg side. So that'll be the end of the over. It's 75 for no loss after 7. Well, 5 T10 matches coming your way today. ECIW action, and it will continue. And it's going to be Spain taking on Malta. So it's going to be a rematch of match one.
It's going to be hashtags. It's going to be hashtags versus the numbers. He's shaking the head. Headphone. Oh, the headset's been thrown. He knows I throw a headset when I see bad coaching, but well, headset's gone. 18 balls remaining. 9 runs to win in this second match of this little series. Asma having a bowl. That will probably be a wide. So 8 runs to win now. Not too far away.
Email sent. Let's get back to the game.
And look at you. I like it when you get a little bit grumpy. Shot.
Yeah, well struck. No one's catching that. They need 8, and there's half of them. Good batting by Sabu. It's taken a bit of a back seat after she got the ball rolling. You can see Nisa Azmat comes on, but suffering a bit too much length, and that's another nice shot. She's very strong through the offside.
This has been a fantastic chase, and they're potentially about to win by 10 wickets. So a real statement of intent from Austria, and it just shows the competition will be pretty hot and pretty spicy. It's going to be a plain miss this time. So only 4 away. One more scoring shot. Just a little bit of a praise for Sabu. As I mentioned, she only played the one series versus Germany and obviously had a torrid time. 3 ducks in 4 innings. To come back a couple of years later, hit your highest score, 29 not out, potentially go on to hit the winning runs. That's a really good recovery, and good to see that young players are sticking with the game and believing in themselves, Vinny.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean,
a lot of people give up after a tough start.
Yeah, absolutely.
That will be a no ball, so that will give Sabu the chance for a free hit. So 3 runs to go here. Free hit for Sabu.
Swing and a miss, so they can't quite cash in the free hit. That's good comeback from the bowler. Sabu trying to finish things off. It's a good ball, and also well fielded by Fowler. I mean, so they've certainly been competitive in some aspects of the game and at some times in the game, but they haven't quite put a whole game together here. Spain, I think, the longer this innings has gone on, Austria have asserted their dominance. This could have been it.
Yep, and that will probably wrap it up almost.
Tie the scores.
They're not going to go again, no.
Just the 2 wide, so it'll be 83-83.
Yep, so 1 run to go here, and well done to these openers. It's been a fantastic partnership. You're right, they started slow, Vin, but they've just been steady and plugging away, and they've got to get the win.
Yeah, looks like they will, and they'll do it around about 2 overs to spare. So Peter, fitting she gets a chance to finish it off. And she will, and she's going to do it with a boundary. So well batted. That's her highest score on the network now, 40 not out of 22. And it's quite remarkable because I think she had 7 dot balls to start. So really, it's really off 15 balls, I think, as Austria cruise to victory. And they'll do this with 13 balls to spare. Good game, though, played in good spirit. I think that both teams get a lot out of that contest. Remember, they'll each play 6 matches. But for Spain, they fall to their first loss. They got a 1-1 split record. Austria have the start they want. But I really enjoyed some of the contests we had. And, well, Dottie, as we were calling her, Gilagia, she did go for a few in this game. Not too many, though. I think she bowled a pretty good spell. But also, this is the shot that really got things going for Austria, as their openers saw them all the way to this target.
Yeah, it's really good. An impressive partnership. And, well, you have to say, they actually, after they got themselves in, Vinny, they crunched it. They batted good. They played shots all around the wicket. That's all you can do.
Exactly right. You know, one thing with the ECN kind of ground dimensions being a little bit shorter than most cricket fields in men's and women's is it allows, I think, the players to go for their shots a little bit more. So we really saw that with these openers. And so by giving them that freedom, they can really express themselves. That was the one that got them over the line, an unbroken opening partnership of 87. Sees Austria home. It doesn't really tell the whole story. I think that Spain were competitive for periods of time during that innings. 29 not out for Sabu, started it off, but Andrea mate Zapita with 40 off 22. She was the star in that chase. 7 fours and a Maximo in there for the opener. And fortunately, no one able to break through for Spain, but I will say Amy Brown-Carrera, like I said, bowled well in patches, didn't she? 16 off her 2 overs. Chillingham with 19 off her 2 overs, but just no one could quite make that breakthrough. And as we're saying, I think she's a very, very promising bowler, but didn't quite get the line right, I think, for her wrist spin. So that is the tail of the tape. Spain 1-1, Austria go to 1-0. Spain will take on Malta in game 3. It starts in about 25 minutes time. We will take a break. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. See you after this for more ECN action. Match 3 is just around the corner. You're watching the FanCode ECIW Spain. European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Women's ECI weekend. It's time for match 3. Let's go to Stefan Gooch, who's our match referee for the all-important coin toss.
What's it called?
Tails.
Tails is called. It is tails.
It is tails. I think we'll have a bowl again, please.
Okay. All right, good
Thank
luck.
you very much.
Okay, all the best. Cheers.
News from the coin toss is that the Malta women's captain has won the toss and she's elected to have a bowl. I think it's a brave decision because we know how well the Spanish ladies have been batting today. And Bermejo at the top, she is fantastic. She's been hitting sixes well far into the bushes. For the Malta women, yes, they're new to this T10 format, but I'm sure they're going to give it 110%. And if they can get some early wickets, maybe they're going to get into the game. It should be an interesting encounter, and here's a man that's always interesting. Let's go to Vinny Sandhu in the commentary box.
Thanks very much. Corey Rucker's doing a great job. They're filling in at the toss for this rematch between Spain and Malta. Rematch of the match we saw in the opener earlier in the day. So the Newsman toss, you saw it there. Is that Maltese skipper Jess Reimers won the toss and elected to field first. So Spain once again get first use. Spain, well, they were 1-0. Now they're 1-1 after going down to Austria in the last match. So Malta could theoretically tie up Spain on 2 points if they could win this one. Got to say, I've been pretty much impressed with the top 3 of Spain so far. And even Fowler there coming to the party, but for Malta, I think they need some runs out of their top order, don't they? I know that they were removed pretty early in the earlier match, and they fell away pretty quickly to only be able to contribute 29 runs. So I mean, it starts here, and I think a lot of developing teams, and we know a lot of these players from Malta, it's only their 4th competitive cricket match, so the bright lights and all the pressure of the situation, you know, you can understand it's a lot to bear, but I do think it starts with the ball, and often more inexperienced teams, they find their way with the ball in the field before the batting clicks. Anyway, it's going to be the same opening combination of Pael Chilangia and Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. Corey Rucker's talking about some of the strokes we saw earlier from Naomi. There she is on the screen, and he plays a lot of cricket in the UK and even played some representative stuff at the county level. I think that shows. It's going to be Santos to open the bowling for Malta. Let's see if they can get these early wickets. I think that's the key. They create some chances. They need to hold on to them. So match 3 of 5 today. Match 3 of 9 in this ECIW. Shake, rattle and roll. Here we go. It starts the full toss and it gets through the field. And this was the issue earlier with Malta, especially in the first over with missed fields. And that's one that the fielder will feel that she should have done better to at least get something on that to knock it down, maybe keep it to 1. Chilangia will enjoy getting off the mark very first ball. Take. Anyway, left-hand, right-hand combination, pretty useful combination, isn't it? Santosh. It just has to probably make a slight adjustment. I still think, you know, you want to challenge these batters early. This one just sneaks down the leg side. It's called wide. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, and, well, right up the stairs. Get a bit of cardio workout today in the heat. It's Corey Ruckers. And Corey, yeah, rematch of match 1. Let's see if the Maltese team can keep the Spaniards down to something a bit more reasonable this time around.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, but you never know in this T10 format.
In the air. Oh, it doesn't really attempt the catch there. And it's going to go for 4. Oh, Rameshan was the fielder. Just kind of didn't organise their hands in the way she probably had to. Make good ground to it, but yeah, that's the thing. I often say, you know, whether you're diving or attempting a catch, you kind of have to plan it 2 or 3 steps out. She just couldn't quite think quick enough, and the result is another boundary to Chilangia.
Yeah, Chilangia loves the cut shot as well, so 2 fours to start her innings. Look, it's going to be difficult for the Maltese team, but they can definitely get themselves a couple early wickets. They'll feel like they're in the game.
Late call there, maybe just be concerned that that one of the fielders wasn't in the circle. They make change now, so you got basically 2 deep square legs. Okay, out 2 boundaries in the over. Goes back, hits in the offside. Nice looking cricket shot off the back foot. They'll get a single.
Geez, Vinny, today, these girls, attritional. They're playing 4 games. It is hot.
Yeah,
well done to them. They've come actually on the hottest day we've had all year, it feels.
Yeah, so this is the nature of this format, because there's 5 matches on day 1. One team has to play 4 times, and it is Spain that will play in every match, but match 4 coming up. The other teams play 3. So yeah, good test for Spain. Also, you know, get into a bit of a rhythm as well, you know, with the bat. I think you feel like you're in quicker. You don't have to wait a few balls. Well, there's the reverse. It will be called a wide because it was wide of the tram line.
Oh, that's confidence for your first ball, isn't it? It goes the reverse.
This is what I'm talking about. If you're going to have multiple, I mean, potentially she could have 4 innings today. I mean, I can't imagine any other form of cricket where you can get 4 innings in one day.
Yeah, reverse again. There's no one at short third man. Great cricket education from young Bermerjo, and she gets herself a boundary.
Yeah, it's good batting, good awareness, isn't it? I like the effort from the fielder though. There's Khatri who's coming to the lineup, who's thrown everything at it, but it's a very confident way to get off the mark.
Well, the reason she was doing that, there's no one at short third man, and it's just clever batting. She's so confident. She's hit some of the biggest sixes we've seen today as well. Can she keep going?
Pulled. Hit well.
Oh.
Yeah, it's got all the shots, doesn't she?
16, Vinny.
Yeah, and hitting him sweetly as well. Bit of length on that one. Good early position. Look at that back foot go back and across. So really opens up that leg side. Fantastic piece of batting.
Yeah, fantastic batting. And I'll let you say the last name again to remind me.
Bermejo.
Bermejo.
Again, my Spanish isn't perfect by any means, but I know that often the Spanish surnames, the first one you'll see will be from the father's side, the second one will be from the mother's side.
See.
Traditionally. Yeah. Spanish national coach, men's coach, Corey Ruckers, special comments. Anyway, this time it is hit at the fielder, so I won't go magical.
That's a beautiful language, isn't it?
It is. And, working on it. Let's get to the end of the first over. Santosh goes for 19 without loss after 1.
Yeah, so a lovely start here for the Espana women, and they'll be wrapped with that after a difficult loss to Austria, who played a very good game of T10 cricket. And yeah, this could be an attritional day for some of them, as it is hot. It is a scorcher. It is an extremely hot day, and, well, look, this is the graphic of the games, and this is what we're up to.
Wow, that really shows you how much we've... I want to know what some of the little extra ones are. The one with the little drinky one, the one with the skull and crossbones. Oh, there's... Oh, maybe it was the golden ball, okay. They've got their own golden ball sweepstakes. Some pretty big prize pools with the amount of crew we got down there for ECL. Anyway, second overtime. Choliseri is going to start with a wide.
It's hot up here, Vin, and that video you just
What
took,
it is.
please don't let anyone see that. Keep that on.
Choliseri, again, having to deal with this left-hand, right-hand combination. Can be a bit of a pain, I suppose. Constantly having to adjust. Well, this is an interesting one.
Yeah, it's been called no ball from square leg. Yeah, it's bounced twice. Unfortunately, it's going to be a no ball. The second bounce was just before the crease line.
Is it before or after the crease?
Yeah,
Let's
it was
have
before
a look.
the crease, Vinny.
This is the second bounce.
It was in front of her. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's correctly called.
Tough.
I got to say that's not a rule change that I like.
Oh, you want to leave the double bounce?
Yeah, but the old rule was that it could bounce twice but not 3 times. And I don't think you get a big advantage by bouncing the ball twice. I think it's a bit more inclusive if they kept it the old way. That's the way it is. It bounces twice before the popping crease. So it'll be a no ball and a free hit coming up.
So twice before the popping crease.
Twice before the popping crease, yeah.
Well spotted from the umpires out there. She comes gallivanting down.
It kind of freaks her out by charging at her as well, doesn't she? Shilongia, but we'll get a single.
Yeah, I can understand though. that obviously you want to eradicate the double bounce. It teaches the right methods for people, so I do get it.
Yeah, it's true, but I mean, I think about junior cricket as well, you know, things like this.
Yeah, junior cricket, is it the same rule?
That's the laws of cricket, so unless there's a playing edition which says otherwise.
Yep.
I liked the old let it bounce. It's a bit of an oddity of the game if you get one. You should be able to put them away.
Why? I reckon it'd be tricky to put away. You never train for it.
People started about 15 years ago trying to bowl them in professional cricket. Oh, this one just over the top. Picks the gap. You could not have done better than that. Threads the needle. And what a piece of batting that is from Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. There wasn't too much of a gap at all, but she found it. Yeah, there was a time about 15 years ago where professional players started trying to do double bounce. They realised pretty quickly they're pretty easy to hit. Because they kind of surprise you, but then you've got so long, you're like, hey, I'm just going to smash it. Corey's trying to find a way to jam our door open to get a breeze, but the bad news is there is no breeze here at the moment. Anyway, Choliseri. Again, good footwork. Still test the fielder. Oh, she does very well. Kind of goes reverse hand stop. What a good bit of work that is by Budatoki.
Yeah, brilliant fielding, because I thought that was going to be 4, and she just gets the hand out, stops it, reverse cup, pushed away.
Proper Karate Kid style, paint the fence.
Oh, how good was Mr. Miyagi?
Very good movie.
Very good movie. Underrated movie, I think.
All right, sometimes we see some of the old, what do they call it? The one foot.
The 1 foot wonder.
Yeah, 1 foot at the end. The crane or whatever it is. One floats a little bit wide and keeps going, so this will be a wide.
Yeah, tough, but that's the rules. So it does sneak out.
Now, Michael says something which is quite interesting, saying perhaps an 18-metre pitch is a better option. I've got to say, I was chatting to some of the players from the ECIW, the earlier series we did. They actually think that would be an interesting innovation to try at some point. This is up in the air, and it's going to be a single, well knocked down in the infield. And it's twofold. Obviously, the bowler, people say, oh, okay, you're going to throw the bowlers out. But, I mean, it's like when you play backyard cricket, for example, you're not playing on a 22-yard pitch. I think it'd be interesting because it would encourage more running. It would encourage more singles. It'd encourage them to look for twos a bit more as well.
Yeah,
I'd like to see that trialled at some point, maybe for a series, and see how it is. Because
I think you can always trial a couple of rules here and there.
Because obviously we're very pro women's cricketer at ECN. But one of the things is, you know, typically we have slightly shorter boundaries. We have even the rules have a smaller infield for women's, but the pitch is the same. To me, I'd like to see.
Are they allowed 2 outside the ring here or 3?
She's inside the ring there at mid-off.
Mid-on?
More or less. Next one's called a wide.
Yeah, just watching, because obviously they're still the same playing condition.
Yeah. This one's a wide anyway, down leg side.
Oh, shot. Powerful.
Shot. That's going to be a hard one to stop.
Well
Good
done.
bit of stop. Good bit of stopping, and at least from one of the 2 outfielders down there. And that will be a single, but Naomi will retain the strike as we get to the end of the third over.
Well, Vinny, this is obviously one of the views from the scaffolding that we put up, and that is a gorgeous photo. Beautiful Cardamom Oval under lights.
Yeah, fantastic.
When
View of the ground. Kind of a twilight there, bit of the natural light fading over the mountains.
When are we going to do the dream team?
I was going to bring it up shortly, but first let's talk about the table. Neck and neck at the top, and Austria with a game in hand, winning that one over Spain earlier. So, time for over number 3. This will be Anupama Ramesh to bowl it. Yeah, so, yeah, with all, no jokes about it, I think a slightly shorter pitch would replicate the conditions we see in the men's game a bit more of encouraging singles and looking for twos. Whereas if you play off a standard pitch, it's probably taking 20% longer to get back for a 2. He's knocked down. The other thing I think would be interesting is something, they're going to go for a 2 here.
Yeah, good running, good aggressive running, and what a dive. I reckon she's just made it.
I got a bad feeling that this is a bat bounce.
Oh, you think so?
I got a bad feeling.
I thought it was.
This is what I'm talking about. You want to encourage this. So the distance, I think, you have to go. Oh, I think it actually bounces.
I think she's in.
I
She's
think
got
it
something. Look,
bounces
she's got something in there
Yeah,
now.
see, the first bounce is in.
It's a great dive.
This one here is in.
That's in. I'm
And
happy.
then even if it bounces up,
But
it
even the
doesn't
hand
matter.
goes in. Watch, the stumps are still
Yeah.
not removed, still not removed.
Yeah.
She's got the shoulder in.
Good call.
What a dive.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
Look
you
at
shouldn't
that.
have to
Look
work.
at that commitment.
I love the commitment. Love the commitment from Chilungia. But I just don't think you should have to work that hard for a 2. Anyway. And the other thing that I like is the faster bowlers in women. I think that the batters should only get the same reaction time that the men do. You know, so if you do the science on it, the fastest female bowlers are kind of 125-ish around there. The fastest men's bowlers are about 155-ish. So it's about a 20% difference. So I think if you shorten the pitch 20%, then you would actually be testing the batters out more. So it has a bit of an advantage for the batters. They have to run as far, but a bit of an advantage for the bowlers because when you shorten the pitch, it gives the batter less time to react. So I think it would be interesting. And Steve's saying they'd have to relearn how to bowl on a 22-yard pitch. I don't necessarily agree. I'll tell you why in a second. Because I think that when you're playing at this level, you should be able to adapt. So like when you play a fun game, with your friends, and you play, you're not pacing out at pitch. It's like if you're kicking a football, you're not saying, I can only kick 20 metres. You're working on your skills so you can adapt. When you're throwing different distances as well.
It's definitely something that could be looked at as that's tucked around the corner for one.
Originally, I was a bit, you couldn't do that. But then the more I've actually thought about it, again, sometimes a bit out of the box. But actually, even after chatting to some of the players, I was surprised how many of them actually said.
Just pick an ECI weekend and trial it for a day. I don't think it would change too many of the results, but yeah, it's an option.
Yeah. Anyway, give us your opinion if you like. Everyone's welcome to their opinion, of course. Ramishan's bowling a pretty good over here.
Shot.
Yeah, really good shot. Forced off the back foot. And there's nobody back there. Of course, only 2 outfielders allowed in the power play. That was a powerful strike off the bat foot.
She's a bit of a weapon, isn't she? I reckon I'm going to give it a few years. Here's my early call. Rutgers early call. She will play franchise cricket, women's franchise cricket.
Okay.
That's my early shout. Remember this date, 25th of the 3rd, 2023. She's got so much. For 16 years old, fantastic.
25th of the 3rd, 9 months to Christmas. Get shopping. Oh, I love this as well. And she goes to reverse, and she's manipulated this field so well, hasn't she? And right now, a bit of a masterclass from Naomi.
Well, she pulls out the reverse Malachi more than most people pull out the cover drive. What a good shot. 2 boundaries to finish the over, and the score at the end of 3 is 44 for none.
Very fearless option, really, isn't it? And that's the modern player for you. And so...
It is amazing how much the modern players changed. And you see these young girls come out here and play shots like that. It just shows they're watching women's IPL and women's Big Bash and things like this. I know that I've actually seen Stur Callis back quite a lot as well. There's a lovely photo of our journey again. That was one of the players from Istanbul. Turkmen, I think.
And that's Helena. Yeah, and so I know that the Turkish team were very popular because the amount of sweets that they gave us.
They basically won our love.
Yeah.
You can't not.
They were a really fun team to watch. Okay, Sanjana Budatoki is going to bowl over number 4.
Biggest underdog story for what they did?
Has to be.
Yeah.
And you had written them off, of course, hadn't seen them. And
just went on logic. I just went on logic,
You said out loud what everyone else was thinking. You didn't want to say. That's very you, though. Anyway, healthy opening partnership. Healthy power play of 44. Up to 4 outfielders are allowed from this point in time. As we get ready for over number 4. Yeah. Pulls out of this one, Chilungia. Knew she was going to get a wide. Didn't want to get herself into hot water.
Must have been tempted, though.
Oh, yeah, she was. But I think she got a sense of the 2 fielders in that area of the ground. She didn't want to hit a catch. So.
I've been really impressed with Chilungia as well. With the left arm off spin, opening the batting. Seems to be a good foil for Bermejo. And she just works the singles. Shot.
Beautiful looking shot. Goes with a hit.
Yeah, there's always a one there. She crunched that.
Yeah, you mean perfect piece of fielding. Pick up, throw, hit the stumps, probably out. But not going to see that too many times. That's why I think there was one game where the Netherlands just turned it on in the field, and they hit, I think, 3 or 4 direct hits. I think 2 or 3 from side on, and because I was saying most of the players, look, back up. If you both go straight away, you're rare to get run out unless it's direct hit. And then there was an avalanche of direct hits. Not a bad shot. One hopper.
How did Stir Callis go?
Yeah, she was brilliant.
I think she's probably one of the biggest associate names, men's or women's.
Yeah, and big hitter of the ball. Reminded me a little bit of Tim de Kock, the way that she went about the start of the innings. And we saw playing for VOC Rotterdam. She was great to watch.
See, that's good batting. That's just reading the ball well, knowing that this probably isn't a ball that you can have a power shot, just working it for one.
Yeah, I think these two have turned the strike over to each other nicely as well. So each team plays their opponents 3 times for a total of 6 matches per team. That adds up to a 9-match series. Good footwork and also well fielded to make the stop there.
Yeah, it's been good fielding so far, and it's a steady start from the Malta women. They've actually bowled okay. They're just bowling against 2 batsmen who are in pretty good form. Good to see the sportsmanship there.
Okay, well, we've got a little bit of a break. Let's do our championship week. Let's start our draft of championship week, team of the week.
Team of the tournament.
I think we got to do the championship week team of the week, because I think it'll be pretty tough to get anyone in there that wasn't as part of championship week. So
you think so?
Let's go with that. I think to start, because it's in our recent memory, right? A couple to come in this 4th over though. Chilangia, left-hander. Yeah, good bowling, good length and good line. Okay, so I'm going to open up and I'm going to say you got to go with the French openers. Oh no, Van der Merwe.
Oh no!
Wait.
That's a horrific call.
Okay, wait. They got to be in there somewhere. This is what I'll say. Maybe not. Okay.
This is going to get
You got
complicated.
3. It's going to get tough, right? Oh, nice bit of bowling there, and this will end the 4th over. Score is 49 without loss. And some good spots there from the bowler, Budatoki.
Okay, I'll give you your top 7.
Okay, go.
Van der Merwe, Nabi.
Wait. Can't type that fast. Yep.
Van der Merwe, Navi.
Yeah.
Now, if you really want your... Oh, no. Hankins 3.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful view of the ground.
How many of these have you said?
Hankins 3. Hankins 3.
Yeah.
DDC 4.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can squeeze Niaz in. I'm trying to.
You can put bat him out of order.
Okay.
The guy hit 115.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're in the team of the week. Did he make another score? Oh, no, there's going to be a run out if she doesn't go. Oh, wrong end. And it's going to be 1.
That's a literal face palm emoji, really, in the field when he made the stop. There's the miscommunication. This will show it. And you can see, this is just a little thing. You need to watch your batting partner rather than watch the ball. And that's why Choliseri took... That's why Chilangia, pardon me, took so long to get going. This one's a wide down leg side. Hamza Niaz has got to be in. I think he had such a critical innings at a critical point.
Okay,
of the
I
tournament.
don't have Hamza Niaz in.
Okay.
Hamza Niaz had 350 runs, but Nissa hit 394, and I'm not taking 3 French batsmen as that's dropped, and that's going to be a single.
Why not? Put him in there. We'll see who misses out.
Nah, Hankins has to be in there.
I've got 6 openers, and I don't care. Okay.
So Nabi, Van der Merwe, Hankins, DDC.
Hamza Niaz, and Mohamed Nissa. I've got them all in.
And Doherty. What a shot. What a lovely shot. And that will go away for 4. It was short and beautifully pulled away.
Yeah, nice shot again. Naomi gets in really good position for that shot. I've got to say, Doherty, I'm not so sure he did enough in championship
365
week.
runs.
But that's combining. I'm talking championship week here, right? I'm talking championship week, last week of action. Don't think he did quite as much. Although we might revisit him when we need a keeper.
Nabi, Van der Merwe, Hankins, DDC, Niaz.
I can put Doherty at 7 as a keeper right now because I think he kept very, very well. Probably no room for Darmstadt.
No.
Played 1 good innings though, didn't he?
No.
Well, he didn't. He did play 1 good innings.
Shot.
In the air and drop. Oh. Well, it gets 2 hands to that one. And it's going to be a tough one, even though it wasn't an easy chance. But Naomi Hillman Bermejo gets down, and yeah, it's Bandari. Can't quite hold on to the chance. Let's talk bowlers. Mulder.
Yep.
Barty.
Got a left field one.
Go on.
Gary Park.
Yeah.
Thought he was quite good the whole time.
I suppose he didn't bowl too much in Championship week. I'll get where you're going with it, though. Made some important contributions.
Yeah, maybe not Gary Park then. Comes in again, defended back. Takes it to the end of 5 overs. The score is 57 for none. Well, these are the upcoming events, Vinny, and I'm sure you're looking forward to going to most of them.
I'm looking forward to going to Portugal, of course. I'll travel Monday because I'll be joining Rick on Tuesday. But, of course, Monday we'll have cricket. I'll be watching like everyone else. A beautiful ground. Has been there before, of course. The Awarish home ground at Katacha in Santarem. And then we'll be in Cyprus for a couple of weeks, be in Italy for a couple of weeks. And, yeah, plenty more locations. Austria, actually, I think is our next one after the bottom of that screen. So, Saban Cricket Ground, just outside of Vienna. Always love being there. So join us on the tour. ECN European Cricket Network. Subscribe if you haven't already. There's highlights videos. There's play the match videos. There's also, of course, there's live streaming cricket every day. Our scheduled day off with no cricket. Do you want to know what it is? You won't believe it. Our next day that we won't have any cricket scheduled is the 1st of October.
Yeah, okay.
That's a lot of cricket. And sometimes they'll have more than one series going at once. There's demand for it.
Yeah, so I'd have Doherty there at 7 as my keeper then.
Yeah, that's what I've put in.
So then we're going 4 bowlers, right?
4 bowlers. I've gone Mulder, Butty. Probably need some pace
You
bowlers.
need two of the best seamers. Who are the 2 best seamers in the comp that you thought bowled unbelievably? Coulter?
Yeah, Coulter comes to mind.
I can't get the wickets tally up. Can you get the wickets tally up?
I can do that. Yeah, but remember, we're talking...
McCulloch actually was pretty handy.
Oh, here we
go.
Well, the I Love Rico full sign comes out.
Well.
That reminds us of the forfeiture players. Okay. Okay. 2 pace bowls. Let's know what you think in the chat as well.
Who is the 2 best pace bowls for wickets?
I haven't brought up yet because you're too busy yelling at the production. So give me a second. But
Atif? Always he didn't get a group stage, but he always took 2 for 12. Find the tally for me and tell me the tally.
Get tally, but tally is for the whole tournament. I'm just really interested in Championship week.
Oh, a little inside edge this time, and well, so close to the stumps.
Yeah, pretty close. It's a good start for Budatoki. Bowled a good first over. Yeah, well, looks like a few technical problems getting those figures up. Oh, another chance goes down. And yeah, again, they're not easy when they're coming back at you, but Budatoki deserved that chance. She got it, but she couldn't quite hold on.
Yeah, it's an opportunity missed, unfortunately. Would have been a good catch, though.
Some people saying Adil Malik, but I don't think he bowled that well in Championship week.
Not close enough. Okay.
Oh,
dropped
and again. Well,
tough.
That time she had to move a bit more, but that's 2 chances, and Budatoki cannot hold on to one.
Look, there are no real seamers have stood out as that was a drop catch. The 3 top wicket takers were all spinners, and then Sunderland and Park were tied. Interesting. So I would give it to Park.
But that includes the group stage, right?
So
I think there's probably
Coulter's got 13.
I think Coulter in Championship week was better.
Oh, the reverse Malachi again, and just a single. No.
Let's go through team by team. So Pakakare, Cameron, we bowled great, but he just didn't play enough.
No seam bowler has dominated. What about we go 4 spinners?
Yeah, okay. I don't care. Talk to me. I think Coulter's in there also just for his general demeanour.
13 wickets at 8.3.
Yeah, but it's when he did it. You know, he did it when it counted.
Big appeal. Not out.
I just got a feeling. Sometimes you'll do things on feel. Like Coulter was the guy who could rely on. This pitch is outside the leg stump. Probably a bit high as well.
What about the French bowler Khan?
Oh, yeah, he's got to be in there. Usman Khan.
Yeah, didn't take as many wickets as you think, but I liked it.
Again, what he did, he's the one that got them in the front, kept them in the hunt for the double chance. Yeah, Usman Khan for sure has got to be in there.
All right, let's hit down the ground, and they should get a single this time, which is a good bit of running, and that will take us to the end of the 6 over at 61 for none. And then go Carson. I mean, not Carson, Coulter. And I'm happy.
Yeah, Alan Coulter. I've got it just point of discussion. We talk 12th man as well, probably. But we go to the scorecard. No wickets so far for Malta. So, what I will say, unpopular opinion, left field one. What about Amar Zahir, the French keeper behind the stumps, that catch in the final, some important lower order runs? If we're talking number 7?
No, Doherty by a mile. If you
I'm just talking, isolating the...
Doherty by different margins of world. And then for me, I've got a smoky for you.
Go on. Yep.
Just waiting. Just
Anytime.
Saeed Shafat as the 12th man. Economy of 7, 12 wickets. Can't ignore that. He's the next pacer on that list. As it looks like, look at that. That's Neil Brook, the coach, Vinny, out there doing some running repair. Good to see.
He's also some sort of, you know, those guys at the mall. You need to get your shoe fixed. He's got all kinds of contraptions there. Yeah, Neil's the guy that's put a lot into this team, and so very, very happy that he's out there and mentoring this team.
Yeah. You can see just a bit of running repair. We don't have Magic Spray Mary here today, which is a bit shame. This would be from that dive a little bit earlier. You can see just on the forearm.
Yeah.
That's what it would have been from.
Yeah, very useful work. That's one you don't want the Magic Spray on. All right, well, this is our team, okay? So, yeah, Edith is saying the guy who bowled the slow ball in the Super Bowl. I think you're talking about Usman Khan, last ball of regulation.
I've turned to that camera just a couple of seconds too late.
Corey has
put
been
your
trying
head
to find ways to keep cool.
Look, I've opened this door behind me, and the breeze coming through is fantastic.
All right, so here's my team.
Go on.
Van der Merwe and Nabi opening up. Hankins at 3.
Yep.
DDC at 4.
Yep.
Hamza Niaz at 5. Mohammad Nisa at 6. For me, Mohammad Nisa's captain as well. I think he captained very well. Doherty at 7. That's such a powerful 7, isn't it? And then you've got Usman Khan at 8. You've got Bharti at 9. You've got Mulder, the Irish spinner, at 10. And Alan Coulter at 11. And yeah, we haven't really given consideration to tokenism from certain teams. Shafat Ali Saeed, I think we've put as 12th man from Pakai Care. But I just think, yeah, you pick who comes into your mind. Do you think we've missed anyone? We've given some consideration to a few. I agree with Sunderland and Gary Park. If you
could go Gary Park around there as well.
If you included the group stages, I'd say yes.
I think that might be a no ball. They've only got 3 on the offside. I think so, but I don't know if it's been spotted.
Yep, it hasn't been spotted. So that's something that
let it slide.
Probably have to have a
let it slide.
Bit of a look at.
Yeah, I don't think you can have 6 players on the leg side, but the umpires might not have seen it just yet. So they'll get away with it for a couple of balls until it's picked up. Yeah, there's 2 mid-ons, 2 mid-wickets.
Then ball at miles outside the off stump. This will be called a wide.
Yeah, there's 2 mid-ons, 2 mid-wickets, a backwards where they're going to 45. So yeah, that's definitely 6, and I think that communication will be told to the umpires now. Yeah, look, they've just picked it up now, so they might just let the captain know. Might have to bring one across, because you can have a 4 and 5 field.
Yeah, you can. You can. So, Woody in the chat just saying, for those that don't know him, Neil Brook is a superstar for cricket.
It's going to be a no ball, actually.
In Spain.
So now they'll make the adjustment.
Yeah, and for me, maybe I just push the long on.
They're going to
the
bring
long off.
Yeah, they're going to bring one of the square legs
Yeah.
across, and that's good. So I know, like for me, you want to let some things slide, but that will help them learn. They'll know that rule forever.
And
now.
it was already a wide. The only difference is that this one's now going to be changed to a no ball, and it will be free hit coming up. And, well, we'll move it anyway. That's what an
What a
amazing,
pass.
amazing bit of teamwork.
That is a great goal.
I mean, if this went to the boundary, can you imagine the scenes?
What's
I mean,
this?
you'd have to put it on the keeper's wagon wheel.
That's a proper finish in the bottom corner.
It really is.
Well, that means Bermejo
Yeah.
gets the free hit.
All right.
The lefty-righty partnerships worked really well for them as well.
All right. Here comes the free hit.
Oh,
loving it. Well, free hit or no free hit, that is a brilliant shot. Maximo. One thing she hasn't done so far today is score a half century. That takes her up into the 40s.
What a shot. How many Maximos today?
Yeah, she's been
Fantastic.
Good. Scored 2 earlier on, didn't she?
Well, fantastic batting from this young player that has really shown some power today. Oh, it's a no ball, surely. And it's another 6. Bale. Says Carrera.
Not bad. I did challenge you. That's not an easy shot to play.
That's
It's the last thing you're
unbelievable
expecting.
shot.
She's basically hooked to full toss.
How does he do it? Bale.
You should know by now. That's her 7th Maximo today.
7.
She's hit 7.
Fantastic.
And free hit to boot. And now she's on 47. What a great opportunity for her to bring up her first half century in T10 international cricket.
I'm dead set. I don't think I've ever seen a 16-year-old so powerful with the bat. I mean, the sixes hit today have been huge.
There's not much of her either, you know. This one will be...
Yeah, you don't want to run there.
It'll probably have to be a no ball, I think.
I don't
Doesn't
think
really
it matters.
matter.
Got to make some call, though.
Yeah, this one I'm not too worried about.
I think you just call this... Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we'll have a look at it.
Yeah, good option.
Yeah. Anyway, free hit. Naomi's on 47.
Well
And she'll
done.
bring up her 50. Well, what a great moment for the Spanish national, Naomi Hillman Bermejo. Her first ever T10 international 50.
Oh, look at
and
that.
she brings it up off 23 balls. What an innings.
I'm calling it. You'll see her in the franchise world soon. A big smile on her face and a thumbs up. That's a nice moment, a really special moment, and she deserves it. 51 off 23.
Look at those shots all around the ground, including the reverses. Oh, I think she's got such a bright future. Right now, he probably wants more. And then blast this one straight back past the bowler, only a single. Yeah, what sets her apart for me is how she gets her body in a great position.
Yep.
So she is particularly good when the ball's short of a length of getting her back foot back outside the off stump and opening up that leg side.
Well, I'll tell you why this will mean a lot to her as well. I'll just go through the scores in the 4 T20s. 47, 43, a 21 and a 41. So that's her first international 50 ever, and that's why I think she was in a little bit of shock, and a 47 earlier today. So she had 5 40s in a row, and she finally gets to the milestone. Great job.
Great. No, you've got to be so happy for her. And well,
What a star playing for Spain.
Who knows what she could end up with over 3 overs remaining here.
What's the highest score you had in the women's ECIs?
It's a very good question, and I will check.
Play and miss this time.
Swing and a miss.
Good comeback from Bendari. Just struggled a little bit for line in this one.
I want to say it was Stera Callis with the highest score. It might have been Heather Seegers, but I'll come back to you on that one.
Yep, that'll be a wide as well.
So, yeah. Just got to make that adjustment for the left-hander. So, yeah, the highest score was 66 not out from Stera Callis for the Netherlands. So maybe she could set a record here. And she'll get the strike back here with the 2 wides.
Yeah, I hope Bendari can just get this last ball straight and just finish this over off.
So we had 4 half centuries during that ECIW, all from Netherlands batters. 2 for Stera Callis, 2 for Babette de Leyder.
So the first 50 from outside the
the
Dutch.
Yeah,
very nice.
So well, she's a good chance to set a new record in ECIW.
So what was the
cricket.
highest, did you say?
Highest was 66 not out off 32 balls.
Wow, brilliant.
From Stera. Good shot into the gap. This will take some stopping. It won't be stopped. Cuatro carreras más. What a way to finish the over. She's up, and she is away as we get to the end of 7. The score 91 without loss.
Yeah, fantastic player. And, well, if you do want to stay with us, this is next week coming on Monday. We've got 5 live games. Rico Full and Vinny Sandu will bring you all those matches. Day 1 of 12 matches coming from Santorum in Portugal.
You're mostly right. I will not be there day 1. That's because I'm travelling. But I will bring you the days following that. And yeah, Rico will be going ahead. And always had a great time in Portugal. And here they've been doing some pretty extensive renovations to the ground. Corey over there.
Yeah, they have been. They've been doing. I saw a little clip of the field and the balcony and the patio they've built. Looks very nice indeed.
And that's 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 9:30 Central European summertime and 1 p.m. in India. Don't forget, Corey, daylight saving starts tonight. So guess what? That's 1 hour less sleep because the clocks are going forward.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not joking.
In the air. Wait, what?
So we still start at the same time tomorrow, Spanish time, but it's actually an hour earlier.
Are they just... I
knew that you'd be surprised by that.
I haven't slept 8 hours in a long time.
And you won't tonight.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. I think we probably could have kept the lights up, to be honest. Anyway, it's been a good innings.
Oh, that's funny.
Depends what kind of sense of humour you've got.
Can she
Santosh
keep
back.
going?
Oh, got it. Shot. It's out of here. Maximo. Well, she swings away into the 60s in style. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at this back foot. Goes outside the off stump and opens up that leg side. She gets square on. She absolutely pumps that one out of the ground.
Just the power from this young lady is phenomenal. Beautiful hitting. How many sixes today is that for her?
Well, she hit 2 in the first match. She hit 3 in the second match. And now she's hit 3 in this match. So that's 8 Maximos for the day. Watch that ball flying. That's up into the jungle.
That's a pretty special day of Maximos. It's the breeze has picked up, which is quite nice and relieving. It's been a hot day for everyone involved.
Yeah, picked up. About time. That's been a little bit warm. Anyway, Santosh, got to pitch it up. It's a little bit of length. That's a little bit better, but this is the thing with the... Well, now they kind of want to, they won't get it.
We've just had a big collapse in the commentary box. Vinny, are you okay? Oh, sorry. The chair's just gone.
We'll have to explain what happened in a minute there, but that's...
Oh, I've never seen that before. I'm not too sure if that's a no ball. It has to be a no ball.
Maybe. I mean...
Well, look at the shot that was played. That has to be
I actually think it's fine. I mean, you kind of lose your benefit of the doubt. Look, well, we're not going to see it. Oh, my word. That's attacking. I actually think it's probably coming down.
Is everyone outside?
If everyone wants to know why we're laughing, we'll tell you in a minute. So Corey had opened the door, and the wind was blowing it shut. So he put a chair there to keep the door open, and then a gust of wind has blown the chair all the way down the stairs.
Let's just say I don't want to go outside because there's things everywhere.
Anyways, 100 partnership coming up. What a good performance from these two. And they bring it up within 8 overs.
Well, one more boundary for Bahema will mean that she's got the highest ever score in women's ECI T10s.
Boundary to do it. And she
Well
will
done.
do it. Well done to Naomi. New record in ECIW cricket. 67 off 28. And again, I like the little adjustment. Just had to wait a fraction. And yeah, got a fair piece of that as we get to the end of the 8th over. It's 104 without loss.
I'll tell you what, she's up there with high pedigree and, well, these were the little ball change that we had. And look to see the European Cricket Network and the beautiful parts of Karma, but fantastic. I mean,
Little dangling ball in the foreground.
Stir Callis, Babette Delata, and now we've got our very own Spanish international at the top of the list.
Naomi Hillman is top of the hill.
Yep.
With 67
That might
out.
stand for a while, you know. If she ends up with an 80-odd or something.
Never know. Well, this series is still pretty young, though. So, time to start the 9th over. Corey's gone to get the chair. It's probably a good idea because we need to air this out. Anyway, can Malta break through before the end of this 10 overs? That's the question. Left-handed, Chilunga on strike. I like the role that Chilunga is playing here. I mean, seems a long way off 33 runs, but I mean, she has been hitting heaters. And if she can get a couple of sixes away this over. We saw her hit 3 on the spin earlier.
Oh, it would be a minor miracle to get there, but you never know.
Well, that'll help, 'cause that one is big. That's going to crash into the fence. Maximo! Well, she now becomes the first ECIW batter to hit 70 as she moves to 73. That's a big one.
Is that the number 10 Maximo for the day?
Yeah, that's number 9.
I'm starting to believe. No way. It would be an amazing effort.
She's so good at turning length into something more than it is.
What a player. 16.
She wants more. Wow, this is also hit hard, and that's going to be 4 more.
Go on.
Walking 677. Are we witnessing something special? Well, I know we are, but how special? That's the question. Again, that's all footwork. She's got such a good eye. I think she's played a lot of hockey as well. You can kind of tell.
Well, a brilliant hand-eye. How many balls are left?
9.
Oh, 2 more boundaries and then a 1? You never know.
And Chilunga's been really good at giving her the strike as well.
Very
She
good.
knows
Great
the situation.
Great partnership. Probably the biggest partnership you've had.
Oh, there's 6 more. No, it's not. What a stop.
What a stop.
You have to excuse us.
We've got malfunctioning equipment up here.
Now got what are you doing?
Oh, I'm trying to keep the door open. I can't believe she stopped that. She stopped the 100.
I thought it was 6 off the bat. It's going to be 1. It also strands Naomi on striker's end.
Oh, Miss Field. Oh, good backing up. Well, that's a shame because that saved 5 runs. That
It
might
really,
be. That
what
could
a
be
piece of fielding.
That could be the stop that stops the 100.
You like to go get the chair from the bottom of the
How
stairs
long's
again?
this innings gone for?
There.
Okay, a 6 off this ball. It's still a chance, a small chance.
I still think, yeah. There we go.
Oh,
1's not a
take
bad
the 1.
result.
Take the 1.
1's not a bad result. You need something magical. We wonder if she's got the experience to kind of just refuse the 1s and go for it here. As we get to the end of the 9th over, the score 118 without loss.
Every time I open the door and put a chair to keep the door open, it just doesn't stay there, Vin.
Yeah. Oh, the wind. Yeah. That's what this commentary box would have looked like after your performance.
The chair's taken them out.
Back to the action. Here's Naomi.
Come on, Naomi.
All right, she's on 79.
You can do it.
You know, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be Bandari to come back.
Well, Bandari went for 29 in her first, so there is a chance.
Yeah, if she does again, maybe we'll see the first ever ECIW 100. That's it. Leave that one.
You probably need a no-ball 6 in there. I think 21's asking a lot.
We saw her hit 3 in a row before.
It'd be remarkable. The crowd would erupt.
Let's go straight.
6. Get up.
And powerful. Maximo. Wow, Naomi goes to 85. And there's 5 balls left. This is a really good shot, and it's good placement. Saw the long on, was pretty wide. Went straight and went very, very well. Partnership up to 125.
Is this the biggest partnership we've had in women's ECIs?
It would have to be.
Well, she's got a chance now. This would be remarkable, Vinny. 85 off 33. Can there be another 6?
Well, we thought Santosh had robbed her of 5, and she did, but now she's back on strike.
Oh, big appeal.
Gets across. So, this one just drifting out leg side, so that hurts.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
4 balls remaining.
15 off 4, basically. And we don't want a 1 here. If you
need some luck. Shot.
Oh, what a shot.
What a
4
shot.
runs. Wow.
Well,
how
got a
about
chance,
that?
Vinny. Get on your feet.
Stand up and applaud. I mean, this is brilliant batting. It's a proper cricket shot. And look, shows she's no one-trick pony there. Goes through the offside. It's pitched up. And I think a much better delivery.
We got a chance. You got to tell me there's a chance. 89. Oh, could this be the first ever women's ECI 100?
What an innings.
16 years young. Fantastic.
You've got to feel for Malta as well. They've had a few chances as well during this innings. They just haven't been able to hold on to one. A steep learning curve for them. But right now, that pitch must seem pretty long for Bandari. Goes for this.
Oh, no.
Well, could be a chance. And it's dropped. You've
Gotta
got to
run
go
two.
two here.
Gotta
You
run
have to.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Good running. So she's up into the 90s. She's 91 off 36. And she needs basically a 6 and a 4 or more off the last 2 balls.
Oh, very tough now.
Well, that's asking for
That's
it.
4.
And it's going to get it.
Don't tell me the 99.
She could end up with 99. No, a 4 gets it a 99.
Hit a 6. Hit a 6. Please
Well,
hit a 6.
We've seen some last ball drama in ECIW cricket before. We saw the Italians hit a 6 off the last ball. Amelia Bartram.
Oh, this would
bring
be
up a memorable victory.
amazing.
Can you imagine the scenes if she comes up with 6 off this last ball?
Well, there's only 4 in the ring. They could call it 95. This is it, Vinny.
All right, 6 for the 100 here. Here it is. Oh,
Could be 99 not out.
oh,
it's
it
99
will
not
be.
out.
I wonder if they spotted that there were 5.
It's too late. 90. I think it might be 99 not out. Wow, unbelievable. What an innings. What a special player. That's our highest ever score in women's ECIs, and that is astounding batting.
Unbelievable. Oh, I mean, you got to feel for her there because, yeah, I mean, it's a great innings. I can't remember too many 99
Is that
not
our
outs
first 99?
on the European. We've had a few. Taranjit's got a 99, but yeah, what an innings from Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. She was absolutely sensational.
Well,
in there.
look at this, Vinny. All the supporters have come around and they are ecstatic for. Look, there's the Espana flag, and what an innings! 99, fantastic. A big hug there. Imagine that was probably her father, and what a special day. And 99's an amazing
it's a beautiful
score.
moment. That's what this is all about on the European Cricket Network as well. You know, 99 not out. I mean, it'll be memorable. I know it's frustrating to not hit the triple digits, but imagine how close she got. We didn't think she'd get that close. And she's getting a great ovation from her teammates. That's a very special moment in her development. And she played shots all around the park. You look at that wagon wheel. She was quite incredible. You know, credit also to Chilongia, because I think she played her role to try and turn the strike over. She didn't do too much wrong either. Left-hand, right-hand combination doing the trick, and that unbeaten partnership of 139, setting up a very strong first half performance for Spain.
Yeah, absolutely. A strong first half performance, and what a partnership we had. What did they end up on, Vin, there? 139 for none.
139.
That must be our biggest partnership in women's ECIs as well. They're throwing their bodies around because they love batting.
Yeah, you can't, it's funny emotions, hey. And, yeah.
I don't think you can be too disappointed. That is just a remarkable innings, probably the highest score of her young life. We'll go and confirm that after. But for a 16-year-old to come out here and do so well.
How about the kick stop from the keeper?
Brilliant.
What I will say, though, you know, that's another thing that she can aspire to do then. I mean, she is so young. You know, to be
What
able
a
to score a
shot.
century would have been amazing. I mean, that was quite an extraordinary shot. And look at that.
You see, that was a bit of a 50, like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
I got there.
Yeah, and then this was an interesting one. In the end, I think it is drop catch because it wasn't called a no ball. But what I liked is the decision making.
That stop there,
Yeah.
that calmed down the 5-6, probably stops her from making 100.
Potentially. I mean, that was a beautiful one in the last over, wasn't it? And then this, I mean, maybe she was a bit lucky to survive there. Scrabbled back for the 2, needed a 6 and a 4, got a 4 and a 4. So ending up on 99 not out. And, well, you got to say, Naomi really put on a show for us there. And you know what, Malta, I mean, realistically, you know, you just got to take a bow. I think sometimes when someone bats so well. In the first game, Malta scored 29. I mean, I think a good chance for them to at least try and to try and improve on that. 20 extras in there. I mentioned that, probably maybe 10 extras for the 10 overs you could allow. As it was, they had 18 if you add up the wides and no balls. They're 99 not out for Naomi of 38 deliveries and 20 not out. Nice supporting role from Chillingear as well. As far as the bowlers went, I've got to say Toki created some chances. Unfortunately, couldn't hold on to a couple that came back at her. She took none for 9 off her 2 overs. She was the best of the bowlers. We will take a break. We'll be back in around about 6 minutes to take you into the second half of match 3. Will be Malta chasing 140 for victory. Until then, it's Finney Sounding, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. See you after the break for more ECIW right here on behalf of FanCode in Spain. The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to ECI Cricket on the European Cricket Network. European Cricket Internationals on the way from the Khartoum Oval. ECIW action today, and we've got 3 teams here, 3 international teams. We'll see them today, we'll see them tomorrow, all battling it out over 9 games for the title of the FanCode ECIW Spain. Right now we're watching match 3, 3rd of 5 today between Spain and Malta. And well, we've just been treated to a bit of a show with Naomi Hillman Bermejo scoring 99 not out, and I actually think that it's the first time we've seen a 99 not out on the network. I've seen a 98 not out a couple of times. I've seen 99s out, but I don't know what to feel. I mean, it's just the fact that I think as human beings we concentrate on milestones, but really 99 not out, it was quite the innings. And that set up a very big score of 139 without loss here in the first half of the game. So, well, Malta coming out, look, I think realistically the 140 will be a challenge for victory, but I just hope that they can put together a bit more of a batting innings and we can see a bit more of their top order than we were able to the last time these two teams met in match 1. And in particular, I think it's a great opportunity for the openers. We've got Jess Reimer out there with Sanjana Budatoki. Let's see what they can do. It's going to be Jaspreet to start us off, and she starts with a wide down the leg side. And there's some thought of taking an extra one, but Jess Reimer decides against it. I wanted to say a big hello to all of you, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or if you're watching on FanCode around the world. Great to have your company. Vinny Sandhu with you as usual. Roy Rucks will be back shortly. Budatoki gets another look at Jaspreet. This one's a bit wide the other way, so yeah, I suppose the wides are a bit of a factor. I think probably a few teams lacking a bit of match practice, probably no doubt about that. And so this innings get to have a legal delivery. This one probably maybe a little bit high there. Budatoki not able to get it away. So yeah, I suppose a realistic target. I think you're looking at obviously beating your best. Their best was 29 before. The other thing is, look, no one was able to really get more than 4 runs with the bat individually. So, like I say, a chance for these top order bats to show us a bit of what they can do. Big swing and a miss, though, from Budatoki. Tries to go a bit leg side with that. It's well bowled by Jaspreet Kaur. So I think sometimes, yeah, in these kind of matches, it's not so much about the end result, about the kind of cricket you play all along. Again, the development is important. We certainly saw that in the ECW, the first series we held a little bit over a month ago. Good location, but no contact from Budatoki. I quite like the bowling of Jaspreet Kaur. Normally bowls one side of the wicket. And that's a pretty good ball as well. Budatoki a little bit late on it. Chopped it down, back past the stumps. And so hello to Jules Auterbridge. He said, I mentioned earlier in commentary, and I did, the next day without live streaming cricket on ECN, I believe it to be October the 1st. Don't quote me on that. Wow, this is a really good shot down the ground, and this is going to be for, well, that's a nice one for Budatoki, who finally got the loose one, didn't she? It was a full toss and a nice swing of the bat down the ground. And that's a really nice one from the Maltese opener. We saw just the one boundary off the bat earlier in their innings. And let's see if we can see a bit more of this top order. That's, I think, one of the issues with that first game. Is that the top order, well, top 3 made 0, 0 and 1. So hopefully they can get going a little bit more. Bapuji saying Vinny doesn't read our comments. Well, I read that one out, didn't I? Anyway, gets to the end of the first over. Boundary in it. That'll be the end of 1. It is 6 without loss. As a welcome back to the commentary box. Well, chair damaging and enthusiastic commentator, Corey Ruckus. Corey, 21 matches since a golden ball. Imagine a golden ball in this ECIW, because we've never had a golden ball in a women's match.
Yeah, the fact I haven't been paid for the sweepstakes is probably the most alarming part about that, because now my trust is gone. But you're right, it's been a while.
So Rico owes you 20 before he goes, right?
And you.
You need to download the app that we all use to receive payments.
I tried actually, it won't let me because I'm illegal.
Everyone tuning in from all around the world.
Can you hear the scurrying
run
away?
out the door now. Anyway, here is the second over.
Oh, well bowled.
Opening up with Sis Dynamite, as we're calling out, as we're Saeed. What do you think about that, bowling her in the power play?
Well, I like the option. It's aggressive, and she got that to take off. That was a great delivery. Very well bowled indeed. Bit of loop and some drop.
I think she bowls all wrong-uns so far. That's what I'm saying.
That's what you think, but you don't really know.
Does she know?
Oh, yeah.
I love a mystery spinner. I just
A little bit like Mulder.
Yeah, I think she's got a bit about it.
Yeah, they're all wrong-uns.
Yeah,
That's
they're
good
all
bowling,
back
though. Really good bowling. Just like back of the hand, top spin, sort of off spin.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Not easy to do that, you know.
It's not. It's quite natural for her, though, I think. I mean, once you
Uh-oh.
know it,
Uh-oh.
it's easy to play. We've got to run quickly, and they will. And that's a nice bit of work from Ryma. Oh, she had to work pretty hard for her first run, but she gets there in the end. Well done, Jess.
Yeah, it gets her in the end, and just the one. Could have been run out. Gets away, maybe a little bit of luck.
And one thing with Jess Ryma, I would say, especially watch at the non-strikers end here. Yeah, you got to be looking to back up. That's a good bit of backing up. It'll be a wide.
Two balls remaining. That's going to be a wide.
Not a bad spot to miss, though. I think if she can develop that one that is the genuine leg spinner, she'll be even more dangerous, I think. I think she'll be really useful to left-handers as well.
I think we might actually have a guest commentator joining us at the end of this over, which is also super nice. Little change up for the day. Oh, well bowled.
Yeah, just knocked away to the leg side. They won't get a run here.
Yeah, we are. It does sound we're going to have a guest commentator just for 3 overs to take us to the Comcam. So last ball from Saeed. It's been a very good over.
He's got to try and find a few more balls to hit the stumps, I think, like this one. Oh, in the air, doesn't carry, pick up, throw, and, well, hits a target, maybe not the target. And, well, hopefully it's not too bad for the batter, Pitoki. Everyone quickly to check if she's okay. I mean, this is quite a nasty one, actually. Have a look at this. Full force throw. The batter runs herself into trouble. And you can see, you get a good view over here. I don't think it's an area that's padded either. Ouch.
Oh, that hurts. And, well, it's a pain for me to leave you because I wanted to stay through. But for the next couple of overs, we're going to hand it over to, well, a surprise commentator as you talk about these lovely moments.
Wow. 10 for no loss after 2. That's the robot. Well, Corey stepping out and has not authorised this commentary change, but it's always great to have our head of operations, James Cantor, come into the commentary box. James, let's not forget you commentated the first ever ECS match in Alphaz, didn't you?
Taking me back, those were the days. Yeah, way back in, January actually, 2020.
That's true, yeah. Pretty windy at that time, wasn't it, as well? I mean, what do you think about it, the fact that we're able to do all different types of cricket this year, and the fact we have more international cricket and more, well, finally, we're playing some women's T10 cricket. It's an exciting step, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, the women's game's growing a lot at the moment in Europe. Teams are going strength from strength. I remember the Austrian team, I saw them about 3 years ago in a series against Germany, and to see how much they've improved since then is really good to see. You know, the Maltese team is pretty new to the game. They've had one series, I think, previously in Romania. So they're just going to get better from this experience.
Yeah, that's right. It's only their 4th international competitive fixture. So, you know, we saw a nice boundary from Pitoki down the ground. This is Jaspreet Kaur has bowled pretty well so far. That's another searching delivery. And of course you have quite a special connection to women's cricket as well, because your partner Julia, she plays in Germany, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's from Germany. So one year we were back in New Zealand on holiday, and I went down to the nets with my friends. You know, and I said, Julie, why don't you have a bat? And I think with anyone, you give them a bat and tell them to hit anything, they enjoy it. So she really enjoyed it. Came back to Munich, helped found the cricket club in Munich. She's now the president of that cricket club, and yeah, she'll be going to a tour in Spain actually in the start of May. One of Andy's tours.
Sounds lovely. Yeah, Andy House, part of the Blue Crew, and I just think it's great that these opportunities are being created. It's great to showcase cricket as well. It's a great example for all the young girls. It's part of the cricket school project that have been taking up cricket over the last few weeks. Yeah, it's good bowling again from Jaspreet. So yeah, I mean, I think in matches like this, I think obviously you can the Spain team a little bit ahead developmentally than their opposition. But I mean, there's always the kind of the aspiration to improve. This one probably just a little bit wide. In fact, gets past the keeper, and it's going to be 4. Again, I love the dive there, but Mirza can't quite make the stop, and well, they'll take the runs, 5 of them.
Yeah, good effort there. She tried her best, but just not quite have the time there for that one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a catch-22. Some of the keepers going quite far back, but then you have to deal with multiple bounces, which can be a bit of a hassle. Turning our attention to the ECL, I mean, obviously, as head of operations, it's a big operation, isn't it? How did you think it went?
Best yet. Yeah, no, it went great. The 31 teams that came, really competitive cricket. The crew, yourself, the commentators, all the staff here were amazing. Gelled really well. And no, it was exciting final. Congratulations to Drew. Finally good to see them get up.
I mean, it was a bit of a boil-over, wasn't it? I don't think any of us, and look, I'm never guilty of this, but I was in Group D. I said, Forfeiture, they're going to Championship week.
Yeah.
When I saw them, I thought, they're not going to be beaten. Oh, bowled. What a good bit of bowling that is from Jaspreet. Well, the last one might have been a little bit wide, but this wasn't. It crashes in the middle stump. And so Reimer's going to have to go. After the minimo comes the departure of the Maltese skipper. She goes, and it's 16 for 1.
Yeah, the first wicket down. She's been searching for that area this whole over. Got that one right, and nice delivery there.
Yeah, it's a bit good view from side. It's about the length there. It actually bounces right between her legs, which is the Yorker length, isn't it? And yeah, knocks them over. Also the end of the power play. So Jaspreet, good spell from her. 1 for 12 off 2. 16 for 1. Well, there's James, and that is when you were at the antipode of your birthplace, or of Auckland, right?
Yeah, I don't know how that came up so quick, but
Corey's put a few photos up. It's a bit of a photo album of our time in Spain, and that's a bit of an old one though, isn't it?
yeah, that was last year at the ECL.
Yep.
And we were talking about how where I live in Auckland is pretty close to the direct opposite side of the world. So we went onto this website to find the direct opposite place, and found it's about 90 minutes away from our hotel. So one morning, Corey and I didn't think Corey was going to make it because he had quite an enjoyable night the previous day.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, and we made it. We got our little rental car, drove down some farmers road, down a dirt road. Someone's played on the offside. Gonna go? No, his fielder's cutting that one off. Good positive stuff there.
Tell us about the journey. So you drove there, but then you had to go on foot for the last bit, is that right?
Yeah, well, we drove there, and it was all on private property, but that wasn't going to stop us. So we drove down a dirt road on a farm. Then we drove down a tractor path in our rental car. Not sure if we're going to be able to get out. One's in the air and taken. Excellent work there. Out at mid-wicket. Second wicket falls now for Malta.
Yeah, it was a nice catch, wasn't it? Elspeth's got a very good pair of hands, but that was Carrera on that occasion. So he gets congratulated by the captain. We've seen some good catches in that part of the ground. ABC, Amy Brown Carrera, does the rest. And yeah, I think, well, Sis Dynamite, we call it Guzwa Syed. She's the sister of Kid Dynamite, Hashimir Ali of Paco Care.
Oh, nice.
And that was well taken. Again, pulling those wrong-uns every ball, coming in and just, yeah, kind of jumping on the batter a bit. That's why she couldn't control the shot. Hey, yeah, Yeah, so then you're on private property, and then what? You did the last bit.
Yeah, then it was
hiked
like
it, or what?
it was at the top of this hill, and it's like you don't come this far to say you're within 300 metres of the opposite side of the world.
Yeah.
So yeah, we hiked up this hill. Would have been a perfect chance to actually kill and dispose of Corey. I could have got him to dig the hole for me, saying, "Hey Corey, we're just digging to the other side of the world."
Yeah.
And when it was deep enough, I could have just gone donk. No one would have ever found him.
I like the way you think, James Cantor.
But I decided to let him live, thankfully.
Right. And you did, and well, right now, you don't have to kill him to make him disappear, because he's not here. And I'm always happy to have you, James. Last time we commentated together, I think, was back in Krefeld, back in 2021. We did almost a whole day together back then at the start of that ECS.
Yeah, it was my first time out there in Krefeld. I remember that.
Good facility there. I know that Monica Loveday, who did some umpiring in that tournament, she's been in the chat, of course. Heavily involved in women's cricket in Germany. Said they've got 25 teams this year. Anyway, really tossed up, and how's this missed the stumps? That has gone so close. A bit of a lucky one for Paria first up. It's got to be disconcerting to face Sis Dynamite here, because it looks like a leg spinner, but it's not. It's the opposite. Again, I think this one's probably climbing over the top, and so doing pretty well at the moment. So Jules has made a comment, and Jules, of course, has been following ECN over the last little while. This one sinks down leg side. I think we've got wides on the way. How many? I'll let you know. 5 wides. Well, there's another one, and that's been the only hassle at the moment for Spain, these extras. It's a difficult one for the keeper as well, who has to pick it and deal with the line as well. But yeah, Jules saying it's more of a comment than a question, just how ECN has grown over the last few months that they've been watching. Great to see non-traditional cricketing nations doing well. We can't get more non-traditional than France winning the ECL. This is played away into the offside. But that's what it's all about. I mean, the ECL has grown from 8 nations in the first edition. Oh, we've got some overthrows here. How many? Well, hold the phone. I think it'll be 2 in the end instead of 1. So Paria off the mark. Gets double or nothing. But then, 30 last year, 31 teams this year. I mean, there's some talk, preliminary talk about, maybe growing again. It makes you think about what the limit could possibly be, right?
36.
Okay.
No, I think there's 36 European nations. There are a few that are missing out at the moment. We'd love to try and include them as well. And Daniel, we started with 8. I think the next year the plan was to go to 12, and then it just really ballooned up.
We had 2 years that we couldn't hold it because of the pandemic. As we get to the end of the 4th over, the score is 24 for 2.
But yeah, so it's growing. We're growing. The teams are growing. The federations are growing. It's nice to see, and it's just going in the right direction at the moment.
And so, I mean, obviously, I think there's about 50 odd. Maybe how many countries in Europe complete in total? As we say, Samora James. All right, what are we going to see here? All right.
Yeah, I've been set up.
Nice shot.
I've been set up.
Well, we'll never see where that lands.
It was in the hole.
Asmat comes on first up, gets blocked away. Hey, so obviously the game has to be organised to an extent in the host country, right? Before we can consider holding an ECS or including a country in ECI, right?
Yep.
So maybe you can give us a bit more information about that after this shot, which you'll see from Budatoki. He's going to get a second boundary this time. It's a nice looking cut shot. Asmat, not the worst ball ever, but just good batting. I think just timed that well, hit down on the ball, and gets the result.
Yeah, so the main criteria at the moment is they have to be an ICC member. So there's still quite a few in Europe that are not ICC members. Yeah, and then they just need to have the teams. Some will get there, and hopefully we can help promote them as well through the ECC, ECL.
Yeah.
Get their numbers up, and then they can have a
We've already
ECS
seen
series.
a massive kind of tightening of the closing of the gap between quote unquote more established cricket nations and those that aren't. I mean, just look at the England versus France battles over the last couple of days. We saw Greece beating England in the ECL. We've seen these upsets. They're not really upsets anymore. We're seeing some very eyebrow-raising results. Matt.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 years in a row now that the trophy stayed in mainland Europe. So, that's where the strength is in T10. First we had VOC, then we had Pakaikia from Barcelona, and now Drew from France.
Yeah, 3 times. We had the ECL, 3 different winners. Also, England, and it's great to have England involved, obviously. They brought a lot to the tournament. And their supporters, their playing group, I think were amazing, and all the support they were getting back home. But, well, the last 3 Kartama Oval finals, England have lost all 3 of them.
Yeah, that's
winning
unlucky.
the first ECC. But
Imagine it's a pretty tough path for Hornchurch to get back here as well.
exactly. Well, we're going to throw around some ideas. What do you think about a pre-ECL Hornchurch versus Drew best of 9 or something? Get those supporters over here. They want to come back. Or they could just win the 9 or 10 elimination matches again in a row to qualify, I guess.
Yeah, that's probably easier. Just quick question from John Gray before I leave, because this is actually something I was talking about with my colleagues this morning, was about ECN merchandise. So, yeah, there was talk about setting up a little online shop for people to be able to purchase their own ECN merchandise.
Well, chance here. And they may get 2. They'll spend a lot of thinking time, not a lot of running time on the overthrow, so it'll just be a single in the end. Look at this on the height, because he's not the tallest. Yeah, that's one I'd probably like to see given. Charles kind of ums and ahs about it. Yeah, so tell us where we're at with that merchandise situation.
I just did. We had to talk about it this
We
morning.
had a talk. That's where we're at.
I mean, we'll bring some of this back to ECC. So easiest way for you to get it is come support us at ECC. We'll have a merchandise tent set up again, but obviously that's a bit of out of reach for some people. So yeah, the plan or early discussion is about setting up an online store.
Great. I think a lot of people would appreciate that. And it's just getting logistics in place. I know that if you want to message me at Mr. Maximo, if you want something in particular, if we know what the shipping's going to be, for example, we can let you know what that is, and we can kind of maybe organise something. Get in touch with me at Mr. Maximo. Last ball, the 5th over coming up. A good thing for Malta, they've already passed what they scored in the last game. It was 29 they scored, and Budatoki, and by far their top scorer this morning, she's moved to 13. Paria goes back and plays a nice shot here, and this will be the end of 5. The score is 35-2.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Vinny. I'm going to vacate Corey's seat. He's looking a bit sad, missing his place, so I'll give it back to him. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks very much, James Cantor, Head of Operations. Well, there's a nice shot of the Blue Crew, and it was us just on the last day, including all of our partners and here at the ground and Spring Productions as well. Beautiful shot of the ECN crew. And we'll be on the move with Portugal starting on Monday for 2 weeks, then 2 weeks in Cyprus, 2 weeks in Milan. Then I believe we'll have 2 weeks in Austria as the players take a quick drinks break at 35-2 after 5. Now, the incorrigible Corey Rutgers coming back into the commentary box. Why are you setting up James with the golf shot there?
That
What's
was pretty
going on with
good.
that?
That was pretty good. I didn't set him up. That was up. Elvira decided to set him up. And, well, hey, credit to the Maltese women. They've already surpassed what they made earlier in the day, and you can see them improving already.
That's what it's all about, really, in the end. Yeah, pretty warm today, although we do have a bit of a breeze blowing now. Yeah, I suppose it's about personal best as well. I think Budatoki with 2 boundaries and 13, I'd like to see her going on with it a little bit. She played a nice cut for 4 earlier in the innings. She played a nice shot down the ground for 4 as well off a full toss. But yeah, it's a great time to get in touch with us. Hello to Martin, and yeah, I like where you're going with that. Hello to Terry as well, and to John. It's great to see Malta improve on their first score from this morning. Rome wasn't built in a day. And Bapuji asking, any chance we can see Ukraine women in ECN? Well, the main thing is you need to be ICC, an ICC country, before we can kind of include you, because we are kind of accredited with ICC and those criteria. Anyway, time for the start of a new over. Simranjit Kaur into the side in this game. Not a bad start. Gets one past the outside edge.
Yeah, well bowled. Nice and straight. Top ball. But yeah, a big improvement here from Malta. They probably won't get the runs, but showing that they can handle a little bit more than in that earlier game.
Just looking back. Monica, sorry I missed your question for James, but I'll give you a bit of background info as this one's called a wide, a little bit to the left. So the question was, how does James cope being away from Julia's partner and his son Lando for so long? I think the good thing is that James's role is often kind of based in Germany where he lives. He's not so much on the tour. This one, yes, but also I know that Julia and Lando came and spent a bit of time here in Malaga as well. So I think that James, used to spend a lot of time on the tour. Now in his role as head of operations, he's able to stay home a little bit more. Anyway, thanks for your question, Monica. Well, this has popped up in the air, and the keeper will find a way to drop it. Wow, that is a life, isn't it, for Paria? And yeah, sometimes under the helmet, they're a little bit hard to locate straight away. And I know Hifsabat's been put in that position. But yeah, couldn't believe her luck. But then it didn't quite get the hands together. And the batter wasn't going anywhere. She's in the crease, so there's no chance for a second opportunity.
Yeah, that's tough. Disappointing, but it happens. Good to see the girls encouraging her still.
Yeah, Simran, she'll be upset about that as well, of course, getting her first bowl. Yeah, she's bowled really well so far, I think. Creating that opportunity and only one run off the first 4 balls.
And they're just getting it nice and straight, Vinny, and not too many extras. Good bowling. Oh, well
again,
bowled.
it's well bowled. I really like that she's kind of honing into the stumps.
Well, Pereira in the first game today made a pretty didn't get dismissed, Vinny, but 1 off 20.
Yeah.
So faced 32 balls that hasn't been dismissed, and you got to take the little victories.
Yeah. Don't give your wicket away, I suppose. It's really close, just hit outside the line, I think.
Vinny.
But, yeah. Barrier. We'll watch that one go by. Another run for the team. A little bit wide. Yeah, nice shot from Parrier. I mean, yeah, again, improvement. She's able to get a few more away. I think it's a bit easier for her this time. But Toki's there, kind of shouldering a fair bit of the load as we get to the end of the over. Pretty good one from Simran. She only goes for 3, and it's 38 for 2 after 6. So, Terry said there's 34 ICC members in Europe. The reason Ukraine aren't in at the moment because they currently have no cricket being played there due to the war. So obviously
Who were the 4 members that weren't here then?
I believe they are. Hello, Karina. It's just a Karina fan page. So how many phones of Karina do you have on your phone, Corey?
This is not my phone.
Because they all come from Corey's phone. And there's Karina from 2 different angles. Hello, Karina.
Yeah, that's my normal photo, and that's my sneaky photo.
Loves the cricket.
Well
anyway.
Bowled.
Yeah, really good bowling.
Here comes Dottie.
Yep, she's started with a dot, and she did not concede a single run.
She's 13 balls straight to Malta.
To Malta, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I can get around that hype.
I'm going to tell you the 4 that I think aren't currently in the ECIW. There's 14. Keep the count going. So I think, if I had to guess, Isle of Man, Serbia, Slovenia, and there's one more. Help me out.
Not sure.
Oh, well bowled.
That could be the run.
Oh, there it is. The streak is over. Remember where you were. And
14 dot balls to one nation must be a record.
Statistic. Help me out, Terry. I've got 30 countries involved here in ECL cricket. Who isn't involved in ECL cricket that's an ICC member in Europe? That's my question.
I don't even know who the ICC members in Europe are.
There's 34 of them. Well, 30 of them are involved in the ECL. So I've gone Isle of Man, Serbia, Slovenia, and there must be one more. So help me out.
Estonia. No.
Nice try, though. This is a good bit of keeping this time. Confidence builder for Hifsa behind the stumps.
Yeah, I don't have one more here on this list.
Okay.
Israel.
Israel.
There you go.
Okay. Well, this was half an opportunity, and with the batter going forward, I mean, he was about staying a little bit behind the stumps.
Is Israel part of the EU?
I don't believe so, but yeah, part of a region. But we may see the Israel team soon. There's some T20 internationals that we're planning to broadcast in May. It's a nice shot, a little bit short and outside the leg stump, and a rare bad ball. But the Toki, again, she's building something here. She moves to 17. And Malta pushed past 40 for the first time.
Well, what an improvement. What a fantastic improvement, has to be said. And, well, 4 more runs, and this is the game we've got coming next. These two teams haven't played each other yet.
Yeah, they haven't. And so, yeah, Austria versus Malta in game 4. It's actually the only game that doesn't involve Spain here on day 1, with Spain playing 4 of the 5 matches. But the news from the toss is that Austria, they won the toss and they elected to bat. So, yeah, Joanne Siglert's been pretty lucky with the tosses today. And
What time's that game due to start?
Starting in half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. It's our 25th international T10 of the year.
Wow.
Quite a few have involved Austria. Started with the 7-match series in Malta. So, yeah, Malta and Austria had a very entertaining series. 5-2 actually picked the right result, which is pretty rare. And that was in Malta. That was the one, unfortunately, due to logistical reasons and travel strikes. Spain were meant to take part. They couldn't. I know you were disappointed about that, Corey. That was in the men's.
Yeah, that was crazy.
But it was a crazy tie back then, wasn't it? But Malta and Austria going at it in the women's in match 4. So join us for that one. This one just goes a little bit wrong. But it didn't really extend the arm completely, Asmat. I think that she's got some good mechanics, but she just needs to have a bit more confidence. It's hard, because if you don't commit to it completely, and that can happen from time to time. Terry's offended that you didn't remember Estonia were in the ECL. Probably fair enough too. I
remember now. They were bowling those no balls that Hankins was hitting into the other dimension.
Yeah, you got it.
If Israel isn't part of the EU, how can they be in the European Cricket Council?
I don't understand everything.
That's a
Terry
genuine
might
question.
have the answer. Yeah, well, I guess you better, if that chair goes down the stairs one more time. Why weren't we using the method we were using earlier, Corey? Okay, that's a good answer. Well, Parrier almost reaching the magical 20 balls again. That's a nice little milestone.
Well, if you get it not out, I mean, Pariah can take away from this that there's a good defence there.
Yeah.
So then it's just to try and add some strokes during your career.
Exactly. Or find a way to get off strike. It's well bowled. Really well bowled by Asmat. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. That one she kind of committed to. Just had a bit better rhythm about her that time.
It says Israel's in Asia from what I'm looking up. So that means that's surprising then. Wouldn't it be part of the...
Terry makes a bit of sense in here. There's kind of political reasons that for sport, Israel are in the EU.
Ah, okay.
Good stuff, Terry.
These are the little facts you don't usually find out.
You know, Terry is actually a very good commentator. He's commentated 45 matches on the ECN. He's actually one of my favourites.
Those are rookie numbers. Yeah. You got to pump those numbers up, Terry.
Takes all the opportunities given. He's a very good pinch hitter. We're always happy to have you, Terry. One of them was in the ECL recently.
You've got to have your pinch hitters.
No ball called.
And I reckon it might have been out. Oh, what a tough call. No ball front foot.
Have a look.
Yeah.
Oh, it is a no ball.
And probably going over.
Yeah, it's going way over. But yeah. Okay, so...
That's a good point from Martine that Australia's in the Eurovision.
Yeah. That's why I think there's no reason that one day the ECL shouldn't have the champion Australian club. Imagine that. Or the champion New Zealand club.
Called the World Cup then. We do the T10 World Cup.
Like, World Cricket League. But, yeah, if Australia's in the Eurovision, you know, we're breaking boundaries, we're breaking borders.
We should have a wild card entrant where we spin the globe, put your finger on it, and we pick the best team from there.
Throw a dart at the world map. Yeah.
And the entrant is Colombia.
Okay.
You never know.
Yeah, Argentina, they play a lot of cricket.
They do a lot of cricket. They just play Bermuda in T20Is.
Oh, nice bowling.
Well
and that's going to be a wicket. So Asmat gets it right. And yeah, she's been a bit of a mixed bag for her, but I do like her bowling, and she hits the top of off stump. That's always a good thing for the bowler. And so she's finally able to displace Ashma Paria, who batted 24 balls for 6. But the 8th over finishes with a wicket, and Malta are 46 for 3.
Yeah, great delivery. The top of off stump, perfect line, perfect length. And another wicket goes, and Asma gets some reward for a good spell.
Yes. And so, 2 overs to go. Yeah, Terry, I am aware that Europe and the EU are not the same thing. That's what I was saying. I know that.
Well, thanks, Terry.
I know that. But what I will say is that I'm a fan of Terry's work. He's been on the YouTube with Cricket Estonia, with Regna, who's the women's Estonian national team wicketkeeper. And Terry does his bits in English, and Regna does them in Estonian. There's a lot of indoor cricket happening there at the moment. And Terry's giving Terry's tips.
Imagine a lot of
Don't
indoor
miss
cricket with the weather as well. Pretty cold out that part.
It does. Yeah, once they said they tried to start in April and it was snowing. I spent a bit of time in Estonia, as you probably know. So, yeah, I'm always enjoying Terry's tips. And I'm kind of mesmerised by the videos because I feel like I could maybe pick up a bit of Estonian by hearing Terry speak in English, then hearing the wonderful translations. That's a really nice looking cut shot. It's going to be a bit of work for the outfielder.
Just doing enough here. Can they get past, say, 60? I think they'd be very happy with that.
I think so. I think it's all about improvement, and these two teams will play each other 3 times over the course of this tournament. They'll play each other again tomorrow.
Are you Isle of Man a country?
Yes.
Did it get renounced?
What do you mean renounced? Are you just you're using words you don't understand again. And Terry's got a very good point in the chat.
Oh, shot.
Yeah,
what
really
a
nice shot. This will probably go for 4. The Bandari comes out there, and yeah, it changes as good as a holiday sometimes. They're not really in wicket trouble this time. It's a bit of length on this. Let's have check out the footwork here. Bang. Opens herself up a little bit and strikes it away to leg side for 4.
It's a confident stroke first ball to pull out the pull, and Bandari gets off the mark with 4. Great shot.
One thing I like about, the boundary size in ECN, I think you're saying players hitting boundaries may not hit a lot of boundaries ordinarily. This is also hit in a similar direction. Goes and fetches it from a bit further outside off stump this time.
Well, what was the morning score? They made 28 with 21 extras.
29 with 21 extras.
Oh, this is a massive improvement. Credit to them.
Definitely is. Definitely is. And yeah, Terry's just mentioned that he did get to 40 games before you did. So
rookie numbers.
Quiet period during COVID.
I do 40 a week now.
We're lucky. Anyway,
shot
turned away to the leg side. Watch the spin. I was always going to get you. It always spins back towards the back of the field. Look, I like the effort from Mirza, who had the gloves in the first game. But yeah, this was on a one-way ticket away from her, and it's going to be another boundary. So, look, it's been a much, much improved innings. And Budatoki, remember, when you consider that nobody scored more than 4 for Malta in the first game, her 22 not out looks very good.
Oh, it's a massive total, and good on her. She's still got 7 balls remaining.
She's still got 7 after that. Again,
well, they're easily going to get to that 60.
Yeah, well, say easily, but I'll get to 58. Having to work hard from their runs. That's what Spain are trying to do, and they've tried to build a fair bit of fielding pressure. They've just been able to hold a few more catches, I think, in the course of the day. A little edge this time, pops out. Going to take it on, chance at the bowler's end, but the throw's a little bit wide. So they'll get away with a single. Yes, this is all about the awareness for where to throw and how quickly. Again, I like the fact that the batter Bandari responds to the call quickly. And then it's almost the good old-fashioned handoff, wasn't it, to Chilungia? Couldn't finish it in time. 59 for 3 after 9.
Yeah, 59 for 3. All the bowlers have done okay here. No economy rates have been blown out. A wicket apiece for Kaur, Saeed and Asmat. And still 1 more over left at the back end for Chilungia.
Oh, and she's bowled her first ball. Well, what about that for a bit of bowling? I think there might have been a little bit of an inside edge on that. But Chilungia is always around the mark. And this is no exception. Bowling at the end of the innings this time. Check out the replay thanks to Spring Productions. yeah, I think it's a little inside edge there from Bandari. Assists it onto the top of off stump. Top of off stump's had a bit of a workout this innings. And it is the 4th wicket to fall. It's 59 for 4. Good innings though. I mean, impact innings, wasn't it, from Bandari, who did score 6 while she was out there.
Yeah, clever bowling, just putting in the right spots, at the right amount of flight, and another wicket fall. So it does give somebody else an opportunity at the back end to have a bit of a hit, maybe make a few runs.
Give somebody else an opportunity to get out there and have a hit.
Why did they put Australia in Eurovision?
Because I think Australia loves Eurovision, so they're like, all right, get in
So
there.
Hornchurch love our crickets, does that mean?
Get him in. Say what the Hornchurch treasurer said to you last
750 fans if they get a wild card entry. Guaranteed to bring.
We just got to organise a bilateral series. The Drew Hornchurch best of 7 over a weekend.
I got officially invited handshake agreement for a lock-in at the lodge, and all I thought is that sounds good. So you and I going to England. I actually spoke to them about you and I going and commentating one of their local games.
Oh yeah, I could definitely go for that. There are a bunch of characters. Anyway, a new batter comes out there is Anita Santos. Oh, she's done some good things today, Santosh. Left-hander. Lucky the striking blue helmet as well. Remember, for these Maltese players, this is only their 5th ever competitive match. So the fact they'll play 6 matches here, that dwarfs the 3 previous international matches they've played as a unit. Anyway, here we go. Ooh, pretty close and gone. So Chilangia gets the wicket. And well, it's disappointment for Santos, but you got to reward the bowler. I don't think that was going over. That was the only question. And now, would you believe it, we've got Chilangia on a hat-trick. What a morning she's having. Went to the afternoon, but yeah, for me, okay, it's a little bit high. Let's have a look. If it's going over the stumps or not, I'm not so sure. Probably an umpire's call. It's, yeah. Let's have a look how much this comes back. It's more or less in front of middle. And, yeah, umpire's call for me on the stumps. But, yeah, well, will we have a hat-trick opportunity?
Oh, definitely a chance if they could.
All right, so could this be a hat-trick, our second hat-trick of the year? Here we go, it's Ramesh on strike, and it won't be a hat-trick.
Oh, hat-trick run out. Oh. Yeah, unfortunately it won't be. I think the pressure and the occasion just got to Chilangia, and it's going to be a wide +1.
Yeah, it's a shame because he's bowled so well, bowled pretty accurately most of the time, but couldn't quite deliver on the hat-trick ball. That's a nice shot coming in, but it's great fielding once again by Amy Brown-Carrera. She's been very good in that position.
Yeah, so a couple balls remaining here. A good score from the Maltese women who've improved down to sight just in the last couple of hours. They'll be bowling first against Austria in the next one, so that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, Austria be keen to get a few batters in form. This one takes over the line, but I think they'll probably get away with that. Yeah, probably this slight adjustment in the interpretation of the wides. I think the line probably goes to the bowler.
You're going to have to start a women's leaderboard for higher scores, I think.
You know what the coolest thing is that actually we integrate the statistics regardless of gender. So that's good. That's why you see in all our Hall of Fame, it's the same, given the same standing, which I think is very good. And so well done to Malta. They do get above the runner ball in the end.
Yeah, there's one ball to go.
Yeah, so they've got above that 60. 63 now. Last ball coming up. Well, Budatoki's batted through. Credit to her. Really have a crack at this. She does. And I think it'll be handled there. So just a single. Well done to Budatoki. She finishes 24 not out. When you consider that they didn't even score that many off the bat in the first game, Malta, I think it's a much improved effort. They're going to finish 64 for 5 off their 10 overs.
Yeah, much improved. They should be very proud of themselves, and I'm sure the more they play, the better they're going to get. And for España, it was a very, very good innings that set up the score. And none for 139, plays 64 for 5.
This is what's coming up. We've got Austria-Malta coming up in around about 15 minutes' time. Join us for that. And Austria winning the toss, electing to bat, so Malta will have to continue with their 11. Reimer, she'd love a few runs, I think, in match 4. Coming out 4th of 5 today. Let's go back to the highlights. And I've got to say that I was pretty impressed with Budotoki. I think we took a bit more out of her. One of the main issues, I suppose, with Equipo de España, they're still struggling a little bit with their control at times. But when they're on target, they really were. I think Justpreet did some good things, didn't she, in her 2 overs. Again, it's about asking the right questions. And assist Dynamite, she was able to get that wicket. That was well held by Amy in the square leg position. And this one, the spin bamboozling both the batter and the keeper. And Asmat, again, I liked her contribution with the ball. That was a nice shot by Budotoki. That was her second boundary. This one, I think 9 times out of 10, Himsabat would fancy herself to catch that, but it just slipped through her fingers. And yeah, like I said, a lot of improvement there. When you consider they only scored the 1 boundary off the bat in the first game. Malta this time, they were able to find the boundary a little bit more regularly. They were able to score 5 4s in the innings. In particular, 4 of them came from Budotoki. That was a bit of a doozer. They did the fielder. And then late in the piece, well, Chilangia has had a pretty good day with the ball, particularly against the Maltese team. He went 1, 2. This one, yeah, from that angle, it did seem like probably not going to go over the top. You could make a case for it, but say that's not the tallest. So in the end, the final score in match 4 is 139-64. Spain making 2 out of 2 against the Malta side. 24 Budotoki led the scorers, and apart from that, I mean, Pariat stayed around there for a while. 6 off 24 balls. 6 also for Bendari, though in a lot less deliveries. Once again, I think the extras will be a bit of a hindrance for Spain. I think if they're going to compete with the likes of Austria, they've got to sort that out. 26 runs in 1, no balls in that innings. Having said that, I mean, none of the bowlers went for too many, did they? 2 for 9. Chilangia continues to impress with their left arm spin. Also wickets for Jaspreet Kaur, as were Saeed, the wrist spinner, and Lisa Asmat. Simranjit, I think she bowled really well as well without actually managing to take a wicket in that innings, but was very unlucky not to do so. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. And when we do, it'll be time for the big Malta versus Austria clash. Well, we certainly had some pretty close matches when the men's teams were taking on each other in the ECI. Let's see what happens in around about 8 minutes or so when we rejoin you for the telecast. Vinny Sounder, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. You are watching the FanCode ECIW Spain. European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the ECN Network. We're here for the women's ECIs. It's match 4. Let's go to Stefan Gooch, who's the match referee for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, Australia call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is heads. Oh yeah, good. I like
Thank you.
Good luck.
So the Austria women's team have won the toss. They've elected to have a bat first. I think it's a good decision. They want to get some runs on the board, and the Maltese women's team have had a difficult day with the ball in hand. So it does give the Austrian team a bit of chance with the batting. Why will they change their order? Because they didn't lose a wicket earlier in the day versus Spain. For Malta, look, it's going to be a pretty tough weekend for them, but they're learning the game. They're getting better and better, and maybe it's someone's chance to create a few highlights and have a really good match out. It's match 4, it's a hot one, and so is Vinny Sandu. Let's go see him in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Corey Ruckers. Expert commentary from you there, as always, as we head into the 4th match of the day. First time we get to see these two teams going head-to-head. In the men's ECIs, we had a very entertaining 7-match series between Malta and Austria to kick off the ECI action this year on the European Cricket Network, and this should be an interesting battle for sure. Again, I think probably a bit of a mismatch based on what we've seen so far, but still a real opportunity for the players to test themselves and test their skills under the pressure of the ECI situation. So it is Austria versus Malta. Austria winning the toss, electing to bat. They want to do something with their 10 overs, I'm sure. And yeah, a chance for them to maybe find some form early in the season, of course. And in Austria, it's very difficult at this stage of the season to get good outdoor practice. That's the thing as well. In Malta, a little bit different, I think, in that you can kind of play 12 months a year. Probably same with Spain. So we're almost ready to go. Yeah, certainly grateful to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Let's have a look at these two teams. And I've got to say, I was really impressed with the opening batters earlier in the day, Andrea May Zepeda and Priya Sabu. They played really, really well and haven't actually lost a wicket yet, Malta. Didn't lose a wicket against Spain. But as far as Malta goes, I mean, yeah, Jess Reimer, important for Malta. I'd love to see her get going maybe with the bat. She's also got the wicket-keeping duties once again for that side. So I'll settle in and enjoy the action with us as we get ready for the first ball. Looks to me like it will be Santosh who's opening up for the Maltese. Let's roll, match 4. This one's a little bit short. They've got 2 fielders back there, and so both outfielders being employed in that region. Just a single. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Welcome up the stairs. Corey Ruckers, welcome back, Corey.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vinny. Looking forward to the final 2 games today on this lovely Saturday. Looks like Kirkman's opening the batting and looking for an opportunity here to hit some runs.
Yeah, no doubt. An early wicket's going to be important. Yeah, so backs away and Kirkman won't get a run here. So yeah, obviously I quite like this from the Austrians. Obviously they were very successful with the opening pair earlier. As Peter and Sabu put on 87, but taking this opportunity to get a couple of other players out in the middle. I think, again, it's about development within these teams as well as between these teams. Swing and a miss. But, you know, Santosh just has to try and execute her skills as well. I want to welcome everyone back in the live chat as well, ECN European Cricket Network.
Yeah, it's good to see the live chat's been quite active today and a lot of people tuning in and enjoying themselves on this Saturday after the ECL. Top ball.
Yes, again, it's good. Good off-stump line. Santos pulling one side of the wicket.
If you had, so who out of the 3 ECL champions, VOC Rotterdam in their prime, Pakai Care in their prime, and Drew in their prime, who would you choose? That's a tough one.
Such a good question. Good hypothetical.
Shot.
Taken off the stumps, kind of knocked down partially in the infield. Kirkman will get off the mark at the 4th opportunity. Look, you know, it's a funny one. The VOC obviously very good team back in 2019. But when I think about it also, I think the other countries hadn't quite caught up yet about then. They hadn't really played a lot of this form of the game. And so I don't think it's easy. The one I'd probably want to play the least is probably Druitt. Based on what we've seen this time. Because they've kind of taken that uber attacking game to dangerous new heights. They might get a run here if they're paying attention, but they won't. And so it is the end of the first over, and the score is 2 for no loss. That's a nice memory of maybe last night, perhaps, or earlier in this ECL, standing room only. That was last night. People getting spots wherever they could. Any vantage point. It was an exciting night, wasn't it?
Yeah, very exciting indeed, and the crowd was right into it. You got to love it. They really enjoyed themselves. Kirkman now, nice looking shot, straight to the fielder, dot ball.
Yeah, some nice shots. Well, they might get a run now, actually. Kirkman has to turn on the afterburners, but she'll get there. It's good awareness.
I've just noticed on the ECN site I don't have a photo. Silhouette.
Yeah. You're not...
It says I've played for VOC Rotterdam and Excelsior 20. Not too sure when that happens. That's a gorgeous shot, straight to the fielder.
How many times are you looking up your profile in a day?
That's weird.
Anyway.
I'm just looking at that scorecard back in the day. Is anyone ever going to beat the 2-2-2 at an ECL? Like, think about when Nabi and Niaz were going off the other night. They're still 40 runs short.
Yeah, it would seem unlikely. This is well bowled. Ramishan, I liked what she's done today. I want to say probably Mark Simpson Parker, I imagine, is watching. And his sister Hannah is playing for Austria in this match. She went down leg side for a white. Yeah, so she was playing in match 2 as well. I know that they come from a very good cricket pedigree. We know that. Now, just back cut away. This is a very clever shot from Uka, who gets moving now with her first boundary. As kind of makes the most of this. Just a little bit of timing. And once it got away from the fielder, Bandari fairly raced away. This outfield is getting super quick, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It's racing on. It's a hot day today in Kartama, and the runs are starting to flow.
Yeah, just making sure that that's good awareness, actually. The fielder hadn't quite come back into the circle, so he has to get inside the dotted line, which she does now. Uka, pretty impressive here. Tries the shot again this time, misses out. So Medidab out there umpiring once again. And it looks like she's out there with Asad Ali this time. Nice ball the over.
Shot.
They're asking for it, but they do have protection in that area. Gets the body behind it. This will be the end of the over. Ramesh, not a bad one. Just goes for 7. And a pretty strong start for Malta at the moment. Restricting these two. Austria, they are 9 without loss after 2.
Yeah, it's been a steady start to this one, has to be said. As we have a look at the table, and, well, the run rate for Malta women's might prove to be an issue later in the competition.
Yeah, that's true, but again, these countries all probably different stages of their development, so I think bring them together. They can learn a lot of each other. They can learn a lot about playing in pressure situations. There's Andy O. It was his birthday. Valuable member of the Blue Crew. And I hope he had a great birthday. Andy's giving the big thumbs up. Why wouldn't he? He looks happy. All right, start of a new over. And it's Santosh. He bowled a very good first over and he went for 2.
Yeah, just looking at the comparative scorecards when Niaz and Nabi opened the batting and put on that 189 to when Max and Scotty batted, just because it's a bit of have a look in that. How many 6s do you reckon Niaz and Nabi made in that 189?
I know. I'm going to say like...
Shot.
Was it 19?
Yeah, it was 19. Yeah, 19 in the end. I mean, it's got to max it 28. I don't think it will ever be broken. I'm not too sure the women's record of the 99 not out we saw today be broken for a while either. That's a really big score.
Yeah, that's right.
This one's a little bit wider. Oh no, I think she stumped, and yeah, it's been given out on field from Meta. And unfortunately, Kirkman's not sure what's happened here, but it's out. And it's been given a wide and stumped. And Kirkman just has to realise you can actually be stumped off a wide. She doesn't realise just yet. It's alert keeping, though. Because, yeah, that... Oh.
Missed the first time. Didn't miss the second time. And so, yeah, there is the wicket, and they're happy about it. So... it was a wide, and just, yeah, a bit of lack of awareness of where the popping crease was. And, yeah, very smart piece of work from the captain, Jessica Reimer, behind the stumps. So, oh, I suppose it's well bowled because it turns out to be a wicket. And they break that opening partnership. It will be 11 for 1.
Yeah, 11 for 1 and a wicket for Moulton. That's a big wicket. Considering last game, Vinny, they didn't take one, unfortunately. The Spanish ladies put on a big partnership. That's a real big morale booster, and well done to them.
It certainly is. Smart keeping from Jessica Reimer. Santosh comes through with the wicket. Yeah. See for one. Yeah, it was given a wide. So wide and stumped.
Can they get 2 wickets, Vin?
I think they probably can. Well, this won't get a wicket with this. It's a pretty good shot first up. And it's going to be called no ball as well. So, Pathirana Halagi comes out, gets a baseball shot first up, and about chest high, whacks it away to left field, 4 runs.
Yeah, really good batting from Pathirani Halagi, and 4 off the first ball. Partnered with Usa. That might be the biggest disparity we've had in letters between last names. How many letters you got there in Pathirani Halagi?
I've got 16, I think.
So you got a 13 letter difference. That's good numbers.
I mean,
anyway,
if you go like Simpson Parker or something, if you hyphenate that.
Free hit time. And it won't be caught, but it'll be put down for 4. So saves 2 runs in a way.
Yeah, well, it does. But, yeah, again, I'd love to keep this in the field of play.
Yeah, looks like a very good player. There's definitely some players here today that have stood out, and 2 boundaries to start. Nice batting.
Up and over and out of the ground, Maximo! Wow, that shot was about as long as their last name. Actually, it was screaming off the bat, a little bit short. And Pathirana Halagi goes big. And just had the length to work with. And you can see how much the Austrians enjoyed that one out in the middle.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. All the way for 6. And, well, really impressive stuff. 14 off 3. What a remarkable little start to the innings. Just dealing in boundaries.
This one, wide. It doesn't quite go the way Santosh wants, but I mean, it's been a pretty decent spell. I suppose just got to get that length up a little bit. Again, you don't want it to be a full toss. I mean, just the same as what we've seen the ECL. You know, getting the length right is so important. Yeah, that's pretty good. You know, no real chance to play cross-bat shot. We've already seen that Pathirana Halagi is very good in that mid-wicket region off the back foot. Again, thanks to everyone for the comments coming in. Keep an eye on that. Hello, Kitty Huntley as well. Nice to see you with us for the first time today. This one, yeah, overcooked a little bit, and this is going to be 4. So that's the difference. You want to be full, but not full toss. And that one was the ladder, and it disappears. Cuatro carreras más turns out to be a pretty good over. In fact, goes magical. And Santosh ends up going for 22. Might rue that stumping as the score after 3 is 31 for 1.
Yeah, good good platform now to maybe put on a big score for Austria. I'll be happy with that. That third over of the power play going from Plenty. No number on the screen, but we know it went for 22.
Wow, what's happened there? Well, it's broken the gruff with that magical over.
The 7's gone a bit AWOL as well.
The floater's having, I mean, I'm going to hope these are Sin Cervezas that we're having. But, just get to see
I'm a bit over the photos of Spring Productions. They look like a weird crew.
They're a great crew. At least they're out of the VIP tent there. Oh, there they go. Hey, let's have a look at the next over then. And Ramesh is going to come back. Bowled a pretty good first over and he went for 7. So here we go in over number 4.
Yeah, slight delay.
Yeah, so let's say we had to invite some more countries for the ECL or the ECC.
Yep.
Say that we wanted to get it up to, I don't know,
70.
I mean, that's a lot. But let's just think of a handful. I'd like to see, because we've got the England 11 and things like that, I'd like to see something similar from the other big nations.
Yeah, you could do, definitely. No reason why not.
Yeah, you could go Australia, South Africa, England, subcontinent. But maybe it'd be a whole different tournament. I actually had this idea a few years ago. Obviously, ECN's gone in a different direction since then. Oh, that's pretty close, you know.
I reckon
Has
that's
a good
very
think
close.
about it.
Oh.
Says no.
Well, just doesn't go her way. That was extremely close.
Let's see what happens. Is it come back a bit?
Oh, you must be a tough
Does hit her
one.
on the front pad. You don't get a great look at the stumps. Maybe just sneaking past the leg stump. There's an element of doubt there.
That was a good ball, though.
It was a good ball. Oh, that could be
Oh.
close, you know.
Well, we could be on for our second stumping here, remarkably. In the start of this game, let's have a closer look. Did the foot drag out and did it get back in time?
It's a bit very interesting. Lead plate kind of drags out and
Safe.
does well to get it back down.
Yep, safe. Back in. So just a quick little break while the stumps are being repaired.
Yeah, so smart keeping once again by Jess Reimer.
Just doing enough here, the Maltese, just to stick in it. Can they get another wicket? They were close to an LBW decision. Probably maybe slowing down leg. So 2 balls remaining in this 4th over. Good over from Remshan.
Yeah, Ramesh. It's been a good spell. Hello, Lee as well, who's watching from Malta. Probably would have liked that decision to go his way. It's probably one of those ones. I mean, I think there is a certain element of doubt about it. May well have been clipping the leg stump. Also, when the bat is completely obscuring the stumps, you can kind of lose your perception a little bit. And he's done a lot of umpiring.
Oh, run outs on.
Half a chance here. Throw doesn't come in time. And so, we'll create a couple of half chances. Again, I like this backing up. Look at Buzraha. Then she steals 2 or 3 meters and then is able to complete the single. Last ball, the 4th. Nice little back cut. This will probably run away for 4 as well. So, Uka is doing a good job at the moment. Just keeping the score ticking along as we get to the end of the 4th over. The score is 37 for 1.
Yeah, just ticking along, doing enough, and yeah, good to see them try some new players at the top of the order. And well, it's all about development. And right now, the Austrian women be pretty happy with this start.
I think they would. Now, obviously, it's just about playing well as often as you can and winning those little moments in the contest. And we've seen that a fair bit already. I can already see how much better the Malta team are playing now compared to earlier in the day. You know, that's really what it's all about. I think you do have to still try to hustle through. They will get a slight drinks break, I think, probably after this over, because of some of the temperatures we're seeing today on the Costa del Sol, as we see someone I was really impressed with the bat last game, Sajana Budatoki. She's going to come on and bowl the 5th over. Yeah, John just mentioning as well that Malta have improved a lot as the day has gone on. Patharana Halagi, I'm really impressed with her ball striking ability so far. This one gets away from Budatoki first up.
Yeah, just got to try and get it right here, Budatoki. Got to look out for the clock as well.
Oh, this one shows you how much it drops, and this is going to do the keeper as well, Reimer, and it's going to be 4 byes. Now, this is one of the more difficult takes, probably after the one that's behind the batter. This is the next most difficult one because it's between the batter and the stumps, and yeah, you've got to try and put all those things out of your mind. Not an easy take, and it costs them 4.
Yeah, it does cost them 4, so disappointing. Unfortunately, it was close to the stumps as well, was almost a wicket.
Put an inside edge there.
Good bowling, though.
Yeah, Budatoki. Again, she's a player that you've seen doing some good things. And this one, you see the deflection onto the pads. Just able to let this one go. Got to straighten up a little bit now. She does. Pretty well bowled. Again, dug out. And Patharana Halagi, pretty exciting to watch, actually. She likes to have a go. You can tell that. Even though it's on the stump, still plays a bit of an attacking shot. Little deflection into the body.
Yeah, it's been a pretty interesting over. Close to a wicket, just hasn't had the luck so far. Even that there's not the worst, bowled straight to the fielder, so a top ball.
Great fielding.
You know how I told you I was in the World Scrabble Championship in 1999?
Yeah, which was a lie. Yeah,
so Patharana Halagi is actually worth 72 points, but USA, if you use it correctly, is worth 43.
Okay.
Not a big margin.
Yeah, interesting. Don't know how you got those numbers, but okay. Again, off the pad, going down leg side. It's good running. Again, I'd like the backing up of Buzra.
It's a great little over. It really is.
Yeah, but Toki's having a pretty good day for Malta. Again, I'm really enjoying watching this development in real time. A nice looking shot, but doesn't beat the ball as we get to the end of the 5th over. And Austria are 44 for 1.
And what a brilliant over. 2 off the over. Well bowled, Budatoki. And Malta have really improved from this morning's game.
Well, well-deserved drink for all the players. Welcome back to those of you joining back to us from commercial breaks all around the world. And we are just still in the middle of the mid-innings break. We'll be back shortly to start the 6th over. ready then for the second half. I think Austria maybe would have hoped for a few more at this stage. I think Malta, it's a sign that their bowling and their fielding's improving. Again, a lot of it is just to do with getting those extras under control. I mean, at this level, they're quite harsh on wides and no balls. But around about 1 and over in wides and no balls. 5 wides and 1 no ball in 5 overs. So, here is Stella Aruja, who is going to bowl over number 6. And he's swinging a miss. It will be called wide. Just missing the line. Pretty good delivery. Drilled down to long on. That's well handled down there by Shamla Jolaseri.
Yeah, so just the one there. And this game, it's pretty well poised. 9 wickets in hand.
Good field, I think, with the deep long on. The deep mid wicket is 2 of the 4 available outfielders. This is into a gap, though. It was just a little bit too short, wasn't it, from Aruja? I like what she's doing with the ball. She's just got to go up a little bit fuller, try and draw the batter forward, because if they can go back, like they do here, you can just slap it sideways, and that's what happens. 4 runs.
Yeah, brilliant batting, and unfortunately that's gone into the fence and struggling to get it back at the moment. So it might be a small delay here. A nice shot, nice batting, and at the moment the Austrian women are just in control.
50s up as well for Austria. Again, tracking for around something in the 90s at this stage.
I think they're on for 100, Vinny, especially with so many batsmen to come, or batters to come, however you want to say it.
So, found the ball. We're ready to go once again. Yeah, Luke has been pretty good here. Just draws the bat a little bit wide.
You've got to get bat on that. You've got to get some bat on that.
I think that's okay. I mean, spotting a wide is a little bit of a skill. I don't mind swinging at that, but he's called, I think, correctly so. He made a dab, doing the job at the moment. It's called wide. I mean, there's a second bounce here, but is it after the line? That's the question.
Yeah, I think so. Just past the line on the second bounce. It was tough to call, but I believe that's just going to be a wide.
Ooh, maybe a bit lucky to get away with that.
Good question from Kitty Huntley in the chat. As that's going to be just a dot ball. How many TV stations is this on? I don't think I've seen commercial breaks.
Yeah, might be the first one ever.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we have been, while we've been here at Cards, we've been on several international broadcast stations. Kitty, loving having you involved in the chat. Haven't you ask us anything at the moment? It's a good time.
Oh, yeah, random question time as that is laced through the leg side, but well fielded.
Because of the hectic nature of the ECL.
We never used to have our question time or food chat.
We haven't really been able to do food chat, and also the fact that it's a bit difficult to interact with the chat as often as we do.
Can I go early food chat shout that Pil prawns in Spain have my heart?
Yeah, they're very good. Yeah. Especially this area. Yeah, no arguments there. Got the crew dinner tonight. Look forward to it. It's actually reasonably well bowled, but it's going to be a wide. I like that because it's kind of dying. It forces the batter to make all the pace, but it just drifted a little bit wide of the line. A second bounce of it's before the stumps. There's no problem. A lot to work with here with Aruja. That time I think it will be a no ball.
It's been called from square leg. So that's a Saad. That's good umpiring. Do you think in the women's game that maybe the double bounce should be allowed?
I think it was a backwards move. I don't know why they changed it.
Yeah.
The old rule was 2 bounces is okay, 3 isn't. Because what is unfair is when the ball's rolling, because you can't get under it. When the ball is rolling, but a ball that bounces twice isn't rolling. So this is hit pretty hard. Well, good piece of fielding to stop it. If she picked up clean, it might have been half a chance for a run out. It'll just be a single. Yeah, so I also think when I think about juniors and stuff as well, and lower levels of men's cricket as well, sometimes it can be a bit of an issue. You want to encourage people to bowl. This is It's going to be a wide. Won't quite reach it. So I would also say I would allow underarm bowling as well. Because the issue isn't so much the ball's underarm with the whole underarm incident. The issue was the ball was rolling. So I'd want to encourage people to bowl. And they might not be confident bowling overarm yet, but to bowl underarm and to locate the ball. I don't have a problem with it as long as it doesn't bounce more than twice. Anyway, this is going to jump over the infield of that thing in the infield. Can't deal with it. And they'll scramble through for 2. That's good running. And it will take us to the end of the 6th over. It's 59 for 1.
Yep. Good little over in the end. I know the wide snuck in there, but doing enough and sneaking that over just in under 4 minutes as well. Sneaking through. Pretty good effort.
Yeah, it's tough, but you've got to try and keep time. It takes a bit of adjustment. Have a look at the scorecard after 6. You can see it's been a good partnership after the early loss of Kirkman, who got stumped off a wide. Santosh with the wicket and Reimer with the stumping.
Yeah, so 24 balls remaining, and then you go 2 a ball. You're past 100.
I'll be happy with that. Anyway, time for over number 7, and it's going to be Putatoki to continue. Bowled a really good first over, didn't she? His first one, though. It's lose a little bit to the left. It'll be no ball for off the surface, so we've got a free hit coming up.
There must be some fatigue coming in
I also,
as well.
here's another rule. While we're talking about things, this is one I would change. I would not have it a no ball for off the pitch.
That's interesting. Okay.
I'll tell you what I'd do instead. As this is up, it's in the air, and
It's a
it
free
is
hit.
caught. Great catch.
It's a free hit.
Well, it is actually.
Oh, they're running too.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't know.
There we go.
Oh, no.
Oh, good direct hit.
Good throw, though. Oh, no,
Well,
you got to feel for them.
Okay, because I was just talking about how I wouldn't have it.
Yes. You just tricked your mind.
Yeah, I did. I tricked my mind. So, yeah, it's actually a great catch. You got to feel for the fielder here. And they knew it was a free hit. And the bowler wasn't in a position to take the throw.
It's good alert running, though.
Yeah.
And then bang.
What a piece of cricket. So I think that what they're worried about balls off the pitch is if they come back, they hit something major at the pitch and come back and hit the stumps or come back inside the wide line or something like that. But that rarely happens, right? Like,
oh, this will be a legitimate wicket. Oh, why didn't she throw it? I think Reimer, the keeper,
gone here.
I think Reimer took a risk by not throwing the ball.
Didn't want
Just
to risk it.
throw
Let's
it.
have a look. I still think.
Oh, no way.
She's
Safe.
just home.
Just had to let it go.
Yeah, well, I mean, removed all doubt that she'd hit the stumps, but yeah, just not quite in time. So, yeah, I would say it should be a wide unless the ball hits the batter or the stumps or the bat. You know, let it stand as a wide because I don't like it being a free hit. It's too big a penalty for someone that's just missed the pitch. Obviously, they're struggling a bit if it misses the pitch. So, yeah, I think that's one rule that I would change. And also, we see these no ball plus 4 byes for ones that keepers, they're so wide. It's a bit unfair to call them byes on the keeper. I don't know why they ever changed that. This is a little bat cut up in the air, beats the infield. Long chase, but a good chase. Bandari chases it down. Now we might have one. And, well, once again, Reimer decides to run the ball to the stumps.
Yeah, I think Reimer just probably needs to just trust their throw and her throw. And, yeah, that's a shame. I think safe. Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, close, but also that's good running from the Austrians. Also, I've got to say big hello to Quinton Norris, who works very hard with the Austrian women's team. I don't know, Quinny's not with us at the moment, but I'm sure he's watching. So, Quinny, hopefully you're well.
Quinny's
You're
here.
the family. Is he here? Oh, hey, Quinny. Oh, why hasn't Quinny come and said hi to me?
Quinny's sitting in the dugout.
Oh, is he?
He's there.
All right. Well, then I won't say hi to Quinny on the broadcast. I'll
You
say
can
hi
probably
to him
say
after
to
the
him on the
game.
break, yeah.
All right.
Oh, that was funny.
I wasn't aware that Quinny could travel, but there you go.
Yep. He can travel all right.
And so, last ball, the over coming up. I like the way he's rotated his order a little bit here. I think it's all about giving as many opportunities to players as you can.
Oh!
Wow, that was travelling, wasn't it? And this is, it's fuller, but it's a bit too full, isn't it? Turns into a full toss. And again, it is put away. And well, that was hit in a supersonic fashion, wasn't it? It will be 4. who also finished the over at 70 for 1 after 7. So they keep tracking around that 10 and over at the moment.
Yep, 10 and over, and it does look like they'll probably get near that 100 mark as, yeah, we enjoy the action here. And overall, I'm still impressed that Malta women have improved so much in such a short period of time.
Now, can't wait for the Portugal series. We're 2 days away from that. So ECS cricket, we've just had the one series so far. That was in Malta, 4 weeks to start the year. Now, every European cricket series this year, pretty much everyone from now until the very end of the year, will be 2 weeks. And the way it'll work, there are no days off anymore. So it's 12 days. It goes Monday and then through a whole week, and then it finishes on the following Friday. And typically, it will finish in an ECI, either men's or women's, at the end of the tournament, 2 days. So yeah, it's a kind of exciting new addition, ECI cricket, ECIW cricket as well. And so starting in Portugal, we have 11 teams ready to go. And a couple of new teams we haven't seen before, the Lisbon Supergiants and Team Tigers Portugal, or TTP. This one being, well, technically it's probably a no ball, but I don't mind that being called a wide.
Yeah, it's okay
the
for
second
me.
bounce was before the line, but oh, now it's been called a no ball.
So that's a no ball because it's 2 bounces before it passes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Plus, I guess technically it was off the pitch.
I did not the first bounce on the pitch.
Oh, either way, second bounce will be a no ball, isn't it? So it's
free
a free hit, and Ryan is searching for it, but they'll sneak through for a single. So Iggy's got a question. Has there ever been talk of an ECS anywhere in the UK? It's a really good question. I was talking to the Hornchurch guys about this at about 2 o'clock this morning as well. And we have actually planned 3 series before in England, but kind of ran into some issues. I'll tell you what, in a minute. Much better ball. And play back to the bowler. Well bowled by Choliseri. So one of the issues was to do with the Brexit situation. So to get staff in, equipment in, some of the paperwork,
but not a part of
logistics,
Europe,
the cost.
so I don't want to take the ECN there.
I mean, geographically they are. Down leg sides, we called a wide. So, yeah, that has been an issue historically as well. You know, in 20 and 21, we had issues with pandemic restrictions as well. You know, the UK being separate from the rest of Europe. So, yeah, unfortunately, those 3 series couldn't take place that we had planned. A nice looking shot that was really well timed. That's a fielder out there. And it's Ramisha that will handle it. Yeah, so I still think I'd love to do it one day. The best thing that could ever happen is for Britain to rejoin the EU as far as ECN cricket and in playing more domestic series in the UK, Ireland and British Isles. Anyway, what a hit this is, but it's going to go to the field. She puts it down. Wow. There's Pariat down there. I mean, it does well to make the stop. It was travelling, wasn't it? A tough chance, but a chance nonetheless.
Yeah, good job at stopping the boundary, though. It was hit pretty hard and puts the body on the line and saves some runs.
Nice ball, the over coming up. Down the leg side, doesn't catch anything, so it will be called a wide. Good wicket keeping there from Reimer. So yeah, it's not a bad over from Choliseri, really. Oh, steps across. That's good footwork. Could have taken the wide instead. Oh, why take the wide when you can take 4? And Buzra goes bang. He bangs it behind point, and that's the end of the 8th over. It's 81 for 1.
Vinny, do you ever sit back and just sit there and go, look at what we're doing with our lives?
Yeah.
Does it ever hit you that
All
you're just
time.
commentating these many games?
All the time. Feel so lucky and thankful. I know that so many people would love to do what we do, and yeah, we're also very, very thankful for all the support that we get, not only from within the ECN organisation, but from all the players, the supporters, all the fans out there. So, yeah, big thank you to all of you, and the fact we get so many messages of people saying they really enjoy what ECN's doing, and also the fact we're always opening up to new viewers and new places. I think it's something quite special. Here's Bandari coming on in the 9th. This one threatens a leg
Good
stump,
shot.
but it's worked away. It's no fine leg. It's rolling, and it's 4. Well, nice shot. And we know that Malika is pretty strong on that leg side. She takes a good step across and opens up that leg side. It's 4 more for the Austrians. Nice shot by Patharana Halagi.
Yeah, just good batting, smart batting, and working the ball around pretty smart and enjoying themselves at the crease.
Yeah, it's a good partnership now, isn't it, between these two? Up in the air. Well, that could go the journey. What a shot. Maximo. Haven't really seen too many shots over the offside for 6, but this is almost a tennis shot. It's a remarkable shot, really. Showing some power. That one goes all the way. Well, here comes the acceleration. Bandari has come on. She's in the eye of the storm. She'll only get this one over. And now a little edge, and pretty good stop by Reimer. Had to get down and made the block.
Yeah, good block as well. There's definitely a chance of a 50 here late in the piece.
Here goes leg side again in the gap. 4 runs. Cuatro carreras más. Well, what an innings this has turned out to be for Patharana Halagi, who moves into the 40s. And she's been particularly strong in this area. That wasn't that short, Corey, but she still found the gap.
Just perfect batting, hits the gap and is racing away into the 40s with a very good opportunity here of bringing up a 50 soon.
It's, of course, one of the things about the women's game, which I don't know. I've got to be honest, I've got to say I'd prefer it to be in line with the men's, but only 4 outfielders allowed in the latter overs instead of 5. So I just think it's so hard to protect the field to start with. You know, I would still allow 5 outfielders, but maybe that's something we'll look at in the future. Give something back to the fielding side, maybe. Yeah, hits it, flat bats it, and will just be a single. I like that fielding, getting the body behind it, making sure it's not going to get through.
Yeah, don't want to take any chances at this late end. Good to see all of the teams get in their overs well in time.
Yeah. So, any question, can Patharana Halagi reach her 50 in time? This is hit. They just go with the hit. That puts pressure on the fielder, and it's going to turn out to be 4. Well, that's just the pressure of running on the hit. I think that forces the fumble. No, really, it should have been 1. Instead, it's going to be 4 runs, and Buzrat moves into the 30s.
Yeah, well, you've got to make your own luck, and nice shot. It goes for 4, and at the end of 9, the 100's up. It's 100 for 1.
Looking at the bowling figures, Santosh, the successful bowler. Also, got to say, Ramesh and Budatoki, good spells from them. Just conceding around about a run a ball, but there's been a couple that have gone for a bit more, and that's why Austria have hit the 3 figures with 1 over remaining. Here we go with over number 10, and it's going to be Cholaseri to bowl it. Good ball first up. Now you can pretty much take on anything that you hit, I think, running. You've got those wickets to play with. And Patharana Halagi will want to get back on strike because she's moved to 45 now.
Yeah, just enjoy yourself and, well, have a good time at the crease.
And we had a 99 not out earlier in the day. Pull shot behind square. And eventually it is handled. I like the little handoff here. She wants to, obviously can't read the scoreboard because Patharana Halagi is going to stay on 45 at the striker's end.
Yeah, I guess it's a team game at the end of the day and you just want to try and build up as much as you can. Personal milestones, though, are also nice.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Buzzer might be saying, well, I can still reach my 50 if I can bang a couple of 6s. And chip back. And this time really should only be 1.
Good pick up.
It's well handled by Svetak Karel. All right, so this is where the rubber hits the road for me. She needs 5 off 3. And there's no guarantee she'll face all 3, of course. But she is on 45. She does hit a 6. She'll reach a half century. Which will be a very good effort from Malika. Oh, goes for it and gets a fair piece of it. It's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Well, come the moment. She was there and she was ready, and she moves to 49. Will we see that half century? I mean, that was just a good bit of ball striking.
It's a brutal shot. now one ball away from what will be a fantastic 50, second biggest milestone of the day.
So, just go the big shot, or should you just take the one here? Let's have a look.
Go the big shot.
Go for glory. Now, they're going to go on the hit, and she's going to reach her 50. Well batted. Malika Patharana-Halagi, 50 off 32 balls. And she has got her team over the 100 and then some. What a nice moment for her. Her first century in T10 international cricket.
Yeah, fantastic, and a special moment for herself and her family and friends who are probably watching back home. And 50 is a brilliant achievement.
Yeah, I think she batted really well, really from the first ball we saw her face. You know, she's been very strong through that leg side. All right, last ball coming up. And gets something on. I think they'll only get a single. So that's all she wrote, and it's going to be 110 for 1 after 10. So the target for Malta will be 111 in the second innings of match 4. But for me, you know, it was all about that partnership, wasn't it? I think that Busra Uka, she batted very well, and as far as Patharana-Halagi, she played some very good shots, and they were just able to find the boundary when they needed to. 12 fours and 2 maximos in the innings. Running through the highlights. Well, a bit of a new look, top 3 in this one. Emma Kirkman went out there. She looked fairly solid early. Was able to get a couple of runs and then just caught napping a little bit. And a smart piece of thinking from the Maltese skipper, Jess Reimer, had her stumped, but unfortunately that would be the last time that the Maltese would be able to break through in this 10 overs. This partnership took control.
Yeah, this partnership did take control, Vinny. It was extremely impressive. They hit the ball to all parts, and they might have had a little bit of luck, but you got to create your own luck, and that's what they did. It wasn't through a lack of effort from the Maltese fielders. Just couldn't take the wickets when they needed. This was one of the chances coming up. I think that unfortunately the keeper Reimer didn't throw the ball and held on to it a little bit too long. And as you can see, these highlights were pretty expansive for Austria. They hit it everywhere. This was a catch off a free hit. And you can see the despair, the realisation that it wasn't out. That's the one I feel like should have been thrown from the keeper. And overall, they were trying their best out there, but the batting was just a little bit too good. And Austria have definitely piled up a score that's impressive, and they'll be happy with that. As you can see, the teams are learning here. They're getting better as the day goes on. And I think we're going to see some good scores on this fast outfield. After 10 overs, it was 110 for 1, 36 for USA, and a nice 50 up there for Malika. Good innings, the second big milestone of the day, and 110 is a very healthy score. I'm sure their bowlers will feel like they've got a good chance to defend this. You have a look at the bowling figures, and, well, one at the top there for Santosh. Everyone trying their best. Some good economy rates there for Rameshan and Sanjana. They did a job, and overall, a very impressive effort once again from Malta. So that does take us to the halfway stage in this clash. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back here to the Cardamom Oval with the halfway stage of this T10 clash between the Malta women and Austrian women. And it's been a pretty enthralling encounter so far, 110 runs on the board. A pretty good score, I'd say a little bit over par. I think par's around about 100 today. And with the sun shining, it's going to be a tough ask, but can Malta, who have been improving throughout the day, get close to this target and see if they can maybe cause this Austrian side to feel a little bit nervous. We'll have to wait and see. Assad Ali out there and Meta Daub, our two officials. Good luck to them. As the batsmen slowly make their way out to the middle in what has been an intense month out in Cardamom. We've just closed the ECL and the highs and emotions of that yesterday with the champions of France winning the title. And then we're back here the next day for a women's event. We had one not long ago between Gibraltar, Netherlands, Italy, and I believe it was Sweden. And those four teams launched our sort of women's brigade, and it's really awesome to have them play on the network. And now we've got three more teams with their debut. So a nice weekend for the ladies, and really have enjoyed bringing you all the live coverage. So we're almost set to go in this run chase. A good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers on the YouTube chat. Hope you're doing really well out there and wherever you might be watching. So the field set looks like it's going to be a deep square leg and a deepish mid-off as the two boundary riders. We're all set. First ball of the run chase. Here we go. And swings back in nicely, and it's just cut down to point. Nice shot there from Budatoki. Raya, and it's the other opening batsman. Hadiyala is opening the bowling. So obviously, Austrian women go into this second half as the firm favourites, but we've seen some amazing chases on the network before, so you never know. As that is defended respectfully back to the bowler. So 2 dot balls to start in this one. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from and how did you enjoy the ECL and how do you enjoy the women's on our network. It is a nice initiative to promote the game throughout Europe and bring the women's cricket along, which has been happening all over the world for the past few years. A lot of them are playing cricket at a higher level now. That's hit pretty well straight to mid-wicket. It's a tight run and it's a really good bit of fielding, but the ball misses the stump, so will just be a single. Nice fielding though. That was Sabu at mid-wicket who attacked it nicely. So 1 off 3 to start this run chase. Yeah, direct hit I think would have been close. That's going to come off the leg and it'll be just another dot ball. So Pariah has had an interesting day and hasn't been dismissed and taken a lot of dot balls, but has shown a very good rear guard and almost like the wall of Pariah just does not want to be dismissed. And it looks like my co-commentator, Mr. Maximo, is back in just a little moment. Well, big full toss and underneath chop down, and they should get one. And that's nice running, good aggressive running. And that will be the second run on the total. So both opening batters off the mark. That'll make them feel a lot more comfortable as I welcome back a man that I tell you was fantastic. His presentation for the end of the ECL last night was 10 out of 10. Welcome back, hey, Mr. Maximo.
Very kind.
I enjoyed it.
I'll tell you what I like about Parry at the top of the order. She's shown she can stick around. Let's see if she can convert that into some runs, you know. So she's feeling very comfortable with the crease. She wouldn't be too nervous. Again, I think it's just a matter of trying to get as many as you can here. But, well, Abdullah, she's been pretty good with the ball today, and that was no exception at the end of the first over. Malta are 2 without loss. All you Golden Ball fans out there, I know that we had 1 in the ECL this year.
Yeah.
Hornchurch versus Bevan. We had 1 in the ECL last year, Star CC versus Helsinki Titans. And we had 1 in the ECC, which was Belgium versus France. I wonder when we'll get 1 in a women's tournament. Anyway, get ready for over number 2. And it's going to be Patharana Halagi. Oh, just in time. Here we go for the start of the new one.
Elvira.
Well,
Elvira, if you can hear me, that Golden Ball graphic's got to come on a little bit earlier.
thanks for your feedback. Here's what you missed. And you've got to say, Patharana Halagi was brilliant, wasn't she, with the bat? There's a bit about her as an all-rounder. Pushes Paria back. I mean, that's the kind of shot, to keep it out is one thing. Maybe Paria can maybe angle it down to third man or something like that to try and at least get off strike. I mean, that's the next level, I think, for Paria. Does have a good enough technique to handle most of the bowling. This time, back and punches, doesn't get a run.
Yeah, just needs to be nice and confident. Good enough technique to get through the deliveries, but once she learns how to, a few more scoring zones is going to help the batting progress, and there's plenty there to work with.
Cut away. I wanted to run, but there's a ring of fielders. It was very well picked up and fired in. And it was Zapata who batted very well earlier on today. He does the fielding. Good standards. Oh, and now bowled. I think it's a little chop on. And so, well, parry at this time. The wall has been breached. And it's good reward for Patharana Halagi, who's having a very good time of it here. Yeah, you can see there, just chopped down onto the leg stump. So a little bit of in movement, forces the edge. And yeah, they build pressure with the dots, then they cash in. Paria goes for 1, it's 2 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling, swings it in late and picks up another wicket. And I have to admit, I'm really impressed with this standard of bowling. It just swinging it in late, Vinny, and you got to admit, it's good to watch.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think it's all about the location. And when you've got those natural attributes to be able to move the ball a little bit, I think it makes a big difference as well. I want to say hello to Wazza.
Wazza.
Who's joined us. Hello, Wazza. How are you?
I like Wazza.
Yeah, Wazza's good.
Do you remember that show, Location, Location, Location?
Yeah, of course. How? Tell us about chatters you like then, because I know that you really don't like anybody. But is
about chatters
you
I
like
don't
Wazza?
like? Yeah, Wazza's up there.
Tell me who you do like. About Wayne.
Who's Wayne?
I mean, who's Wayne?
Yeah, I love Wayne.
Of course you love Wayne.
Wazza and
What
Wayne.
about Kitty? You like Kitty? Kitty's here at the moment.
Kitty's not bad.
Yep, good. Sneaking down leg side for a wide. They won't get an extra.
Definitely got the ones I don't like.
Nah, don't believe you. And you've been doing pretty well. I mean, one thing, my friendly feedback as your supervisor is, can you please stop annoying the viewers?
Mm.
And you've taken that on board, more or less.
Yeah, I tried during the ACL. I had to bite my lip.
Yeah. I think it's for the best.
Shot.
Yeah, leg side. Nice way to get off the mark for Remission. Yeah, certainly, and we talked about the need to improve for Malta. They have improved as well. I mean, like I said, seem to be handling the bowling okay. I mean, Pudatoki had made a pretty good contribution in the last game, but this is the last ball of the over right now. So after 2 overs, it is 4 for 1.
Yeah, this is where we stand at the moment in this tri-series. And, well, Spain women haven't won 2. Oh, yeah, they have, sorry. They played 3 on the trot. My apologies. They have won 2. Yeah, so that's put them at the top. I forgot they've already played 3. They must be fatigued.
Yeah, guess what? They got a big game against Austria coming up in match 5 as well. 40 overs of cricket aside, basically. 80 overs on the
It's
field.
a lot of games in a day. 4 games for a team's tough work.
Someone's got to do the 4 games in a day. Anyway, time to start a new over. That's 3 already. She's bowled very well before.
What's the latest on our marathon idea to play for
Last I heard,
talk to me.
more likely than not.
That's
that was last night.
phenomenal, chat.
48 hours.
What time last night?
Imagine, what if we did like an ECIW 48-hour marathon? There's the next one. Let's push it a little bit.
You just tell me, Vinny, if we're doing that, and I'll pull the trigger. That is for sure. That'd be amazing.
That'd be great, wouldn't it? Like we're doing back to back. We do 96 hours back to back. We will broadcast cricket until we drop. Hello to Steve McVeigh as well, who's watching. Hello, Steve. It's great to catch you live at the Cardamom Oval recently.
Yeah, Steve was around at the Oval. Loved the cricket.
Steve's a great guy. Reddy's just got to sort it out here. It's better. Yeah. If you can. And my coach used to say, you know, the bowler is the person that is most in control of a cricket match because they are determining, you know, where the ball is. You know, so they're the one that sets the tone, sets the pace. And you can see a good ball like that, ready, gets it right, gets it past Rameeshan. Now this time a little bit short, but it could be gone. It's dropped. Wow.
Oh.
And they airmail the throw. It's a bit of a disappointing one. I mean, the chance was created, but unfortunately it couldn't be finished off.
Yeah, unfortunately just didn't hold on to it. And then, yeah, you're right. Airmailed the throw out of frustration, I feel.
Yeah, it's Bullard just behind point. Got 2 hands to it. Couldn't quite hold on. I mean, I think about where we are with this ECIW cricket. I'll come back to that in a second. Full toss. That doesn't beat the offside field. You think about where ECS cricket was, you know, when we first started ECS cricket.
What was the very original ECS?
The original ECS was in Alfaz at the start of 2020.
Yep.
Yeah, supporting Alfaz, who were just in the ECL. They were the host club, involving players such as Christian Munoz-Mills. Again, ringer field is going to prevent any run here. So, yeah, one thing we talked about then was the fielding. Then we saw cricket throughout Sweden, and I think it was next ECS and all various locations through 2020. And you see, here we are about 3 years later. The fielding has improved a lot, I think.
Yeah, how do you think that is, just from watching people?
Yeah, I think just from knowing how important it is, it can swing cricket matches. And I think in practicing more, not just batting and bowling. And, you know, at the moment, you know, a few too many catches going down. I think if you want to be analytical about it. But that's something I'm sure the players will be working really hard on. Because, yeah, they'll just know the importance, especially in this form of the game, of holding them. As we get to the end of the 3rd over. And, yeah, Malta just struggling through the power play a little bit.
Think about all the records you've seen over the years. What could you rattle them all? Like, if I quizzed you, do you think you'd be able to rattle most of them off the top of your head?
Just trying to work out where the numbers are going in here. They seem to just be taking off for the
How
stars.
can Sports Interactive mess that up?
Yeah, you know, it's a bit like a magic eye at the moment. Records, I could some of them I'd know. You could try me.
High score?
High score, 156 not out by Govinder Singh Bajwa of Gracia.
Highest team score?
229, Badalona Shaheen.
Highest team score in real cricket? Shot. Oh, that's unlucky.
1,107, I think it is, by Victoria versus New South Wales. But I'm talking ECN record.
Well,
Don't quiz me
because
on the
I
others.
only say that because Iggy Higgins in the chat says, what's the longest record for a current continuous broadcast on, say, sport?
Good question.
That's interesting. Look that up. So let's break
You look
that.
that up. You've got a computer. Your hand's full.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
that's going to be sore. Oh, that seamed back viciously, didn't it? And Patharana Halagi gets another victim, not with the bat, but oh wow, that is a nasty one. Magic spray Marys. In the air and caught. Oh, what a nice piece of fielding that is. And Abdulaj, wow, smiles all round. She was shaken up now. She's got to go. And in-swing does the trick, and it's 7 for 2. Well held by the fielder, coming round to her right. And Butoki's batted so well during the day, but now he has to tell her story walking. And second wicket falls again. That's the pressure, that's the build-up, isn't it? Of restricting the scoring. Wasn't the worst shot, really. But yeah, nice catch taken at mid-wicket. Tell you what, as far as cricket matches go, Malakat Patharana-Halagi having a pretty good one at the moment. She comes to the party with 2 wickets. I think you can pretty much lock her in right now for that Player of the Match award when you consider a half century she scored in the first innings of this game as well. Yeah, Steve. Oh, in the air. This is a really good shot. This is Cholasari. And knocked down in the outfield. I'm going to say it's a very impressive arm, but it might backfire because it hits the edge of the pitch and then gets around first back up field. I love ECN cricket. There's always a bit of chaos in it. That's a brilliant shot first up. And Stiglitz, so she already knows, well, everyone knows how strong she is. She's the one that fired off the 4 overthrows earlier in the day, the last 4 of the innings. But as it is, didn't cost the team too much. Wow, this is going to be called no ball for height, and it bounced off the keeper. And in the end, it's going to go all the way for 4.
Yeah, I think there's a little edge on that. It's going to be 4 runs off the bat as well, so that's handy runs, Vinny.
Yeah, just gets it slightly wrong, Patharana-Halagi. Yeah, they called it straight away, squarely by Asad Ali. And yeah, it was a good effort to stop it. I love what Buller does here. Unfortunately, couldn't make the stop. Oh, wrong end, I think. That's probably a chance. But, yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one. Everyone's always yelling at you in those situations, so they'll get through for the single at the end of the 4th over. It's 14 for 2. See there. I mean, some acceleration, but I mean, like I said, the Maltese team, it's the first time they played Austria, they'll play 3 times. I think they'll just need to find a way to negotiate the challenge of the bowling. So far, I think, you know, the intent's been there. Patharana-Halagi finished with 2 for 9 to go with the half century. Here we go with over number 5. And Saifi getting a bowl. First shot, it's cracked through the offside. Really nice bit of striking. Well handled down there on the boundary though, so just a single. It's always frustrating as well when you've been finding it hard to score. You hit a really good shot. If you don't get a boundary, it kind of adds to the frustration, doesn't it, Corey?
That's 2 balls that have been hit down to deep extra cover that have been chased down. Yeah, it is frustrating, but that's just the way the game goes sometimes. Did you just sniffle on there? Well, that's a little bit. That's good.
I thought I was off when I was on.
You thought you were off air then.
Sorry.
Oh, that's
anyway, that'll happen sometimes. Steve McVeigh saying he thinks one of the reasons for improved fielding standards is just kind of getting used to the professional style setup. Yeah, I think it's probably true, Steve. Oh, it's well bowled. It's going to beat everybody.
Could go for 4, you know.
It may do. Again, the effort was there, but it's going to be 4 byes. And so they'll take them how they can get them at the moment, Malta.
It doesn't matter. Runs are runs. And yeah, you're right, Vinny. They will take them. They're starting to come along now, aren't they?
Again, I think that's a case of the keeper expecting the ball maybe to hit the stumps. So you just have to kind of put the stumps out of the picture. The next one is going to be called a wide.
Yep. Just tucking along. When are you and I on next, Vinny? You
That's
and me.
a really good question.
Actually, can you get the schedule up for us? What do we got coming up after sort of Cyprus, Milan?
What if I was to tell you our draft schedule for the whole year?
Oh, really?
Okay. But it's subject to change, obviously. Can you confirm what you see on the screen?
I think that might have just snuck inside.
Sneaks in.
Yeah. Yeah, give us a bit of a rough idea of where else we go this year,
Yeah,
Vinny.
this is the last I heard of it. So you know we've got what's coming up. Portugal, then for 2 weeks. Each of the 2 weeks, Portugal, Cyprus, Milan, then Austria. It'd be great to be in Austria, obviously. See Austria out there now.
Oh, it's hit well, but straight to the fielder. Could be a run-out chance with a direct hit.
Well, you know she's going to ping it. And at times, she's whacked her teammate in the shin. She's a dangerous character.
Stiglitz has got a great arm. Very quick in the field as well.
It's a little live wire, trust me. Again, told you. Spent a bit of time with her in Austria. So, yeah, we'll go be in Austria, Bulgaria, Romania, Sweden, Hungary, Czech Republic, Switzerland, Germany. Of course, same locations in Germany as last year.
Slow down. So that was very quick. You got to slow down. Tell the viewers where we're
whacking
going.
through them. Rome, and then we're back for the ECC, then Croatia, Malta, and planning to spend the end of the year in Spain. Again, let's see if that is going to play out the way that we hope it does. Right now, this is Saifi searching for her first wicket.
Oh, it could be a run out here. Oh, wrong end.
Again, there's been a bit of a run of going to the wrong end, hasn't there? But you can understand, sometimes you hit it well, you want to run. Ramisha did. Chalaseri probably was smart enough to realise she was never going to make it. So, must pull the first half coming up. So, as far as when you and I work together again, we can probably have a look at that. Probably just misses for a wide. Blocked by the keeper.
Yeah, that will be a wide. The last ball of this fifth over.
Under the draft schedule, the next time we work together. I know you're a bit busy with some cricket commitments during the summer. Is probably, it might not be till Rome.
No, don't say that.
I know, it's hard to believe. But
Aren't
anyway,
we together in Switzerland?
It's called a wide this time.
Aren't we on
Oh, yeah, actually, you're right. I wrote you in for Switzerland. We'll get Rhino to help out.
Yeah, you've locked me in on that.
Yeah, consider it locked.
Never been there, actually, for commentary in cricket. I'd like to know what the Swiss cricket's like.
Oh, I mean, you saw a bit of them in
Yeah.
the ECL.
Saw a bit of that Muralitharan trying to whack everything. It was great.
It's fun. Sacrum. It's pretty well bowled. Just a bit of shape out, and it will be the end of the 5 overs. And Malta are 25 for 2. Well, there's an idea of what's coming up right here. ECIW Spain, you're watching it right now. It's a 2-day tournament, and we've got 2 weeks in Portugal. And this is fairly typical. Not always, but for a lot of the ECS tournaments, we'll have a tri-series, international tri-series.
Shame there's no Netherlands this year, but the rumour was they couldn't get 2 weeks free.
Yeah, and that's the way it goes. I suppose we're kind of moving towards 2-week tournaments for logistical reasons. But good news, you'll see the Netherlands in the ECI in Portugal.
Yep.
Where they'll be one of the 3 teams competing. And I know that there's a few players in Portugal that have played in the Dutch competition, so it'll be good to have those guys going head-to-head. And then, of course, Cyprus for 2 weeks. I have my birthday at 23rd of April. That'll be the finals day in Cyprus, and then in Milan for 2 weeks. But like I say, after that, I'll say them really quickly again. Austria, Bulgaria, Sweden, Romania, Hungary, Czech Republic, Switzerland, Germany, Rome, ECC here in Spain, and Croatia, Malta, and hopefully Spain, pending changes, of course, at this stage. So it'll be 46.5 weeks of live cricket. And I don't know.
And that's not even including potential night series
or
more women's ECIs.
Yeah, and potentially more T20 international series. We'll have to see. Hey, we can look up the longest running sports broadcast. I know there's the 24-hour like Le Mans kind of motor race. But yeah, maybe you can look into that for us. As far as hours per year in cricket, I think in 2021, something like 52% of all televised cricket at kind of this level or higher was ECN cricket. So
Yep, we do a lot, don't we?
Very proud of that. Anyway, starting new over. Stiglitz starts with the ball, which is driven. They're going to go on the hit. They go to the keeper. Clean take's going to be run out. That was a well-executed run out. Again, sometimes it's just going to the right end. And so, yeah, Choliseri, she hit it, but Rameshan was slow to pick up the call. There probably wasn't a run there. And this is, I suppose, the pressure of the dots building up a little bit. You can see, I've noticed if there's one tip I'd have for the players today running between the wickets, I'd say, don't overlook at the ball. Look at your partner once the ball's hit and get a sense of what they're doing. Because I think quite a few times today, the runners have been caught ball watching and yeah, just not kind of on the same page as their partner. But yeah, nicely reeled in and back to the keeper. Busra does the rest, and that is a wicket to start the 6th over. It's 25 for 3.
25 for 3. It's a little bit of advice is passed on to the next batsman, Reimer, coming out. I see Steve McVeigh saying, what sort of team are the Netherlands bringing? I know the team. I saw the list.
Oh, did you?
Exactly the same. ECC strong.
ECC team.
Name them, like Sebastian Brutt, Floyd, Boris Gourlay. They're all coming.
Klein available? Probably not.
No, I don't think Klein is coming.
Yeah,
He just played Zimbabwe today. But yeah, most of the ECC squad, Vinny, will be there.
Maybe Gourlay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Floyd.
Probably Musa not, because of people that are involved in the current series of Zimbabwe,
Correct.
I'm guessing not.
Kingmar will be. Oh, I don't know. Look, I saw 7 or 8 names that, yeah, because it's still a while. They'll be back from. A few of them will be back from Zimbabwe on April 4th as well in their South Africa series. They play South Africa in a few ODIs soon.
Great. I want to say quick hello to Mikey as well. And
MT.
Yeah, good to see him there. Anyway, yeah, Stiglitz, a bit of a live wire, isn't she? Captaining the side. It doesn't mind to toss this one up. You can already see a bit of a variation in pace there. Good running that time. And, you know, Reimer was tried opening a couple of times, didn't really work out. This time, maybe she can come in a bit more relaxed with a few runs on the board. Let's see if she can make an innings for herself. The Maltese captain. Good footwork there to get inside the line. Work her way, not quite off the middle, but gets a run.
Yeah, that'll be a wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, so I think this kind of bowling the Stiglitz is offering, it's going to be dangerous, but you've got to get the length right. I think that's really important. You've got to get above the eye line, kind of lure the batter forward. Don't let them sit back. So if they can sit back, they can pretty much get a good look at the bounce. So you want to basically lure them forward and maybe lose their shape a little bit. Oh, nice bit of bowling that time.
Yeah, play and miss that time. Good from Stiglitz.
Yeah.
It's like a sitcom.
It's funny that she throws so fast but bowls so slow, don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
It's okay.
A lot of funny
That's what
things.
spin bowling's about. It's about style.
Oh.
See, look at that.
That's hard to play.
It's super hard to play. Again, you got to draw the batter forward. She does that time, and they're probably a bit too full. But yeah, you want to get it full, but not a full toss.
Thanks for helping me out on my typo there. That was a genuine typo.
Yeah, I bet it was. Don't you ever lie to Kitty again.
Where's Kitty from?
I finished. She's from Virginia, USA, and don't mess with the Americans.
Oh,
this one goes a bit wrong. It's going to be a no ball, +1. And this is just a slight variation. So free hit coming up.
5 p.m. coming around, Vinny.
Good opportunity for Reimer to get some confidence. Now she's got the immunity cloak. This is what I mean. I don't like this rule.
Yeah,
no ball.
I'm not sure on it either.
Let him play. Let him play. Why don't we bring that in? Yeah, that's actually perfect. I think that's a free hit.
It's an incredible amount of air on the delivery. As that does take us to the end of the 6. It's 31 for 3.
4 overs remaining. Malta, this is the first time they played Austria. Still 2 more times they'll play this weekend in this ECIW. And yeah, I think Reimer, hopefully she can make the most of these 4 overs and we can see a bit more of what she can do. No one quite reaching double digits so far in this innings for Malta. And I suppose these two, I'll be hoping they can build a little partnership.
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity maybe for Austria to give other people a bowl here as well that maybe wouldn't usually get a go and open up their bowling selection committee and find some new talent.
Wow, what a shot that is. But it might find the fielder. It does, but she puts it down, and that's Buller again. She's been in the wars a little bit. And, yeah, she made really good position. There goes the hat. She wasn't too happy that she put it down. I like to see that kind of emotion, setting high standards for herself. Now, first the ball went down, then the hat went down. So, pardon me, that's Sapita in that position. And, yeah, she fired her hat to ground in frustration. She would have fancied to have held on to that one.
You know these balls down the leg side that sometimes they leave for the wide. Do you think they should just race over and try whack it? Because it's in an area they can hit.
Yeah, maybe.
So instead of leaving them for wides and getting the one, actually play the pull stroke, which they're good at.
Well, strategically.
I know strategic.
No, but I've got
like, let's go. See that there?
Yep.
That would be a more natural shot for Reimer. So instead, she'll try hit a ball which isn't in an easy area.
The answer is, if you depends how much you fancy your chances to hit boundaries off balls that aren't wides.
Yeah.
So, and if it's limited, then I'd say, yeah, I'd be going
see,
for
I reckon they should just go on. That ball there's a prime example. Just go follow it and try whack it. Why not?
It's very hard.
And if you miss it, it's a wide anyway.
It's hard to protect that quarter of the
Here we
field.
go, whack it. Oh,
if you get 4 of them, though, then you force the bowler to bowl straight.
I feel like I'm on Broadway right now. Just watching this, and you feel there's going to be something's going to come. It's just about to, the big show's about to happen.
Yeah, Saifi's not too far away. Just needs to move a little bit to the left, doesn't she?
See, that's what I mean. So that's a more unnatural shot. So my head cell tells me it's a very difficult shot to play cover drive, square drive. Very difficult to teach as well in women's cricket. Yeah. But the pull stroke and hook shot and sweep comes natural.
Swing of the bat.
So
for a right-hander,
if I was the coach, I'd be saying anything down leg side, stuff the wide. Let's try whack it. Have a bit of fun.
This one nutmegs her, actually.
That's unbelievable.
Just misses the stumps. Well, Lee, he's a bit biased, but Lee's watching from Malta. He said Malta's winning the kit department. Oh, I like all the kits, but I have to say something. Why do we keep scheduling teams that are all the same colour shirt? We've got 3 red colour shirts.
We're colour fascists.
It's pretty well bowled, but also well played by Reimer. Keeps it out.
Yeah.
I've seen Spain playing before in blue shirts.
Yeah, we used to have an away kit blue. We've got sort of we sort of have a little bit of blue now.
Looking fantastic though, all the players. Yeah, kind of shaped to go leg side, changed their mind last moment. That's well bowled by Saifi. That's her office. That's where she does her best work. And even the length of this, you see, kind of had the batter in 2 minds whether to go forward or back. Last ball of the 7th coming up. A bit shorter. Of a correct stroke, but it won't beat the infield as we get to the end of the 7th over. The score is 35 for 3.
35 for 3 as we get to the closing stages of our 4th T10 game today. And don't worry, we've got 4 more coming tomorrow. You and me again tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll be here. Looking forward to it as we look at what's coming up in the next game.
Yeah, no, it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow already. Even though we've got 1 more game to go tonight.
Is it an hour break in between because it's 4 games, or is it?
It's just, we'll finish a couple of hours early.
Yeah, it gives us some time to pack before we fly away. I'm not going to see you for like 2 months, Vin.
It'll be tough, won't it?
Yep. That's a play and miss. Outside the off stump. They're trying their best here, Malta, to get a couple more runs. Not been an easy day for them, but they're improving.
Did you? Ready. Bowled pretty well today. Almost gets a return catch. Just bouncing before it gets back to it. Already. I've liked what she's been dealing today. Another good ball, sliced up and caught. Nicely done. Oh, and she's excited about it. And you know who that is? That is HSP Hannah Simpson-Parker, the sister of Mark Simpson-Parker, in the right spot at the right time. She clutches that ball And creates the 4th wicket of the innings. Malta 35 for 4.
Yeah, what a great catch by HSP. Arguably the #1 family member at cricket. It ballooned up in the air, wasn't easy, had spin on it and snaffles it cleanly. HSP takes the big catch.
I'm liking the double fist pump. I think she's already got her brother covered in the celebrations department. Although MSP, Mark Simpson Parker, the Austrian national, has his kind of love heart, but that was a bit more energy about that from HSP. I'm liking it. Good hands. So, looks like...
Oh, no, she's
Bandari's
forgotten a glove.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's the old walk out without gloves.
Yeah, well, she's forgotten both gloves. I thought it might have been the Michael Jackson special.
Well, that's unfortunate. I think that's Bandari, and there's a realisation right now, no gloves.
Oh, look, before Bandari feels foolish, we have had a game here last year where somebody walked out and had forgotten to put on their pads. So I think gloves isn't as bad.
No. You just want to make it before the 90-second clock. You wouldn't want to be timed out because you forgot your gloves.
Yeah. And I don't think we've seen it on ECN, but certainly in some levels of cricket, I've seen people
It's
walking.
nice to see Reimer out there really meet the new batsman just on the boundary's edge. We'll see Reimer now. Look at that, it's confidence.
Yeah. You can have a long,
Chat.
deep and meaningful chat.
I always
about
wanted
life.
more long, deep and meaningfuls in my life.
Yeah. Communication's important. Well, Kitty, I like what you're saying in chat right now, saying this is so great, shows all the girls watching that they can play cricket. ECIW has had women of all ages and shapes and sizes. That is so true. And that's why I like more inclusive rules. I honestly think that double bounce rule, I think we should bring it in ASAP. I don't think anyone's gaining advantage from letting the ball bounce twice, which was the previous law, you know. And also perhaps we'd look at balls off the pitch, just calling them wides. I don't see what you gain by having them called no balls, but we'd have to put playing conditions for that. Anyway, up in the air, could be a first baller. It's caught again. Well, Bandari, one of the longest first ballers you'll ever see because she had to go back and get her gloves. When she came back, it wasn't a great situation as she pushes that straight to Abdullah in the mid-wicket region. And just like that, we got a hat-trick opportunity, Corey.
Well, you've got to argue if she didn't have the gloves on, maybe she wouldn't have hit it as well. And that's probably what's cost her. It ballooned up in the air, and you're right, it's going to be a hat-trick opportunity, Vincenzo.
Well, we did have a hat-trick in the ECIW in our very first day of action. It was Regina Sideze who was able to take a hat-trick with her off-spin. We didn't have that many hat-tricks, actually, during the ECL.
Yeah,
less than I would have expected. Yeah, look at that. It was the very first match of ECW we ever did, and Regina came up with a hat-trick. Was for the Italian team. She took 4 for 1 off 7 balls. Not too bad.
That's a pretty good
Cleaned
spell.
up the innings.
Yep.
And now we have the opportunity for hat-trick number 7. Will it be Sriya Reddy that goes into the Hall of Fame?
Reimer's giving a big talking to here as well. Not too sure what the delay is here.
Wow, I mean, this is interesting because they're taking a long time. I don't know how you'd handle a timed out in the middle of a hat trick. I suppose you're still on a hat trick.
That's your hat trick. You claim it.
It looks like we'll have a left-handed Santosh on strike. So, well, we had a hat trick opportunity before we saw the bowler bottle it. So let's see if Sriya Reddy can be the first hat-trick taker.
Left-hander, if you can get that swing in onto the stumps, you've got every opportunity.
First hat-trick taker of this series, I should say. Can adjust for the left-hander, though. It's bowled pretty well. I think something pitching on the stumps, straightening down the line. That's what she's going to try and do. Santosh in the hot seat. 2 to come in the 8th. Ready. Steady. Let's go. Could this be hat-trick number 7 of the ECN season? No, even though it hits her on the pad. Probably missing by a stump or 2. Not bad bowling, though, from Sriya Reddy.
Dot ball?
Yeah, 35 for 5. Do you have any particularly bad ducks that you remember? Like, that's a bad one, not because of the shot, but mainly because she forgot her gloves and then made a golden duck.
Ducks? I remember bad innings, but not bad ducks.
Try and purge them from the mind. Well, that's just nicely helped round the corner. And that's a bit of glove, I think. As the keeper almost wears the throw in. And it will be the end of the 8th over. The score is 36 for 5.
Yeah, so this game just coming to its closing stages. Luckily, we've got one more big game coming in a little bit. Spain versus Austria.
I think it'll be a good one tonight as well in match 5. It will be Austria versus Spain. News from the toss. Austria won the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. Well, no surprises there because that is how they were able to account for Spain. Earlier on, they played in match 2. Spain scored in the 80s. Austria had a few moments where it didn't go their way, but in the end, their only partnership survived and flourished, ended up getting to that total within 8 overs. Anyway, that's coming up in around about 25 minutes. We'll have the first ball of game 5. Here's a bowler I really like, Adelaide, and she gets the first ball past the off stump.
Yeah, she's been fantastic. Great figures all day. No one's been able to touch her.
Yeah, Adelaide's also caught well. I think he seems a very good cricketer. Haven't seen too much with her with the bat so far. Valentina. Well, give her a wrap. She loses it down the leg side. But, I mean, this is one thing I would certainly be executing if I was coaching in this format, is trying to, as much as possible, have a left-hand, right-hand combination. I just think when at a level of cricket and where the wide rules are pretty strict, then I just think forcing the bowlers to keep changing their line is probably going to get you a few more runs per innings. This is more on line from Abdoulaye, and it's the old double slide stop. Quite good synchronised fielding there from the Austrians.
Well, that was an unbelievable stop by the foot in the end, I believe, and yeah, keeps it to 1. Doesn't let a boundary go. Their fielding's been sensational, Vinny. Have a look here. It was a little bit of a miss, but watch this slide tackle
that's
save.
Backing up, isn't it? And Zapita, she was harsh on herself earlier when she didn't take an opportunity in the field. That time made no mistake. Well bowled again, beats the outside edge. Yeah, Reimer just had a bit of a rough time of it with the bat today. This is kind of the longest she's stuck around, so yeah, just going for a little deflection shot. Couldn't quite get any bat on it. If she does, there's a bit of a gap in that kind of top left quarter of the field. Up to late. Bowled tightly without a wicket so far here in match 4. It's well bowled. I like that little in shape that she gets. And you can see, oh, very sneaky keeping from Buzra. She sneaks up to the stumps and has some thoughts about executing a stumping 15 to 20 seconds after the shot. And she says, oh, it's probably too late, isn't it? And the umpire says, yeah, probably. Bit of a disturbance there, just holding up the play, but a couple to come in the ninth. Looks like they'll sneak in for time. Well bowled. Comes back a lot. It's probably just missing the leg stump. In movement, it hits in line with leg, but I think that natural swing is going to take it past the leg stump. Good umpiring. We get Big D's in the chat as well from Austria. Hello to you. This one will be a wide. Keep an eye on the clock there because 40 seconds to go. If you want a couple of wides in a row, you might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, they're in trouble if this is a wide, I think, Vinny. Got to get this one straight.
Could be a 6-run swing here.
Yep.
Have to lay under pressure. Gets it
well
right.
Bowled.
Well bowled. And very good spell from Valentina. She only goes for 5, doesn't take a wicket, but certainly restricts things as Malta with an over to play. They're 39 for 5.
Yeah, 39 for 5, and they're going to win this game quite comfortably, but another decent showing from Malta women not to be bowled out here, and you can see such good economy rates from everyone.
Yeah, they've all been pretty tight, haven't they?
Would most of the players from the ECL still be here? Because this was a reserve day. Will they all be?
It depends, because some of the ones that were in later groups, I think when it was decided to have the ECIW, we wouldn't need the reserve day. Some of them were booked on flights today. Some of them probably still heading tomorrow. I saw some of the Pack Eye Care guys over there supporting the Spanish team
Oh,
earlier
brilliant.
today. So yeah, see them.
I'm curious how the French have spent today.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm watching the game 4 or 5 times. Anyway, time for the last over. And it's going to be Priya Sabu who bowls. Does start with a wide. Malta. I'd love to creep up to the 50 or so. Again, it's the first time they've met Austria. And so I think we saw them handle the Spanish bowls a lot better the second time around. This is nicely turned away. They go on the hit. Almost run into each other. This could be out, you know.
Yeah, I think that she may have dropped the ball onto the stumps. This will be close. HSP potentially with a run out.
Yeah, she prowled onto that, didn't she? I mean, I'm going to see the running again at the very end of this, but right now we have to see if it's out or not. Thanks to our crew at Spring Productions. Let's check it out. Yeah, I think she does.
Yeah, I think she does well.
I think she does drop the ball into the stumps, if I'm honest. Here we go. One more time. So when the stumps go over, is it the ball or the hand holding the ball that breaks the stumps?
Let's have a look. It's going to be tough. That's
there-
out. Yeah, that's out. That's
That will
gonna
be out. Yeah, she doesn't drop the ball. Maybe the ball drops out when the impact of the stumps knocks it out, but that means that when she did break the stumps, she did have the ball in the hand. So
HSP again.
yeah, bit of a prowler in the field over there, isn't she? And square of the wicket. I think you've got to go at this stage as well. You've got to take on some of these runs. So will be a wicket and well-deserved wicket as well. I mean, the fielding has been important. It was Reimer, captain who gets run out, I should say. 2 off 13 for her in this one. And she's the 6th wicket to fall, 40 for 6. So, new batter comes to the crease, Stella Aruja, who's the wife of Samuel Stanislaus. That's for the Maltese men's side. Let's see if she can get a run or two. Up and ready to go. Pretty good shot. You got to run with that shot, surely. She does. Oh, and again, I think this might have been out. This is why I said I'm a bit of a proponent for shortening the pitch, I think, in ECIW cricket because I think this should be an easy single. But she has to work so hard for it. I think it's something in for the bowlers, something in for batters if you were to do it. If this comes in, I think she would have been gone. Doesn't seem that fair to me. Anyway. She's going down leg side. But yeah, Aruja gets off the mark, and then Santosh deals with the next one, but can't score off it. So, couple to come in this contest. In Malta, this will be the end of their day, and I think they've learned a lot, to be honest. They played 3 matches today. That's the same amount of competitive matches they'd played in their history before today. This one ties up in the pad of Santosh. And so, I think there's something in that. I think the fact that they're able to get that competitive competition. We've seen it in men's cricket. We've seen it in other sports as well. The more you play teams that are more experienced, the better you will get. Now, edged away, and it's almost a chance. Well, they're going to have to run. They made one of the later decisions to go. So they ping at the stumps and I'll get there. And again, just a little bit of hesitancy with the running. Malta, it's up to 42 with the ball to go. Means that we'll get to see Stella one more time with the bat. It's been a reasonable over from Sabu, actually. Like a rhythm with her bowling. Here's the last ball. Swung and missed that, and that will do it. So the final score here in match 4 it will be Austria 110, Malta 42. The final margin of victory will be 68 runs. So a big thank you to all the players again, and Malta in particular. I hope they go back. Hopefully they can even look at the videotape and maybe even analyse some of their performances. I think that is such a valuable tool as well if you're trying to improve your cricket. So it was a pretty entertaining game in the end. A few highlights, I've got to say. For me, I would say that Patharana Halagi
has to be the player of the match for her performance of the half century plus 2 wickets. But certainly, the Maltese team did themselves proud here against a more experienced opposition. The fact that they were able to grab 42 runs, talking about money off the bat, is a good result. Let's have a look at the replay, and well, Patharana Halagi couldn't do too much wrong, could she? As she induced the chop on there, and then this is another bowler I think bowled really well, Sriya Reddy. That was a nasty one really for Datoki, who went soon after. It was well taken by Valentina, who was just wandering around to her right, took the catch, and this one was a great effort from Bulla. She wasn't quite able to pull it back in the field and play. The odd kind of burst, wasn't it? It's one that the keeper couldn't quite handle. Again, I like the way they're throwing themselves around in the field. Got to say, I'm kind of mesmerised by the bowling of Joanne Stiglitz. I like the way that she really mixes things up. Super interesting to watch. This was one that probably should have been caught, and Sapita couldn't quite hold on. She was filthy with herself for that. This one was held though. HSP takes it with 2 hands. That wasn't the last we've seen of her either. You can see she's coming to this Austrian national team and she's really enjoying the opportunity. Then we saw back-to-back wickets as Sriya Reddy was on a hat-trick. She didn't take the hat-trick, but she certainly bowled well. Finished with figures of 2 for 4. And late in the piece, that's late. Just that bit of fielding. See there, it's a bit slow. Hesitation kills in the running, and the keeper was very good as well to get it down onto the stumps. And Asad Ali, for the video, it was given out, so end up with 42 for 6. So some positives there for Malta, I think, today. When you consider that they certainly batted better today than went on. They were able to handle the bowling a bit better as well. No one quite able to reach double figures, but Ramishan, I should say, she ended up with 8 off 9 as the top scorer. And also, Datoki couldn't quite reproduce what she did in the last game, opening up, and Chalaseri also for 11 balls. With the bowling, plenty of good performers, as you'd expect with a scorecard like that. 2 wickets for Patharana Halagi. She has to be player of the match for that effort. And Sriya Reddy, I really liked her bowling. 2 for 4 for me. She's probably the best of the bowlers. Shout out also to Valentina Abdulay, who I think had a very good day with the ball, but didn't take a wicket in this game. She kept things really tight. 110 to 42, your final in match 4. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you to the last match of the day. But until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you after the break for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode, ECIW, Spain.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Khartoum Oval. Beautiful sunny Saturday afternoon here on the Costa del Sol. And well, it's been a really great day. So wonderful to see so many more players being exposed to ECN action. So we will roll into match 5 now. It's the last match of the day and it's going to be Austria versus Spain. Well, these two met earlier in the day. It was the Austrians who got the points on that occasion. Well, will it be different this time? Let's see what happens at the coin toss first. Stefan Gooch has the 2 captain.
Spain to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is tails. Good luck.
So Austria win the coin toss and they've elected to bowl. And look, that's how they did it earlier against Spain. They were able to keep the Spanish side to a score in the 80s and then overhaul it with a couple of overs to spare. But I mean, it certainly wasn't one-way traffic. One thing I've liked about the Austrians, they're not afraid to mix their order up. So I was really impressed with that opening partnership. Spain not able to break it in game 2 earlier today. But maybe it could be a different story this time. Look, I think that for Spain, they need to get 100 plus on the board. Just feel that will give them some confidence. I've liked their bowling, I've liked their fielding and their kind of intensity in the field, but it's hard to do that without the runs on the board in the first place. So, well, it's a big moment in this series because if Austria, if they win this one, you feel they're kind of running away with it. But if Spain can cause a bit of an upset here, then it keeps it pretty interesting in those top 2 positions. Corey Ruckers is ready to go as we get ready for the start of match 5. And I can tell you the news from the toss is that Austria, they've won the toss. They've sent in Team España. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the start of match 5.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, for that long introduction as we welcome all the viewers back for our final Women's International T10I today. And then we got 4 more tomorrow. So we are just pumping out the games. ECL finished yesterday, but it's been another good day of action. And, well, probably the 2 front runners in this tri-series, Team España versus Team Austria. In our final game, it looks like Charles Croucher is going to be one of the officials, and Metadal will be the other official. Good luck to those 2 out there. And really looking forward to this one. It should be a good match. Let's have a look at the 2 lineups. And, well, for me, there's one big name, obviously, we have to touch on. Naomi Borrejo. She's been outstanding. A 99 not out today. Wow. On the other side of the table for Austria, well, Jo Antoniette Stiglitz. Like it. She's been very effective with the ball, as has Mahadawa and Reddy. So it should be a good day of action. So welcome back, good friend, co-commentator, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, nice to be upstairs. Not to miss the start of this. Got to say, I'm really impressed with Abdullah and her bowling. And out there for Spain. We haven't seen them in a little while. Had their 1 game off.
Well, it looks like they've, sorry to interrupt you, it looks like they've changed the lineup. But
Put
Mojo
Sis
won't.
Dynamite at the top.
Sis Dynamite, I like it. Give her a go.
All right. So, interesting they haven't opened up with Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. Anyway,
oh, well played.
Correct shot first up. And what was Saeed? The reason we call that Sis Dynamite, because her brother, Kid Dynamite, we saw him playing in Barcelona late last year. And he was also a part of the Pack I Care squad this week in the ECL.
Yeah, we saw him play yesterday. Smashed a sweep shot straight to mid-wicket. That was it.
It happens. Anyway, it's been a good battle then, I think. You can see pretty good technical defensive shot from Ursula first up. Abdullah does get a bit of movement into the right-hander. Wasn't a bit that time, but yeah, beautiful little clip away for 1. And I think it's a great opportunity to see another top-order Spanish bat build an innings.
Yeah, why not? Try the change in the order. And yeah, this was beautifully timed. Unfortunately, it just found the fielder out there. It looks like it's going to be the left-handed Dottie. We've named Chilongia for the amazing feat of bowling 2 maidens.
Do you know what I like is they've changed the opener, but they've kept the left-hand, right-hand. Because I think that can be a bit problematic for some of the bowlers. Having said that, I think that Abdullah will like bowling to left-handers because she gets that extra movement away. It kind of lures them into the stroke when the ball's on the stumps and then maybe gets a little edge on it behind the wicket. But yeah, I've been really impressed, I think, with all the efforts of the players we've seen today. Look, not easy when you're playing with this kind of scrutiny. We know that. Also, slightly different conditions, different format.
What are you doing out there, Vinny? They can see you on camera. What are you doing out the door?
Just getting a bit of fresh air here. It's quite nice.
It's beautiful weather now. It's a bit cooler now, isn't it? It was quite about 2-3 hours ago. It was hot.
It was, yeah. Bit of a breeze coming through now, though. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about.
Are you a bit flat? The ECL's finished, or you're happy with where it was left?
I think it was perfect. I think it was a perfect amount of time. I mean, for European cricket, it's an astounding result, really. That draw.
It follows on from Pakai Battle Honour.
I don't think anyone with a straight face could have told you that they saw Drew even making Championship week. Pulling off 1 or 2 dynamic performances, yeah, but to do it so consistently is quite amazing. It's a full toss, but again, fielder, first one can't handle it, but the second one can. The sub with it ran across, and
it follows in the steps of Pakai Care, who no one really would have expected.
I think so.
But even more so, I think it's because they've been twice and hadn't done anything yet. They had moments.
Yeah,
they just had moments.
To string together so many, I think was amazing. It's a pretty good shot, although it picked up, and now we're going to have a run out. This is going to be a disaster.
Yeah, I think that's out, but you can see Saeed is not happy.
Oh, yeah, that was a big opportunity at the top of the order, but Chilungia just ran with the hit, and really, I don't think that Uzwa consented to that single. Let's have a look at it on the replay, thanks to Spring Production. The only thing is, does she have the ball? She does, she does, she does. No, I think she does. I can't see it. It just comes out when the stumps are hit. So that is it's a real rough one to swallow, especially because Chilungia has actually had the opportunity to bat a lot today, but Chilungia just got excited, hit it straight to the fielder, ran. And unfortunately, that's cricket, and as we're saying, Sis Dynamite gets blown up as collateral damage.
Yeah, that's such a shame, but the sport's cruel sometimes, and that's how it goes, as it brings on probably the player of the day. Some fantastic innings from Bermejo, and I think about 12 sixes.
She's been playing really good cricket, hasn't she? 99 not out, and to my knowledge, I think it's the first time we've had a 99 not out.
But think about the amount of sixes.
Yeah.
12 sixes from a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
Not normal.
She's been brilliant.
But that was my pronunciation then. Pretty good.
I liked it. Best so far.
Bermejo.
She hit 2 in her first innings.
Proper Spanish.
3 in her second innings. And then in that 99 not out, I mean, that was a brilliant innings. She hit a bunch of them.
Oh, she goes the reverse Malachi first ball and tucks it away for 4. You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, she fancies it first up. It's just normal for her. So, yeah, 10 maximums for the day, but also has played this shot really well.
First ball, Vin.
And I think this is another thing. At this pace, and with the women's pitch being, it's the same distance, but it feels longer. You've got time to see the ball and actually still switch your hands around and make a decision to play it. In men's, you almost are always premeditating that shot, but it's a great finish to the over for Team España. 6 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, that's 2 innings in a row. She started with the reverse Malachi to get off the mark.
That's actually a really good example of why I'm pro shortening the pitch, because I think that the batters have too much time to make a decision. I'd like to see them rushed a little bit more, the good batters. Like Naomi, to challenge them a bit more. Because, yeah, I honestly think she sees the ball and goes, okay, I think I'm going to play a reverse to this. And you'd never see that. I'd like to see them kind of put under the same kind of pressure that some of the male batters are. Anyway, second over, and it's Malika to bowl. Jeez, she bowled well earlier. Took 2 wickets to go with a half century. That's this up, and, well, she already got 1 victim. She almost has another, doesn't she? Chilungia, who pushes it mid-wicket and runs.
Well, if there's one player you don't want to run out, it's definitely Bermejo.
Isn't it funny that she scored 99 not out? So really, I mean, that's like scoring 100. In a longer form game, you'd go off, you'd have tea, you'd come back in. It all counts as 1. Whereas here, even though that it is 100 runs without being dismissed, you don't get to all the fanfare or anything like that. Good in-swinger. She's quick to jump on this, and a nice bit of fielding. It's a risky back pass, because if it goes wrong, it can go over the boundary, but the result is a single.
What do you got planned for your final 2 evenings before you go to Portugal, Vin? We're going to miss you.
I'm glad that you asked. Tonight, I'm going to the crew dinner because I know we've got a bit of a crew dinner that some people that may be commentating right now may want to go sleep instead, but I'll be a part of that. I'll eat your dinner for you if you want.
What happened to you and me going down the road?
We can still do that if you're still awake. I was planning to do that after the crew dinner, actually. That was part of my plan. But the other thing, tomorrow night, I think I'll have to do one more empanadas for the road.
Yeah,
and,
one more empanadas.
And actually, I don't fly to Portugal until late on Monday. I'm talking like 10:20 p.m. So I've got the whole of Monday just to watch the ECS like everyone else.
Yep.
And I may have my favourite black or arroz negro or black rice, which I've only been able to have once since I've been here because of the night games. So it's just not back to the bowler. So yeah, that's my plans. And so Monday will be I suppose my off day. It's not really an off day because I'll be working hard to make sure the broadcast for Portugal goes smoothly. I'm sure it will be, thanks to our wonderful crew. And of course, Rico will be handing it over there. Probably maybe hear a bit of Conrad Greenshields on the mic as well. I know you're a big fan of his commentary, Corey.
Gee, we're really scraping at the barrel if we've gone to Conrad.
Wow. It's a good bit of bowling, good bit of length. Struggling to get going. 1 off 8. And that's the end of the over as well. So the score is 8 for 1 after 2.
Well, good game at the moment, and looking forward to seeing how the next
Talk
few
us
overs
through
pan.
the table. I mean, these two tied on points. So you can see that if Spain could find a way to get up here, it could turn this series around.
Yeah, it should be good, Vinny. I mean, if they can win this game and get ahead of Austria, I know they've played one extra. They've definitely got an opportunity. There's some of the Spring Productions members in the background. Yeah. They've done some pretty decent work half the time, I feel.
They've been working hard all the time. They're doing stuff that you don't even understand. And even if you learned, it would probably take you more than a lifetime to get as good as they are. Anyway, here's the start of a new over. Naomi goes leg side. Got to say, I have enjoyed the fielding. That's Sabu out there sliding in, putting her body on the line.
Yeah, I have to admit as well, it's been very good indeed.
I'm liking the standards from the Austrians as well. I haven't seen them for about 2.5 years on the network.
Yeah, so a nice little sweep shot there, but well, Chilongia needs to be hitting ones here and changing the strike.
A little bit short, slashed away over the offside. This will run away for 4. This is the one that she needed, isn't it, Payal? She'd just been bogged down in the first 8 deliveries. We'd asked what she could do. She got something with a bit of length, and she carved it away. Good batting. 4 carreras.
Yeah, good batting indeed. They needed that boundary, and well, that's going to help, isn't it? Just a little bit of width. Not much, really, but she loves this cut shot. She favours this cut shot, and she gets it away.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the worst ball either.
A lot of people in chat happy Food Chat is back.
Oh, yeah, Food Chat's back, baby. We've been waiting all day for this. We go back to 5 games, and we've got to get involved. And if you've got any suggestions what I should be having, let us know. Oh, this one surprised her a little bit. Came back and bit back into the left-hander.
Yeah, it's good bowling. At the moment, you feel like the Austria women's team are pretty confident with where they're delivering the ball, and the fielding zones look quite good out there. But they know this is an important partnership, and they'll be wanting to restrict them as much as they can. Oh, inside edge. No run, just another dot ball. Pressure building again.
You know, I suppose the thing is with the left hand, if she backs away, she kind of opens up the acceptable zone. So I'd like to see maybe trying to get across a little bit instead of giving herself room outside off. Back to the action. And this one was a nice bit of work. Makes that adjustment, gets outside the off stump. And so, yeah, left hand, right hand combination still in business for Spain. So I got a feel for Uzwa Saeed, who, well, I hope she gets some more opportunities to open up. This is played back to the bowler, and it also takes us to the end of the power play. It is 13 for 1 after 3. Sticking my head in the chat.
Stuart saying food chat is back. Yes, and yeah, random questions too. Please, Stuart. The more random, the better.
Press the button.
So, moving into the fourth over. And we see the power play overs there. Well, I've got to say, I have no idea what's going on with the numbers.
The 6 is above the P. The 5 is in orbit. What's going on?
The numbers have just taken off. There's zero gravity over there. Anyway, here's 6, 2, and 5 in the 3 overs.
Shot.
It's off this dump. She's just such a good eye, doesn't she? And again, I like that. I mean, not really a clean pickup, but does what she needs to do to make sure it doesn't get past her.
Yeah, the fielding's been very, very good, though. She hasn't been able to hit as many boundaries as she would have liked so far. So a bit of pressure at the moment.
Bit of a risky shot, that one, but she adjusts to the bounce because she's hitting across the ball in the stumps, and you always open yourself up for an LBW or a bowled, particularly LBW if she's getting that far across. But she judges the bounce well on that occasion. Back to the left-handed Bale Chilangia. Yeah, and that's good batting. Gets inside that one.
So I'm going to start. I go the opposite way.
Yeah.
So I just think that that's their balls. I know you get one.
Well, the reason I said good batting that time, she has been backing away and getting in trouble with these kind of balls, kind of spoiling them.
I want to see these get walloped.
Yeah.
Just to put even more pressure on.
Yeah. Makes two types of pressure, right? Also, if you bowl a wide, bowler has to show they can bowl it straighter. One. Swung and missed that.
Yeah, that's a better line and a better length, isn't it?
Yeah, around the wicket.
Looks like the robot in the chat's also losing the plot a little bit. It's been a funny old day, this.
Robot?
I wonder how the robot's feeling. Is the robot okay after the ECL finishing?
Robot probably had a few too many robot oils last night, perhaps.
Oh, down the wicket.
Oh, this will be a wide.
Well,
I think it's got to be a wide.
I think they're just checking potentially if it's a no ball first.
I don't think it is when you look at the fact that it bounces before the line. So it should just be a wide.
Yeah, it's been signalled correct. Just a wide?
Yeah, it's just below the waist when it passed the crease. But
it's okay. Got to check first before you make the signal.
It can be a bit distracted by the batter moving so far out of the crease. This is well bowled once again. Katamani's been pretty solid for Austria today with the ball.
Yeah, Chilangia has just struggled in this innings. Not the usual positive self that was playing a good second fiddle in the previous game.
Tell you what, hopefully batting this long gives Sis Dynamite a bit more time to calm down off the field. Yeah, bit of length on this though.
That's better as well. Get the bat on it. Get the single.
Yeah, it's hard because she was proactive with the running, probably overdid it. So earlier caused a run out. But I mean, this time you got mid off right on the circle. So there's time to get through for a single. I mean, these are the games that Spain are going to compete for the championship this weekend. These are the kind of games they have to find a way to get a competitive score on the board. Oh, that's not a bad ball, but it's been moosed down to the ground. Maximo! Well, that is her 11th of day one, and Naomi goes large. Sends the field all the way over the fence.
I've got a genuine question for you. You and I have been around cricket traps for a long time. We've seen men's, women's, a lot of different things, indoor cricket as well. You ever seen a 16-year-old girl hit the ball as far as her?
Not as cleanly.
Not as far. Like, she put some in there. These aren't small hits.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of women's players that don't have power. She's got a lot of power.
And it wasn't a bad ball from Katamani. It was kind of a challenge ball, but Naomi has been a step above today. That's a good comeback, though, from Katamani. It was a fraction fuller. And, well, she's so nice, Naomi. She does the fielding as well as the batting as we get to the end of the fourth over. And the score is 23 for 1.
I don't think I've ever seen someone so powerful, so young. Yeah, there's many other 16-year-old women's I've seen play, but they don't have this power. They can maybe hit a 4 occasionally.
Yeah.
To hit 11 or 12 sixes in the day is remarkable.
Yeah, she's been doing a good job, that's for sure. Well, they needed to kick on with it, don't they? Because they've almost clawed it back to run a ball pace. Look, what they really need is her to have a heater in a couple of overs, maybe a couple of magical overs. We've seen her do it before. I mean, I actually don't think she'll be too worried about the pace of the bowling. I think the reactions are that good. We've seen that already.
You should make a compilation today of all her sixes. That should be a compilation because that would go a bit viral, I think. It's not often you have a women's player dominate with in the air so much.
Yeah.
I want you to add it to your little sheet.
I'll add it. This is pulled away.
I want you to add it now. That's it.
Get our people behind the scene. I actually would say, rather than just make it just all the sixes, I would say I'd like a compilation of the reverses and sixes.
Yeah.
And just maybe a selection.
No, all of them.
We'll see. People have short attention spans.
I reckon
these
she
days.
might go the reverse here again, actually. There's no short third man, really.
The thing is, she likes to go when the ball's swinging away from her, the reverse.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and she does, and executes it beautifully. Well, that is such good batting.
And
It's
it's
no
a no
ball
ball.
as well, and it's just what Spain needed to kickstart this innings.
Well, we just touched on, we think she's going to do it, and we looked at the field setting. You know why she's good at the shot? Because she barely hits it. She barely moves the bat, so it means everything's still.
Yeah.
It's just intelligent cricket. You don't have to whack it. You just have to touch it. Oh, this isn't a...
She gets the perfect ball for it as well, doesn't she?
What a find.
Yeah,
What a
honestly.
find playing Spanish national cricket.
And that shows me that she's got a really good cricket brain as well. Eventually, they're going to have to move that fielder a bit finer there.
Free hit.
Yeah, free hit coming up. Wow, this probably would have been a wide instead. She'll get caught, but she might get run out. She's not. She's alert. Again, good cricket brain, not to ease up on the single. So, just the one for Naomi.
Yeah, it doesn't get the one in her wheelhouse. Can only splice it, but because it's a free hit, they'll get the one. Oh, it's a no ball. I think it's front foot. Oh, they're not going to run, though, unfortunately. Yeah, it is for a front foot. So that'll mean another free hit. Chilagongia just not getting away at the moment. Let's have a look.
Yeah, see what we can see. Yeah, nothing behind the line. So, yeah, shooting themselves in the foot a little bit here, Austria, aren't they, with some avoidables. And we talked about the fact they need a big over. Look, Sriya has bowled really well, but also it's a long day, I think, for the players, albeit they're international players, but coming off not too much competitive cricket. Now, free hit, punch straight to point.
Good running.
They do get through for a single. So, well, you know, if you were Spain, you're trying to beat Austria somewhere along the line, either here or the next time you play them. For me, I've seen enough. I think you've got to have Naomi at the top of the order. And I did like what I saw from Sis Dynamite. I think they might be my opening combination. You've got Chilangia as a kind of a backup option at 3 or 4 if that doesn't work out. But I think you've got to hit them hard early. This is a full toss. One hopper to mid-off where Stiglitz does the fielding. And we know that Joanne has a very strong throwing arm. So I'm still looking for, give me some random questions. Last game of the day.
Yep,
Get us involved.
Yeah, get
Food chat, random questions. Yeah, see, this is the kind of ball I was talking about where she'll be able to watch that back, I think, and realise where she's gone wrong there. I mean, if she can get across, she can then have a whack at it, and it's a fairly natural shot to play, but you can see that she just maybe lost her bearings where she was at the crease, and that would have been a big wide if she'd just stepped inside it. Last ball, the over. Well, maybe not. It's interesting. I think it'll be no ball.
Yeah, it's been called. It's a funny one, isn't it? You sometimes get this.
You do, because it can drop a lot. But the other thing is I think she might have got a little bit of a bottom edge on it as well. So, yeah, 3 up. Hits the target, kind of, but also kind of not. Have it on the replay. Anything above, or waist high or above. And you'll see at the crease, or even at the pass there, it's shoulder high.
How's it dipped that much?
Yeah.
It's a rocket ball.
Yeah, but it's hit, well, 3/4 of the way up the stumps. So, good bowling, but bad bowling. Free hit coming up.
They teach you to hit the stumps.
Yeah. Isn't it funny? In
I
cricket,
reckon
that's
if
the point
it
of
hits the stumps, no matter what, it shouldn't be. So you can bowl moon balls that land down.
Yeah, you used to be able to. It's called the Spedigue. Well, there. That's one way to do it. Can't be stumped. Kind of keeper rushes the take. Doesn't take it as we get to the end of the 5th over. Interesting little contest here at the moment.
Spain, they're 34 for 1.
Yeah, 34 for 1 in the basking sun as the players will take a drinks break and a well-earned drinks break. And this is what's coming up next. Portugal, Cyprus, Italy. And I am commentating a total of 0 games in that period.
That's a shame. But I know you're busy.
It is a shame. I was meant to be
you're busy with a few things as well.
I was meant to be on the middle one. And unfortunately, due to a work issue, I can't go. But I will be in the middle of the year. I've made time. I'll be in Hungary. I'll be in Switzerland. I'll be in Rome.
Yep.
I'll be at the ECC. And then I'll be at Croatia.
Croatia, yeah.
So I've got a sort of big backlog. But I've already been in Malta. I got to do the ECC, and I've been.
You've done a pretty good stint. I
no,
mean,
I've actually. I have my first stint, even though my Malta was a little bit checkered. My first stint's been big.
Yeah, about 8 weeks.
It's been an 8-week stint. I got home for 5 days in the middle, so I am looking forward to a little bit of a break. But I am looking forward that middle bit of the year when I come in hot. Remember when I came in Bologna?
Yeah.
I came in ridiculously hot.
Come in very hot.
Burnt out after 3
had
days.
to settle you down.
I love coming in hot though. That's me.
Yeah, it's fine.
Commentator
that's
dynamite.
what you bring to the table. So, get to the halfway point of the innings.
So I'll see you personally in Switzerland. So
not before. I mean, you never know.
You never know.
Things
Yeah,
can
there could be a
change,
women's
you know?
or something that comes up. But do you think we'll do many night events this year?
Look, it really depends on the demand for extra matches. And if so, we'll maybe find some new locations for night events as well, potentially. So there's lots of places we like to go. In Luxembourg, there's a very nice ground. They've got 5 teams there.
I've been there. I took Belgium down there,
right.
the Pierre Werner ground. And I'm not far from Luxembourg, about 2.5 hours.
So I want to see how it goes. And again, there's some things that are kind of penciled in, but we know things can change. And one of the strengths of the European Cricket Network and the whole structure behind the scenes is they are pretty malleable with the schedule if required.
Malleable.
That comes from being in 2020 with coronavirus and restrictions. Yeah, we had to move pretty quickly, and so I think anything's possible. We're planning 1,400 to 1,500 games this year, most ever in a calendar year. All right, time for Katamani to continue. This is hit. It'll be a chance if she hits here. She goes the long way. Again, she's always keen to show how far she can throw. I thought maybe the bowler's end might have been the easier option.
When did Malta start? What was the was that the first ECS of the year?
Started on the 30th of January.
Oh yeah, it's been a long stint.
Yeah, 8 weeks. Anyway, Chalongia has got to get motoring here. 8 off 22. And does. Although she picks out the fielder. It's been unlucky. It'll be a single, but she does. At a minimum, she can't chew up balls here. I think you're trying to get to a competitive score, and you got to know that you got a 6-hitting machine at the other end. So, yeah, getting the one just like that, that's not a bad result. Let's see if Naomi can clear the boundaries. Won't be easy because I do like the bowling of Katamani. And press on cue, we'll get a no ball, and
hasn't been called though, so this will be an interesting decision. And I reckon they're going to have a look at it. So
well, she's walking off, which is probably pretty silly.
No, they'll ask her to wait.
This is way too high, unless she's a mile out of her crease. I mean, it's chest high or more. I don't think they ran. That's clever, because if it is no ball, it'll be a free hit.
Let's have a look.
Again, she's half a metre out, but I just think, oh no, that might be okay. Look how hard it's coming down.
I think that's a no ball.
I think, look at where I think it's not, and I'll tell you why. Look at how high it's coming from.
Yeah. I think it's a no ball personally. No, it's not going to be given out. Wow.
Yeah, I think it's out. I think that's a good call. Because you look at where that ball enters the frame, it's coming down a lot. And I think by the time it hits the line, it'll be probably knee high. And so that's a wicket from nowhere. So we thought it would definitely no ball. I suppose we can't see from this angle how far she was out of her crease. So finally, Naomi's going to have to go, not before making 20, but a bit of a break for Katamani. I don't think that's quite as full as she was intending it to be, but it worked out well. And the catch was held. And the score is 36 for 2.
Yeah, 36 for 2. Now it's a big wicket. She'll be disappointed she didn't get that one over the rope. It was there to go.
Yeah, you're right. And, that's one thing. We've had a bit of practice looking at those high full tosses now here, especially during the ECL, where I think it was done really well. But you kind of have to spot this, the angle the ball is travelling when it enters the picture and kind of extrapolate that. And that was coming from quite high. By the time it reached her, okay, it was still very high, but if you extend that trajectory, I think it's below the waist. pretty clearly. Anyway, time for ABC. And of course, I'm talking about Amy Brown Carrera, who knocks the first one out for no run. Like in the chat, again, it's been a long day. Day one in this ECIW for all these teams. One just threatening to come back, but not quite enough. Katamani has come up with the goods for Austria when they've needed them, when they've needed her to.
Yeah, just done enough, and it's good bowling indeed. Really is. So much international cricket, you got to love it.
Yeah, so there's some discussion about the no ball or not no ball. I think, to be honest, it's pretty clear. I think that you got to judge it. Where would it be? At the popping crease, at the white line. I just didn't see it staying that high the way it was coming down so quickly. And the other thing is, if you come a long way down, you kind of, for me, you kind of lose the benefit of the doubt with those ones as a batter as well, because you should get the benefit of the doubt if you're at the crease. If you come down a long way, you probably, those marginal ones go against you. Actually, I think on reflection, that one wasn't that marginal. I know that initially you thought, well, there's no way it can come down that much, but the more we looked at it, I think probably was a fair delivery. Anyway, we get to the end of the 6th over. The score is 37 for 2.
Well, what's your random questions, Vinny? Ask me a random question.
I'll ask you a random question. Who is your favourite Ninja Turtle?
Raphael.
Okay. He's probably going to say Donatello.
It's a good option as well, isn't it?
If you could invent your own kind of public holiday or bank holiday, what would it be? What day would it be, and what would it be for? Valentina comes back. Nice in-swinger, but well, even nicer shot from Amy Brown Carrera. Just leaned on that, went over cover, and that's 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. I mean, that's one of the shots of the day. It's just a push, and it's perfectly timed. A little forward press there. Oh, that
gorgeous.
Was pure. Beautiful shot.
Yep, just lofts it gorgeously over the offside, and timing as well. 4 runs, and nice to see through the V. A much-needed boundary as well.
That was a fantastic little check cover drive, high elbow. There's a lot to like about that.
Oh, there's a run there. There's a bit of hesitation. It might cost the wicket. That's a good dive, but I think Chilongia is going to be short.
It's be an interesting replay.
Yeah,
but
this will be tight, Vinny.
When I say what goes around comes around, and don't forget that Chilongia did kind of instigate the run out of Said earlier. Now this time it's ABC that pushes runs, and we'll check it out in the replay. Just wanted to go again. Not a bad looking shot. Took a while to get going. I got a feeling she might be okay. Am I crazy? She is
okay.
In. Yeah. Desperate dive. Again, if you're smart, you think you run on the artificial surface here, but oh well, she survives.
May 28th.
Your birthday?
Correct.
Okay. Know where this is going. Anyway, this is going to be at least one, maybe more. Fantastic fielding. Really, really good work. And hands it off unselfishly. But I think that's Saifi down there who does really well to stop that from going to the boundary. Saves 3 runs.
Yeah, and they run 2. Very good running indeed.
They got 2 there. That's very good running then. But I like this. Gets down. Very good technique and pulls it back.
Yeah, May 28th, because then...
Corey Appreciation Day, is that what you're going to say?
No, just my birthday. I don't need it to be anything. But then when I organise events, everyone's free. Oh, yeah. I have 7 friends come.
Very smart. Okay. More random questions are available. Yes. This one probably would have been out as well, had one sub to aim at. Okay, I like this one. Random question from Stuart. If you could... If there's one invention you wish you came up with, what would it be?
ECN.
Okay. Then you'd be as happy as Daniel Weston.
Exactly. No, what would I... Invention.
For me, it's easy. Time travel.
Really?
I think time travel's... I would... You know what I'd want to do? Again, I'll put a cricket twist on it. I'd go and watch the first ever test match, 1877. And I just think I'd be awesome at it. I've been playing all these shots I've never even seen before.
Oh, shot.
And I want to bring my cricket bat, like my modern cricket bat. And I'd be in trouble once it breaks, but I'd be just slamming them everywhere. I think, but I don't know that because uncovered pitches and things like that. Time travel. I don't know. Don't you think it'd be interesting? I used to love those Back to the Future movies.
I want to invent a toasty maker that takes 1 second.
That'd be pretty cool. We could just get someone else to make it for you. It's also an option. Michael saying, and he wonders how many active European female cricket players are watching right now. And yeah, hopefully there's a few of them watching because I guess quite a lot of the club cricketers, where there is club women's cricket in Europe, they'd be aspiring to perhaps take part in an ECI this time. Charlotte watches it go behind her for one.
Yeah, another wide to the tally. Just ticking along, not bad at the moment.
Some of the diving's been really good today, as mentioned in the chat as well, both by the batters and the fielders sometimes. Yeah, what invention? Yeah, Toasty, 1 second Toasty, okay. I wouldn't necessarily use my time travel for evil. I just think it'd be cool. Big swing and a miss, that's good location. And Valentina's really impressed me with her shape. Where she gets that nice little bit of left to right curve, and she tends to do it all the way through the innings. As we get to the end of the 7th over, the score is 47 for 2.
Actually, I'd want to invent the ultimate pillow that when your head touches it, you sleep instantly.
Oh, I like that. Anyway, coming up tomorrow, we have the final 4 matches in this 9-match ECI. And we'll start with Malta versus Austria, double-header first up. Then we'll see Austria play Spain and Malta play Spain to finish. So you can see that Spain just have 2 matches tomorrow, and the others play 3. So join us. It's a slightly earlier time if you're not watching from Europe, because the clocks do go forward tonight. All right, start of a new over, and it's going to be Chamandala to continue. Yeah, so the time tomorrow.
Yeah, so what's happening tonight?
So it's 7:30 GMT, it's 9:30 Central European.
So we're adding an hour.
Summertime, we're adding an hour.
At what time?
And it's 1 p.m. in India. So we're still starting 9:30 local time. That's probably 2 or 3 in the morning. Hopefully when we're asleep.
Do our phones automatically do
that? It should
that?
automatically happen, but if
I'm
we're
late by an hour tomorrow, you can't get angry.
Promise I won't be. Anyway, they go on the hit. Well, they decide not to in the end. It's pretty well fielded. That is the Valentina zone there. She owns that part of the field.
Jay was one morning early then from having a legitimate excuse.
A few people have used that excuse before on the tour.
Yeah?
And I think someone was late by 2 hours once and said they put their clock the wrong way, which I think is quite clever as well. Oh, tries to make something out of this one.
That's the keeper killer.
That is a keeper killer. I used to love playing that shot in juniors on an artificial pitch with a big loopy spinner, and it was a bit too short. It was probably 11 or 12.
Glad that she didn't hit that.
Ends up behind the stumps in the follow through. It's good location from Chamandala. Yeah, but sometimes it's easier to hit it backwards.
I think this is where you've got to maybe. It might be harsh. It might. I'm calling it. You might have to retire.
I think probably now it's worth maybe punting. Punting on someone else.
I don't want to say it, but it might be time.
That's normally, once you start thinking about it, often boundaries do come.
There's lots of other batters in that order.
What she has done, she has prolonged the amount of time before she has to chat to Uzwa about how that run out went down earlier in the innings. So Uzwa's probably a bit more philosophical about it now. A little bit of length on this, and that's very well fielded.
Good arm also.
Yes, 3 already. She's outstanding in the field. That'll take us to the end of the 8th over. It's also the 50 on the board for Equipo de España. It is 50 for 2 after 8.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic. 50's up, 2 overs to go. If you go, let's say, 2 overs, 8 and 8, get to 66, pick up sticks.
Yeah, couldn't quite defend something in the 80s before. But having said that, they did have some moments. They couldn't break the opening partnership. And Spain, I think they do bowl and field pretty well.
Did you ever think you'd be a commentator?
I wouldn't have thought so. There's some people, it's their aspiration. I kind of fell into it, but it seemed to be a good fit for me, given my quite unusual skill set, I suppose. And ECIW is an unusual situation. So, good bowl to be able to bring back here. Malika Patharanahalagi comes on, and first ball's a dot. How about you? Did you ever think you'd be a commentator?
Absolutely not.
Yeah. Life's funny that way. I probably struggled when I was growing up. I never knew what I wanted to be. You know, some people are like, yeah, I want to be a fireman, or I want to be a doctor or something. I didn't really know, to be honest. Oh, bowled. Nice bowling. And ABC played some nice shots. You know, that's not that dissimilar to the ball. She was able to punch over cover, but this time she got pretty leg side conscious. And so, well, Malika's had a really good day for the Austrians. That one curves in, and it knocks into the off pole. It's 50 for 3.
Yeah, really good bowling. Straight, full, and you got to go. And unfortunately for ABC, plays all round that one. Another wicket will go here, and Austria seem in control.
So I quite like that we've got a bit of serendipity with some of our acronyms for players, because we've got the MSP and we've got the HSP. And now that's for Austria. For Spain, we've got the DDC and the ABC.
What would yours be?
I suppose it's doesn't really make sense. My initials VS make verses, which I see everywhere. So you know, whenever people write me emails and they put in VS, it just looks like it's maybe some sort of fixture. Anyway, it's a nice chance to have a look at the Spanish captain. It's Elspeth Fowler coming in the 5 spot. I'd like to see maybe one game opening up.
Yeah, get up the order, I agree.
Yeah, get her up there. Got 2 more matches tomorrow, Spain. That's a really good in-swinger first up. Patharanahalagi, she's getting this 8.5 over old ball to really hoop.
Yeah, I guess it hasn't been hit out of shape, Vinny, so that shine's still on the ball. And yeah, it's good bowling, getting it full and just trying to hit the right areas.
So take Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. Obviously, she's made that 99 not out. For her, I think the return match against Austria is big for her, because she's shown she can make a big score against Malta. But, I mean, she's made a couple of 20s against Austria. So I think for Spain to be able to beat Austria, you'd imagine she has to play a big innings. And so I'd like to see her opening up and try to boss it.
We haven't seen Austria's middle order yet against Spain.
Yeah, exactly. 2 to come in the 9th, all happening in the 9th. And a good ball in the block hole. Fowler just has to punch it out. Can't do too much with it. This is a really good over. In fact, the whole spell's been good, hasn't it, from Malika, who's only conceded 2 runs in the 11 balls she's bowled. 1 to come now.
Yeah, fantastic. What a spell. We saw a none for none today. Will we see another good spell with economy?
1 for none, but close.
That's what I meant.
And that player is on strikers in right now.
Yep. You know what I'm going to do tonight. What time are you coming home tonight, Ben?
Well, we were planning, because I know that you wanted to go visit the... I know what you're going to say. You're going to go have a sleep, and then you're going to wake up, and you and I want to go out for...
No, I want to watch the final together in bed.
Okay. I don't know about the in bed bit.
I mean on couch.
We could possibly do that.
I haven't listened back to the 3-banger commentary, but I have no idea if it worked or not.
I think it was quite fun. I mean, yeah, probably it's quite...
But I want to watch the final, because that final, the first 5 overs of it, you're sort of in a bit of a phase.
Yeah, well, the
can't
thing
remember
is,
much.
One thing, obviously, we do a lot of commentary together and we get used to each other. So we generally don't talk over each other too much, which is certainly one of the things you're trying to avoid. 3 people, that gets a bit more difficult. This is going down the leg side. And what a spell that is from Malika Patharanahalagi. She'll finish with 1 for 4 as we head into the last over. Spain are 52 for 3.
Yeah, 52 for 3. Just hasn't been the Spanish ladies' sort of batting innings so far. Look at those economy rates. Outstanding. Yes. 2, 8, 8, 6.5 and 3.
Yeah. Good team performance, I'd say.
Very
And
good.
the other thing is, I haven't had to check on the wides, but there's a lot less in this innings. Okay, there's been 6 wides, 3 no balls, so that's an average of 1 per over. That's what I think you should be aiming for. I think that's an achievable target. You're going to have extras. We kind of know that. But yeah, 1 and over, you can handle it. And that's why Spain aren't getting away. This is picked up, thrown, and a single. Joey Marples is in the chat. Hello, Joe. Hopefully you're well. said he likes the look of ABC. Some really nice shots in that stint. Unlucky not to get a few more. Yeah, probably just not a great decision to go across the line there at the end of her innings. With that beautiful high elbow she had on that elevated cover drive. Anyway, Fowler trying to get off the mark. This one will be a wide. I think it has to be. Misses the line. I think the line pretty much going to the bowler in this ECIW. But that one still missed it by a little bit. Chamandala trying to close out this innings for Austria. Same result. Maybe a little bit wider. So just when I mentioned the extras being under control, we've had a few of them here at the end.
Yeah, every run's a bonus, isn't it? So super handy. Can they get to 65?
Wazza with the lurking emoji. Hello, Wazza. Another moon ball from Chamandala, but this is well negotiated. Yeah, I don't mind her bowling that pace, but yeah, you want it to be full, but not quite a full toss. I think it becomes quite dangerous and awkward to play.
Yeah, just doing enough here. With the ball, it's loopy, it's slow, but it's difficult to get power on that.
Got a question from John. How far is the drive to Portugal from Khartoum? Well, I'm flying, but I think it's between 6 and 9 hours, actually.
That's nothing.
I won't be driving. I know the Portuguese team did here. Awerash steps inside this one for a wide.
What's the longest you've driven consecutively?
I drove from Melbourne to Sydney, and it takes about 11 hours. And then the next day I had to drive back. It was long. But I did stay in Albury, which is on the border of Victoria and New South Wales, and spent a night there. It was for hosting a function. Actually, it was for a TV show that I was on.
Yeah?
It was called, it was a very interesting insight into mental health issues. It's called How Mad Are You? And it was 10 people that you didn't know, that 5 of them had experienced mental health issues and 5 hadn't. And they went through a bunch of different experiences, and they had 3 experts trying to work out, without knowing anything about them, who might have had particular issues. It was a really interesting insight. It was on the ABC about, what was that, probably 6 years ago or so. And in it was a roulette experience. They played roulette for an hour.
Wow.
So I was dealing roulette. Great experience. In the Mornington Peninsula.
I thought you were going to be one of the other ones.
I wasn't a contestant. I was part of one of the experiences. Yeah, a little bit obscure one from my past. Steps inside this for a wide. Shillong's definitely got her money's worth in this innings, hasn't she? Again, that left-handedness is... I know she's got 15 off 32, but I'd love to know how many wides she's elicited just by batting.
Being left-handed.
Yeah, just the left-handedness. This one's on target. Hit down to long off. Crept over the runner ball at the moment.
Yeah, look, they're going to finish above a runner ball. That's going to take an exceptional bowling effort, though. Unfortunately, they've just struggled in this innings to find some boundaries.
Yeah, well, I know it's their 4th game today, Spain, so I thought maybe they'd be a little bit flat in the field when they come out. Hopefully not, because they need a good start to try and drive this required rate up. Last ball, the 10. And then Fowler will knock it away for 1. If the throw's fumbled, you might get a second, but it's a clean take from the bowler. So they're going to finish 62 for 3 off their 10 overs. And yeah, I've got to say, there's a lot to like about the bowling of Sujanya Chamandala. And again, the fact she's left-handed, I think, is a bit of an advantage for her as well. So, yeah, we get to see Chilangia bat through the innings for 16. Fowler contributes 2 at the end. 20, little cameo from Naomi Hillman. Bermejo in the middle. And ABC chipped in with a nice-looking 9, including a beautiful, crisp boundary. In the end, 62. Feel like it's probably not enough. But having said that, like I said, Spain today, one of their real positives has been their bowling and fielding, particularly, I think, the fielding, where they throw themselves around, try to create that energy. Let's have a look at the highlights. This is another bowler I've really liked, Valentina Abdelay. But it was the fielding that caused the first wicket, and really it was a bit of a sad one to see, because Sis Dynamite was run out and it wasn't really her fault. But then Naomi came, played the reverse first ball. What a day she's had. What a day for her cricket career.
Yeah, absolutely. She's been fantastic on the network, and while she had a little bit of support at the top there from the left-handed batsman, Chilongia, it was a big shot for 6 again. I believe her 12th 6 of the day. which is phenomenal numbers. But she seemed to be the only one that could hit the boundaries for the Spanish women.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When it comes down to it, it's a boundary hitting game. That was clever, wasn't it? Turned that one into a 5 because it was too high, plus just paddles it round the corner. But it would be a full ball to be her undoing. I know it looks super high there, but I think when you look at it from side on, I think it's coming down, and I think they get that spot on. But then that for me was probably the shot of the innings, and it was Amy Brown-Carrera that was able to punch that one through the offside for 4. We saw this one coming back and just clipping her off stump, though. That was the end of her for 9. And that brought the captain, Elspeth Fowler, to the crease. She was able to contribute 3 in the end on a recount, and the score ends up 62 for 3 for Team España. Looking at the score here, Chilangia, I think, again, a bit like some other players, they showed that she could handle the bowling, handled herself. Probably caught a few wides by being left-handed, but just needs to find a way to get off strike more often. But for me, I've got to say, Naomi with 20 and Amy Brown-Carrera pretty important in getting them over that runner ball. Lots of good economy rates that you'd imagine. So for Austria, who are probably the team with the biggest pedigree in this series. And once again, I think Malika Patirana Halegi with 1 for 4. Best of the bowlers. The other bowler to take a wicket was Sushma Katimani. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase. And let's see if Austria can make it 2 out of 2 against the Spanish side today, or whether Spain can spring a surprise and defend this target. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you just after the break for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode ECIW Spain. European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the Carter Oval. Time for the 10th and final innings of day one of this ECIW. Great to have more women's cricket back by popular demand on ECN after our quadrangular series earlier in the year, just before the ECL. We're back just after the ECL with a three-way international bout between Spain, Malta and Austria. Well, they're the three teams that were meant to play in the first men's ECI of the year. That is before some last-minute travel chaos caused Spain to have to withdraw. So that was just a bilateral series between Malta and Austria. Right now, we're watching Austria. They're coming out to bat against Team España, having restricted Spain to 62 off their 10 overs after they sent them in to bat. And that's how they took care of them earlier when these two teams met in match 2. It looks to me like it'll be Amy Brown-Carrera that will open the bowling, I should say, for Spain. She certainly has bowled pretty well today. And so let's see if she can get the early breakthrough. I think the key is taking wickets. You've got to take wickets. You've got to drive that rate up. And if you don't, it could be an early finish, I think, because we saw when they weren't able to break through earlier that Austria were able to get cruising. So here we go, rock and roll, 63 to win. Starts with a wide down leg side, and this was a bit of a problem for ABC earlier. The fact that her good balls were really good, but she did spray a few wides early in her spell, especially with that new ball. But one thing I did notice is this Austrian opening partnership. It's the same opening partnership that took it away from Spain before. This one I think just sneaks over the line, which will be okay. And this is the other thing we saw. We saw quite a defensive keeper position. And I think that's also to do with the extra pace of Amy Brown-Carrera. Just trying to cover as much ground as possible. Sabu played some beautiful shots through the offside. I like this field. It's kind of staggered. There's angles in the offside as well. Oh, throws the hands at this. She's done this very well today. That'll be 4. Cuatro carreras. It wasn't the worst ball, really, was it, from Amy Brown-Carrera? But Sabu just throws her hands at it. And the result's 4 runs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and joining me in the commentary box, Spanish men's national team coach, Corey Ruckers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vinny. Innings number 10 of the day.
And see, once again, because the keeper so far back, if there's a nick, it's not going to be out. Now, I wouldn't mind seeing them gamble with the keeper a bit closer.
Maybe you need to go out and give an extra hand tomorrow.
I mean,
why don't you teach a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, there's pros and cons to it. I think it's more of a strategic thing rather than a technique thing to be back that far. This is off the pad, I think, unless there's a bit of glove in it. Wait for it. It will be leg buys signalled by the sheriff.
Yourself. You can always offer some advice.
Yeah, I mean, just you like to know what your strategy is. So, yeah, I think the way to win this game is you got to get these guys out, don't you? And one significant way you might be able to get them out is caught behind. At the moment, you're not going to get caught behind unless balloons off the top edge or something like that.
Yeah, maybe stump to stump and just hope for a boulder and LBW.
Unless Amy Brown-Carrera's got a 145 kilometre an hour quicker ball, in which case it might carry.
You watch now, there'll be like a ballooning top edge to the keeper.
Yeah, probably.
That's how the ECN works.
But I mean, that's obviously something I feel like it's been talked about. Hello to Alan as well. He said he's glad women's cricket is being shown and he's enjoying it very much.
Good.
That's great, Alan, and we're glad to have you, as always. A big hello to all of our community as well. You can throw in some random questions. We were just talking our food strategy over the weekend, which we tend to do in the last game of the day. It turned away nicely as Andrea May Zapata gets off the mark with one out. She was pretty slow to start against Spain before. We saw her opening the batting, I think 7 dots. But then when she got going, she was very destructive. Nice bit of fielding there by Uzma Saeed. She's been one of the best fielders we've seen today.
Not often you see such a close cover as well.
Yeah. Really trying to make sure they can't sneak off the strike. I suppose it's also a catching position if something pops up in that area. So yeah, they've got angles. That's the way we call it. So they're not all the same depth on the offside. End of the first over. And in the pursuit of this target of 63. Austria, they're 8 for no loss after one. 23 matches since a golden ball. What a golden ball
Shane
that was.
Warne, Michael Jordan,
LeBron James, plenty more.
Michael Clark. 23.
It's quite a famous number. It's my lucky number, actually, 23, because it's my birthday.
Have you seen the movie 23? Jim Carrey?
Yeah, Jim Carrey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 23's got a bit of a history as well. It's prime. Did you know that?
Yep.
Anyway, here is the player we affectionately called Dottie earlier in the day because she started her career with 15 dots. Left arm spin. This won't be a dot. This will be 4. Again, that's great footwork, isn't it, from the batter. And Andrea May Zepeda, she has been destructive when she gets her eye in, and she hasn't taken too much time to get going this time either.
Beautiful shot. Really uses the crease. It's only a tad short and gets hit away for 4. Good batting.
Got to pitch up. I think you've got to try and draw her forward and maybe get her to lose her shape, get her to lose her balance. Otherwise, trouble. Yeah, I like that.
Gone.
Oh, this could be gone. She touched it.
Oh, well, there was a peel. I reckon if she's touched it, it's out. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they're going to probably have a look at this. I mean, the question is, well, there's 2 questions. Was it touched, and is she out of her crease?
I think she's probably said I didn't touch it. She doesn't seem too bothered.
I thought they were checking for something. Let's have a look. Is it anywhere near it? Well, we can't really tell from that. Well, she's definitely out, so maybe... So that's not a question. The question is there a touch on it? There was an appeal. Don't think she does. You see, there's
If she
space
touched
between
it,
the
her
bat and
hand
the ball.
would be in a lot of strife because that was hit extremely hard.
Here we go. Roll forward here. Is there any movement? I mean,
Ooh.
it's so close to the thumb. I don't think it's an actual touch. It's like maybe she felt the wind go past her thumb, but I think she'd be missing a fingernail if it did.
It was hit very
hit her in
hard.
the thumb. Anyway, good fielding by the stumps. Again, good length again. I like that, but it's also pretty good batting from Sabu, who's really comfortable with that offside off the front foot and the back foot. Good batting.
Yeah, good running as well as these two look to put on another impressive partnership.
Vamos, chicas. You hear that
Yep.
out there? I'm liking that.
Yeah,
Of course,
brilliant.
the Spanish national teams, you hear a lot of Spanish. Makes sense out there. Toss this one up again. This is where you got to be, I think. I just feel like these batters, they're very good. They'll probably make more mistakes off the front foot than the back foot. Back foot, you have a bit more time to sum up the ball, get the line of the left sussed before you put it away. Ah, it's gone.
Oh!
What a catch. I mean, that is unbelievable work. And guess who? As we're saying, for me, she's the fielder of the day. And, well, let's have a look. Is that her in that situation? I mean, that was her part of the ground. We'll have to have a look. This went so fast, and we are looking into the sun. But, I mean, that was taken as clean as you like. In fact, no, that's Muskan Naseeb.
Yep.
Well, she snuck into that position now. And well, I thought it might have been Usman because it was so clean, but Naseeb, she shows that she can handle it too. That's one of the best catches we've seen today.
That's the best catch of the day for me. That was a really nice shot, but she's held on to it. That was laced. And the wicket goes, and that will give Spain a little bit of hope.
That was hit so hard.
What a catch, Vinny.
Wow, Naseeb, that was clean as a whistle. What a catch.
Yeah, the first one goes, meaning Buller will come out to the crease at number 3. A little bit of pressure maybe if they can take another 2 or 3 wickets here at the top. Just get into that middle order who haven't batted much today.
Yeah, that's right. Buller.
What a catch.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great catch at any level of cricket. Honestly, that was absolutely pounded. I don't think that Sabu can quite believe it as she takes her pads off. First time we've seen Spain take a wicket against Austria in this series. Again, that's good bowling. That's what I'm talking about. Got to get the batter coming forward. Full, but not a full toss. That's kind of how I would sum it up for these kind of off-pace bowlers. Really good over in the end from Shillongia as we get to the end of over number 2. The score is 16-1.
Yeah, well, the question will be, can they turn 1 wicket into 2, 3, 4 and get into this game? They've played a game extra than Austria. If they want to stay in this series, they'll probably need to pull something out.
The way that Malta's tracking, you feel like, obviously, these two teams playing right now will play each other 3 times. So whoever can win more of those games, they'll be in the box seat to take the series. Now, here's one of the players of the day, I'd say, Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, 16-year-old. Coming on to bowl over number 3.
Well, can Bermejo bowl as well as she batted? That's the question. Oh, good start. Bit of in-swing.
Yeah, I mean, she's getting that movement, isn't she? And Andrew Hogan watching. Said Mrs. Hogan loves that catch. Well, so she should. I mean, that was a bullet, wasn't it? And I agree with you. I think it's the catch of the day. Muska Naseeb. Fantastic work. Oh, is that
a bowler?
Is that the stumps or not? How's that?
Oh,
I think
it's
that's hit the
clipped it.
stumps. It hasn't knocked the bail off.
Oh, wow, it's clipped.
Oh.
Has that clipped the stump?
The stump doesn't look straight. I feel it had. How's it missed if it's missed? What have we got here?
Oh, it might just be out of shot. Or maybe
It's
not.
gone over the top.
Maybe we're out.
Wow. Are we crazy?
What a great ball.
That's an amazing bit of bowling. Well, from our angle, it looked like it was going to clean him up. But even when I saw the stump, maybe I'm seeing things. I thought it was slightly angled, but that was a brilliant delivery. I mean, to get good players out, you've got to bowl good deliveries. That certainly was a good delivery. Zip head up. It's very compact at the crease. Be hard to go against the movement here. Yeah, this is the risk, isn't it? Nice take. That one took a couple of weird hops on the way through to the keeper, but it will be a wide.
Yeah, just a wide down the leg side. They've got to be careful if they can get Zapata out now, Vinny. I mean, they can pick up a second. You never know. You never know. Bermejo gets a nice little bit of swing in.
Yeah, she does. But yeah, it's all about the location then. Yeah, a little bit short. Should find the fielder. No run gets away with that one, really. Yeah, look, I just think her bowling's got a lot of potential as well. I don't think maybe, well, it's not quite where her batting is just yet, but yeah, for me, you got to get it that little bit fuller and draw the batter forward more often. Because I think if they can get in the back foot, I think they'll see it kind of going into the wheelhouse. The batters will handle it, especially the good ones. Again, a bit like this, although that's incredible fielding again. I mean, Naseeb, well, forget that. I know Elizabeth did some good work earlier, but that's the Naseeb zone now. I mean, that was a fantastic bit of fielding, this time on the bounce.
Yeah, well done out there. Very good fielding. Good to watch. It was a little bit shortish. It's a good shot, but bang, one hand.
Yeah, and that's straight into the sun. It's hard on the retinas and the hands. She does very well. Slides into the pad, but it's going a long way down the leg side.
Well, you just feel if they can get another 1 or 2, make a game of it.
Got to get that rate up around kind of 8 and above. I mean, that's where I'll start raising my eyebrows. I think you've also got to get Sabita. I mean, when she got going, she went really quickly back in game 2 in this contest. Oh, that's beautiful. That's exactly where you want to be. As we get to the end of the 3rd over, and well, Spain fighting back after a bit of a rough start. It's 20-1 after 3.
Yeah, exactly right. They are fighting back, and it's going to take a monumental task to keep them under 63, but you never know.
Never know, you're like in the big city. Beautiful time of day here as well. It's about 6:40 p.m.
If you can
local
see in
time.
your screens there, the lights are gone. Doesn't take long.
Yeah, well, the lights are down. Some of them are gone.
Most of them are gone.
Not going into the night in this series.
Oh, I'm going to miss the night cricket.
Does mean I can get to the crew dinner tonight.
I have to admit, did enjoy watching the sky balls go up and Hornchurch run straight under them.
Don't think they enjoyed that as much.
Oh, it's
the
good to watch.
Hornchurch guys, if you're watching.
They are. They'll be enjoying the sun. They had a good 2 weeks.
They probably deserve a day off. Their miracle run took them to 2nd in the whole of Europe as we start a new over. And this is going to be Jalangia to come back and Starts with a wide. We'll meet her. She won't be umpiring tomorrow. I'm going to say she's done very well today. 3 matches.
Yep.
She's in control at the bowler's end right now. Does it speak the fielder? It does in the circle. Deepish mid-on. Comes in well.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I think we might have
Is it cramp?
an injury here. Well, I hope it's only cramp, honestly. If they're able to straighten it, it might just be cramp. Let me see if I can work out what's going on here. End of a long day. Didn't really see.
Oh, no. I think that might be a hammy.
Or a calf, maybe?
Yeah, that's a pulled muscle. Oh, no. That's not good. Here comes Quinny. Hopefully she's
I mean,
okay.
Look, at best it's cramp. You know, hope that's all it is.
The way that the reaction was of extreme pain. So
Cramps can hurt a lot though as well.
True. That's
so,
true.
you know, I used to get calf cramps quite a lot when I was playing when I was younger. But yeah, certainly I hope it's nothing too serious. See, now that they're doing that kind of pushing the toe back, that's a sign it might. Calf cramps are pretty common.
That's actually that's I think that's one of the Spanish ladies there helping. So maybe she's got some history.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of physio experience, I think, in this Spanish team.
Yep.
So, you know, it's good to see the players helping each other out. And there's Quinny there as well. Who, you're right, he is here. I had said hello to Quinny.
Hey, Quinny.
Quinton Norris. Well, there's Meta as well. You can see her in the foreground.
I'm not too sure. If it is cramp, hopefully it is. She'll be able to continue maybe, but I'm not sure.
Cramp is something that happens with fatigue after it. You know, so it would make sense to Peter, who did play a long innings before, spent a fair few innings in the field. The fact that I think she's getting out there, putting the pad back on. Cramp comes and it goes. Problem is, after it goes, it often comes back. So I hope for Austria's sake that she can continue.
You don't think it's a pulled muscle?
No, I think the fact that she's able to keep going tells me it's cramp. And as someone who used to experience calf cramps, it is very, very painful and sudden. You're not expecting it. So when it hits you, it really hits you. And now, see, she's just trying to keep the toe in the air. It's a way of kind of stretching out that calf. So the way to do it is stretching and, well, rest is the other one. And she's not going to get much rest if she's out there.
Well, good to see that she's back on her feet. I thought that was going to be a lot more severe
I was worried. When I saw her go down, I thought, hopefully it's not some sort of serious knee injury or something like that. But anyway, that's someone in Austria, as far as the game situation goes, they wanted to be able to stay out there.
Absolutely.
Anyway, Gear.
Oh,
that leg side. It's going to be called a wide.
Well, she's got to go for a quick single. See, if it was cramp, you must be nervous.
So if that was a pull muscle, you can't run like that.
No, of course not.
So I suppose that's good news. You never want to see any injuries. Yeah, but I mean, real opportunity here for Spain to work their way back into the contest. It's pretty well bowled. This is what I'm talking about. You want to be full, but not quite so full. It's a full toss.
They've got to try and find a way maybe to squeeze. Maybe you could bring mid-off up or mid-on up somehow.
They've been pretty good with, well, they've got the short covering kind of hovering, so you've got to hit it a bit hard to get it down the ground to long off for a single. Oh, very delicate, slightly risky shot from Buller.
If there's no glove on that, that's probably out LBW. Oh, it's close. Maybe they could have gone up with the appeal.
I think that it was outside off for me, but let's have a look on the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions. I guess she's coming around. How far outside off she get? Yeah, outside the
Funny
line.
one. Sort of like, did she get any glove on that?
Yeah, I thought it was glove originally, but yeah, maybe it was.
Oh, wow.
That's a brilliant shot. I mean, there's not too much of a gap between long on and long off, but that is smacked down the ground. Oh, what a shot that is. If you can't run, hit it. That's exactly what Zapita does. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, nice batting. I mean, every time it's floated, it goes, Vinny, and you have to admit, sometimes it's just a batsman's day, and it really seems like it.
I don't mind this ball, though, because it's a shot that can go wrong. If you get it wrong, it can fly straight up in the air. It's a challenge kind of ball. They need wickets. They need this wicket. They're not going to get it here because this is going to be out of the ground. Maximo! Wow, it's just very solid batting. You'd have to say 4 and 6 pick-up sticks. And right now, Austria, a bit like before, there's a bit of attritional batting through the power play, but then they pick up the pace in the middle overs.
That's not an easy shot either without much pace on the ball. So another 6, and Vin, if they stay any longer at the crease, it could be an early finish.
Yeah, it was just pure timing, wasn't it? Geelong out. She's had an interesting day, hasn't she? On this one, is a drop catch.
Ow, 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 ow. That's on the end of the fingers.
Yeah, that'll hurt. So, yeah, they've gone for the third umpire. I feel like she's home here, but they're just probably double checking. Is this dropping enough in the first place? That one might have hurt her spinning hand. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Thanks to Swing Productions. Pretty much plays it from pretty close to the crease. Ouch, just closed the hands too early. And then we'll have a look at the run out, or potential run out.
Yeah, it might be. I think the medic might be coming onto the field, so we'll have a closer look.
Yeah. So let's have a look at the run out. So, yeah. Unfortunately, don't think they're able to use the technology.
I think I'm just hoping that she's okay and hasn't busted a finger here. Looked at.
I think she was in, though. I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah, it's too late anyway. We're moving on.
We will. And so, I think this will be one run. I think it was given not out on the field. It seemed not out. I mean, it's given a no ball. I actually think that it was suspiciously high. So it will be a no ball +1. That means that Austria will get another delivery.
Yeah, so that's going to mean a free hit as well. And here does come the magic spray, a little bit later than ever, just in case.
Yeah, magic spray very late to appear, but someone's found it. And just explain to all the viewers what the magic spray will do.
Invincibility. She might spin this ball 10 more metres here. It always helps. It's a psychological thing as well, I think. Now, it's free hit time.
All right. Well, very good comeback. It does take us into the fourth over. It's 38 for 1.
Yeah, 38 for 1. 25 more runs remaining for them to chase here off 6 overs. It's actually a good bit of work from the keeper, but unfortunately can't get stumped off a free hit. It's a rule I don't really like.
I don't mind it.
I just think it's ugly cricket.
I think it's good. You like kind of funky stuff. But let's not have this debate right now because we've had it several times as we get to the end of the fourth over.
Yeah, we do. And, well, you can see that worm tracking the right direction if you're an Austrian cricket fan. Really, it's peaking up, isn't it? Yeah, for the Spanish ladies, they're going to need a couple of wickets and going to need them fast.
So, looks like Naomi's getting out of the over here. So, they're kind of putting all the chips on the table, saying, okay, we need a couple of tight overs. Maybe we can get this up. If you can get it up above a run of ball, I feel like you've got a shot. But you're going to have to bowl it and field really well.
Oh, that's well bowled. Just too much swing. Oh, it's a suicidal run if she hits. Oh, it's not the greatest throw. And they'll get home. We will take a look at the replay, though, for the run out.
Yeah, so it did come in. Again, my instinct was it was home.
Yeah,
maybe,
I'm pretty
maybe
sure. Oh, well, hold on. This could be out, you know.
Well, you know what?
I don't think the bat went in. Oh, they're going to... This is going to be close. This is going to be close because if the bat never went in...
Yeah, again, that's a really interesting one. I think, again, with the fielder in the way, they might have to go with the umpire's call.
Well, look, nothing's in. No, that's going to be out. Nothing would be in and the stumps are going to be gone.
Look
where the ball is. But look where the ball is. Nothing will be in yet, and I guarantee those stumps are broken.
Yeah, I agree with you, but we've never had one like this. You can see none of it.
Yeah, it's been given out. Smart decision.
Well, the thing is also, I mean, the umpire in the field probably gives that out.
Who's the third umpire? Because that's what cricket education is.
And not just that, I think the umpire does give a soft signal on the ground, and I'm pretty sure Mita's soft signal was out. So there's nothing that contradicts that, no doubt about it. But, yeah, quite an unusual dismissal. And it spells the end of the road for Buller, who's going to have to be walking back after making 2 runs.
Yeah, and really good work from the keeper there. And that's Mirza, Tashbiha Mirza, who's had the gloves on all day and gets rewarded with a little run out.
Yeah, well, they did have one game where I think Mirza gave the gloves away to Hifsa Butt, but yeah, she has done most of the keeping today.
Oh, another wicket goes. Can Spain take a couple more and get themselves right into this game?
Guess there's only one way to find out. Again, yeah, well done, hit the stumps. I think when it comes down to it, they had to hold a nerve under pressure.
Oh, it's time for some Stiglitz.
Yeah, this will be good. Looking forward to seeing Joanne Stiglitz.
Oh, that's close. Wow,
doing too
big
much.
in-swinger on another day. What bowling.
Big in-changer, as you'd say. Check it out
Big
on the replay.
in-changer. Huge in-changer.
Watch it go. But yeah, I think
It's going down leg.
right, would have to agree with you there.
Good bowling, though.
This one sneaks down the leg side, no run.
I thought that might have clipped the pad, but obviously didn't.
Just the one for the wide, of course.
Good to see young Bermejo with a big smile on her face. She had a great day with the bat, really outstanding. Just every now and then that big in-swinger just doesn't come back and sort of holds its line and stays out there, Vinny.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. Anyway, Austria feel like they've got this under control. Zapata's been really solid for them with the bat today. I'm glad she seemed to overcome that cramp issue. Now, she loves it there, doesn't she? Loves to go back, punches that, and there's no way that was going to go anywhere other than the fence. 4 runs, quarter century for Zapata in 14 balls.
Yeah, what a good day with the bat as well. The other star player of the day. It's a little bit short this time. Couldn't get that in-swinger full, and it's been smacked for 4 as the Austrian ladies get closer and closer to another victory.
Again, that's just that length I was talking about. Yeah, it's just short enough for the batter to go on the back foot and caress that away. On the leg side, only 4 outfielders allowed, remember. Does something similar this time. This will take some stopping. Great effort, but as we said, can't quite pull it back into the field of play. So Peter making quite light work of this in match 5 now.
Yeah, it's a little bit short again, and it's another good shot. Along the carpet is the safest way to do it. Back-to-back boundaries, and it feels like it's a matter of time before this is done.
Goes the same direction. This time, not as well timed. Peter's moved to 30. He's picked himself up quite literally and brings up the 50 for Austria with that stroke.
Yeah, it did look like there was a serious injury, but must have just been cramp. So 13 runs to go in this one.
This one is asking for trouble, but this time fielder does well. Got to say, West Tennessee's fielding has been outstanding. And yeah, the Spanish fielding has been a hallmark of their play as we get to the end of the 5th over. The score 51 for 2.
Yeah, very good fielding from young Naseeb out there. It's been good today. And, well, we've also got a lot coming up for tomorrow, Vinny.
Yeah, so looking forward to, again, these teams all kind of in different places, but the fact they're playing each other, I think, is such a positive. Malta and Austria got the double header, matches 6 and 7. And Austria take on Spain. And that'd be a very interesting one in match 8. That's the rematch of what you're seeing right now. And then Malta finish off with a match against Spain in match 9. So join us 7:30 a.m. GMT. The clocks are going forward in Europe, so it's 9:30 still in Central Europe. We did start 9:30 local this morning, but it's only 1 p.m. in India, not 2 p.m. in India, because the time difference shrinks with European clocks going forward. Don't forget to put your clock forward, Corey. Here we go. the start of a new over.
Oh, there's going to be a run out. Easy run out if the keeper takes it. Can't take it.
Got heaps
Needs
of
to
time.
takes
Now you
time.
gotta throw. No, you don't. Well, this is going to be an interesting replay. Oh, again, it's probably not the greatest throw for the keeper to handle. I mean, so you probably could run it in, you could probably roll it in, but again, it's all about summing up the situation. And I'll just have a look at this on the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions. You can say,
Oh,
it would have been huge. I don't even know who would have been out, to be honest.
that would have been complicated. Oh, nice shot.
Absolutely cracked, and it's going to blast through the fielder. Well, she's a very good fielder, Amy Brown Carrera, but that was just hit too hard. Look, they survive. I thought for a second that Zepeda was going to have to go, but instead she survives, and right now looks like she could end this game early.
Well, she has actually smoked it all day, Vinny, and yeah, there's a few players today that have just shown with the bat, when you're in form, you're in form. 34 off 17 is no easy feat. Great batting. Nice again, pulled away, and it's another boundary. Sensational from Zepeda, who, well, for me, Vinny, is just on fire and taking them to victory.
Yeah, so it's been a brilliant show of strength, hasn't it, from Zepeda? And look, the thing is that she is sometimes taking a little bit of time to get going, and so she's still, I think, a bit bothered by that calf cramping that was hindering her earlier, but she's been really selective, and I like that she doesn't have any obvious weaknesses. I think she's pretty tough to bowl to. Got to say, as with Saeed, I like her bowling, but I think Zepeda's twigged that they're all coming into her.
Oh!
And then she plays with it and goes bang. In fact, that'll do it. So Austria, they're going to do this with 26 balls to spare.
Well done.
And Andrea May Zepeda finishes in style. Cuatro carreras. And Austria, they go undefeated through day one of this ECIW.
What a good little innings that is. Some nice shots also right at the end to go back to back to back boundaries. And overall, the Austrian women have set the standard today, and we've seen some nice performance from the Spanish women also, and the Maltese women. All good on them for improving all day.
Yeah, they have been good, haven't they? And so, well, all smiles. I mean, what a great experience for these three teams, of course. I'm always excited when we see new players on the European Cricket Network and that we haven't seen before. I know some of the Austrians, we did see them back in 2020. It's a long time ago, different format. I think this really tests you under pressure. And you can see there, nice to see some meaningful conversations. And I think they're having a bit of a laugh about that right now. That's all part of it. I mean, we see plenty of bloopers. We see plenty of great catches and highlights as well. And that kind of sums it up. It's typical ECN innings. It seems that some of the fielding was outstanding. Some of it was, just a little bit less than that, to say the least. But when it came down to it, I think it was clear that Austria were the better of the two teams.
Oh, absolutely. They deserved the victory. And overall, they got the chocolates in the end. We have a quick look at some of the highlights to wrap up today. And, well, there were some nice shots in between and some amazing feeling. How was this catch, Vinny?
Oh, it was something quite next level, wasn't it, from Muskan Naseeb. She took that clean as a whistle. And she looked at the sun as well, don't forget. But yeah, this was the moment we were a bit concerned, weren't we, for Andrea. And she went down. It could be a knee or something like that. But I think it was just a case of probably a calf cramp or maybe a hamstring cramp, something like that. Something that was temporary. She got some attention. This is a bit of a funny one, wasn't it? Got hit back at the bowler. And a bit of magic spray, no problem. And Chilungia, she played a pretty good day as well. Had her ups and downs. That's what it's all about, I think, in the end. You've got ups, you've got downs in a day's play, especially like Spain. They played 4 matches a day. It's quite a big effort mentally to get yourself up. And you can see probably a bit of fatigue at the end. No shortage of effort, though. A rare misfield from Amy Brown Carrera, but it was spanked. This one should have been taken. In the end, you see, they had a couple of chances to get rid of Zepeda, but they couldn't. And the lesson there, if you don't take your chances, good players are going to hurt you. I mean, it's just typical ECN cricket. Typical cricket, I suppose. And so the captain, Joanne Tiglitz, along with Zepeda, get the Austrians over the line, and they do it with a tick over 4 overs to spare. Looking at the scorecard, dominated by Andrea May Zepeda, 42 off 19. So look at that strike rate. When she got going today, she really got going. Sabu, she went to a blinder of a catch by Naseeb. And then the other wicket was a run out of Bulla. as Tajmir Mirza was able to strike the stumps from behind. As far as the bowlers went, well, some good efforts in there. Just the 4 bowlers used. Amy Brown Carrera went over for 7, and Naomi Hilman Bermejo only went at 8, but the wicket went to Chilangia, where she was probably a little bit expensive. I was going to say, and I think I like her wrist spin. I'd love to see her maybe develop one that goes the other way, but that's something she can work on. Of course, she is the sister of Hashimir Ali, who we call Kid Dynamite. So there is the tail of the tape in match 5. 62 for Spain. Could never really get going. You feel if Spain to have a chance in that rematch tomorrow, I like to see Naomi opening the batting, and I think you've got to put all your chips on the table and put your fastest scorers at the top if you're going to get that kind of 100 plus, which might challenge these Austrian batters a bit more. End of the day, so Austria with 3 wins out of 3. Spain split their fixtures. They've got 2 more matches tomorrow at Malta. Yet to get a win, but who knows? At the rate they're improving, anything is possible on day 2. So I hope you enjoyed the ECI action today, as it's been a little bit difficult with the sun in our face right now, but we will say goodbye to you before we go. That's the fixtures for tomorrow. We got Malta and Austria going head-to-head, double-head at the start of the day. But it's been great. I mean, by popular demand, I know the sun's a bit awkward this time of day, but it's been great to have the cricket out there. Well done, Corey. I know it's been a bit of the morning after the night before, obviously, with the ECL final last night, but I'm so excited that these players got the opportunity to show what they can do, and we'll see them again tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. They all loved it. It's great to see the camaraderie, the sportswomen ship. How would you say that? Sportswomenship. Let's say sportswomenship. The teams love it. Great performances, individual highlights. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's my first ever time watching some women's international T10 highlights.
T10s are exciting no matter who you put on the field. And I think we saw some outstanding stroke play from all teams. And we saw a lot of improvement among some of the most inexperienced teams as well. We will leave you now. We'll be back tomorrow. Now, if you are watching from a place outside Europe, it's probably likely going to be 1 hour earlier. Where you are from, it is 9:30 European summertime because the clocks go forward, not back. Okay, and it's 1 p.m. in India. We'll be here for 4 more matches, and then we'll see who wins this ECIW. Don't forget, there's more cricket coming up in Portugal on Monday as well. Rico Full will be making the journey tomorrow, but for now, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. If you haven't already, go to our social media at European Cricket. Like and subscribe our YouTube channel. Give the thumbs up as well on this video. But for now, from everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, have a happy, have a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode ECIW Spain. Good night, everyone. Hasta mañana.